Good morning, y'all. For those of you who are watching the replay, you can scroll about 5 minutes into the stream. I'll be at the water. I'm doing my selfie. It's going to be a good day talking about awareness. Hence why I'm pointing to the mind and my eyes. Because where you place your awareness, that's what you're going to experience. Perfect. So let me quickly, oops. All right, I'm just going to get ready. Test 1, 2, 3. Oh. Why is that so quiet? Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's because I turned down Firefox. There you go. That's working. Test the chat. Throw the alien. That works too. Copy link. Go into my... This is why I have to do these checks. Oh, even as I start the live, it does that. Okay. All right. I don't know why Google Chrome acts like that. Like when I'm starting my live, it just like blanks out. I think it's like one of the fucking add-ons. But it's all good. All right. Well, I'll be back. So yeah, for those of you, I will see you at the water. Oh. Hello. Good morning, people. Feels good. Feels very, very good. Morning. Have a great day. Feels like that's on an angle a little bit, so let me adjust the camera settings. Or camera tilting. There we go. Perfect. Just wait a few minutes before I start. Weather is very, very nice today, by the way. Topic today will be awareness. This is very important, actually. This is probably one of the most important aspects of our life, awareness. Awareness is the starting point to transformation. When you're aware of something, you can't be unaware of it unless you choose to be ignorant of it. That's a bar, write it down. Well, I'll wait. I'm about to cook. Don't worry, y'all will be fed. So fascinating. Awareness is a starting point to transformation, but once you start, you can't unsee what you know, unless you choose to turn a blind eye. And in that case, that's just plain ignorance. Part of me feels like there's going to come a point where I'll be done live streaming for a fair bit of time and I'll be just making videos. Morning! I just saw my my people. I know the stream is working because I know that there's a couple people on. So I'll let the stream sort of pick itself up little by little. There we go. Hi Chelsea, hugs to you too. I trust you're doing good. I know you're doing good. I don't have to trust, I know you're doing good. Well, I know your soul's doing good. Oh yeah, awareness is going to be fun to talk about today. Today. Oh yeah. This is probably one of my favorite topics to talk about. I was going to actually talk about, the 6 eyes, but I'm like, nah, I'll talk about that at some other point. For now, awareness. Because this is where it really starts. It all starts right here. Because the moment you become aware or you gain some level of awareness, then now there's actually like no excuse to some degree. Unless you keep choosing to keep holding on to the story, but that's where the mind of most people are. You see, when I'm speaking with people, I'm not speaking to people, I'm speaking to minds. And whoever I'm speaking to, wherever you are, it's based on your level of awareness. Like when you read a book, for example, you're not reading a book, you're reading it based on your level of awareness, right? Awareness is the first step in transformation. So for example, if you read for example, I'll use the Bible, or actually, you know what? I'll use the Quran for a moment. Allah cannot change the condition of man until He changes Himself, or I like to say, Allah cannot change the condition of people until they change it within themselves. What does that mean? Most people will see it as some dude in the sky, or some entity in the sky waiting for it to change you, but it's actually you doing it yourself. That's why I keep saying the answer is you. It will continue to point to you no matter what. That's why most people are tormented in their mind. And I've been there, and it fucking sucks. In fact, there's a brother who I met last year. His name is Lyndon. And we had a conversation. He's a very Christian dude, right? I was just sharing with my perspectives. Because he's very into like Jesus, and I'm like, I love Jesus very, very much, just as much as you do, but not the same way. Not the same way you all have for those who have, idolized and worshipped him. But there was a day where I was walking and I saw him, and he was sitting by the benches by the washroom area back by the big park. And I felt really, I had only compassion for him. I saw him screaming and yelling and getting mad. He was just like in absolute torment. And I came over to him. I'm like, yo, dude, I have to put my hands on his shoulder, like, hey, you good? I had to look him in the eye, and his eyes, the way I saw his eyes, it didn't look like Lyndon anymore. It looked like something like his mind has taken over. I'm like, this currently is not Lyndon. But I was able to get him to, all's good, dude, all's good. Like, let it out. You need to scream it out. You do what you need to do. Let it out. Purge it. Free yourself. The mind is going to hold on to stories, and around this time last year, I was starting to go down a very dark hole. I was starting to feel this hate for the world once again. I thought I had let go of my hate story, but nope, it came circling right back. It snuck, there was a door that I kind of left open, so it found its way and it crawled in the mind. It found a back door. That's what the mind does. It always looks for a back door, and it's very sneaky. It's not your enemy, but because of the shit that any of us been through, unfortunately, we created it, and so it stays alive based on the stories we keep telling ourselves. Like if you say, I'm not good enough, this is this, blah, 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 people are this, da, 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 da. It is a organism that's staying alive in your mind. Good morning. I'll read the chat quickly before we continue. What's up, Doc? Yeah, I know. It does match Roman Reigns, doesn't it? Yeah. Or I can say Roman Reigns matches me. I don't have the long hair. Anyways, good to see you. So, the stories that we keep telling ourselves over and over and over again on repeat, that's not your story. The problem is most human minds will finesse the human into believing that that's who they are. But you know, that's not who you actually are. All of you actually are not your names. You're not your identity, and you're not your race, your skin color, your designation. What you are goes way beyond any word that can even describe what you actually are. But however, so the only word I can really call you is infinite, but the mind is finite, and the mind has created all these layers. Layers upon layers upon layers upon fucking layers, and invisible layers, and more fucking layers, and more, and guess what? More invisible layers that you can't even see. All because of your experience of what you're seeing in the world is true and real. I changed my story because I no longer held on to the story that I hate people. I changed everything about me within a matter of months. It took me 40 years to figure out what the fuck was going on with this thing. And I know what's going on in everybody else's mind because I can see it clear as day, especially when I see what's being typed in chat for those who are not paying attention. I know what's happening in their life. They're using like a coping mechanism to troll, or they're using some sort of like, mask to like hurt, because somewhere deep down inside they couldn't be themselves, and it's okay. That's why, bring on your trollingness. I'd rather you do it here than you go somewhere else and create more obfuscation, because I'm not here to create any problems with any of you. If you want to listen. If you don't, that's your choice, right? I'm not here to force anything upon anybody. It's just bringing awareness to these things. Zane, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Awareness is a very, very powerful tool once you get a hang of it, because that's where all transformation starts. It can only start with awareness. So how does one get aware? That's the $1 million question. How does someone know that, bring awareness to things? Well, there's two things. One, you want change so badly that you will seek it out externally by starting to go down a path. Or two, something externally happens. Some say to you, but that's the victim. It actually happens as you, but for now I'll say it happens for you. Meaning something will come and sort of drop kick you into like waking up or realizing. You can say that I'm probably one of those people that kind of drop kick some of you energetically. I'm not being like mean when I do that, but it's more like to kind of bring shit into your awareness. If you haven't noticed, I bring things that most people are not aware of into your awareness. And then I make things make sense. I make the shit that doesn't make sense as well. But it's important because this topic is the foundation to everything. Because there is what you know, there's what you know you don't know, listen to this one, and then there's what you don't know you don't know. And that's the scary one. What you don't know is what you don't know. That's a terrifying place to be. Most people are afraid of like this external things, of things being hidden from them. Like CIA, MI5, blah, 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 you know, conspiracy this, shit this, blah, blah, blah. You know what you should really be afraid of? What your mind is actually hiding from you. And that's a real bar. For those of you, fucking write that one down. It's quite simply, good morning. How are you both? Good. Do you want to come down to the water? Oh, okay. So you got to be mindful of like what your mind is actually hiding from you. Forget what the outside world is telling you. What is your mind hiding from you? And that's where awareness comes into play. Once you start to be aware, you can't unsee it anymore. And you start to navigate differently. You start to move differently. You start to think differently. You start to speak differently. You start to operate differently. Do you see why awareness is so important? Maybe some of you still haven't caught on. Maybe it's starting to click. If there's one thing you ever take away from me is this, that remember that not only you are the answer, awareness is really the starting point to everything. Just because you've been seeing things with your eyes doesn't mean that's entirely true. It's based on your level of awareness. So if you see the world as hateful and negative, what do you think you're going to have? Hateful and negative experience, because you keep feeding that story within, because the mind is finessing you into believing that the world is negative. Do you see a world of negativity in my world? Not in my universe. Universe. Y-O-U-N-I-V-E-R-S-E. And guess what? You are your own universe. In fact, you're the shiniest object in your universe, but most people have placed something externally as their shiny object, and it's called the shiny object syndrome. And they look at things outside of them as something higher and better than them. Hello, it's you. You're a video game character in this simulation. And when you log in, that's when you wake up in the morning or go to sleep. You log out. You're logging in and you're seeing everybody else doing whatever they're doing in their game. But you get to decide. And I know that some of you have experienced synchronistic moments or things where things didn't make sense. And it's like, how is that possible? You probably ran into you were thinking of like a red car and a red car showed up, the exact one you were thinking of, or maybe you were thinking of a person and you wanted to call them and then they called you. Do you think that's by accident? No, it is not. Those moments right there is the starting point to awareness of how the mind starts to work. That you get to either train the mind the way you desire it to be trained, or you get trained by the mind. And that's another bar, write it down. You can either get trained by the mind or you train the mind. There's no other way. There's no middle ground there. So if you want to be afraid of something, be afraid of what your mind's actually hiding from you. And when I say your mind, I'm talking about your subconscious mind, not your conscious mind. Hey, what's up, dude? Now I gotta be here for 12. What's up, dude? I'm not gonna be here for 12 hours. Don't worry. I'm only gonna be here for a couple hours. I don't stream too long as much anymore. Good to see you. Proud of you, by the way, Mr. Action Man. Actually, let me rephrase that. Mr. Aligned Action Man. You're doing good, by the way. Remember that. You're doing wonderful. Never forget. Remember, I've been watching your streams. I've been just checking in. It's good. And you're working with the algorithm, not against it. You see? Basically, you're working with your algorithm. Algorithm. You're a rhythm. Right? But awareness starts and ends with you. It can only ever be but you. That's why every answer, everything I'll ever talk about will always lead back to one thing. Had I known this 10 years ago, yeah, life would have been a lot differently 10 years ago. I'd been probably much further in my career, but I wouldn't have had the depth either, technically speaking. So everything unfolds exactly as it's supposed to. You are where you currently are, where you're meant to be in every present moment, and that's another bar. So honor your journeys wherever you are. had the pleasure to talk to another person I've known for a while, and this morning, and I shared with her, like, she wanted me to elaborate on like why society is always keeping people almost there or not there yet. If you haven't noticed, I don't do that. And my clients, they pay me very, very well to get results. I don't keep them almost there. That's why they pay me to do what I do. I bring fucking results. It's what I do. And I'm very good at what I do. But society, and I've caught this. I'm like, what the fuck is everybody doing? Like, they keep selling their books. They keep telling you to do this and do this, but they're not fucking getting to the root. They're just putting like a fucking little bandage on their bullshit and not dealing with what is actually the answer. Hello, right here. So like, I've been watching podcasts and reading books. I've read over 500 books similar to Nero. Me and Nero are on the same fucking level, just so you know. The only difference between him and I is that he was able to figure out his game sooner than I did, but that's irrelevant. My game's already done. Anyways, when I listen to all these like podcasters talking about XYZ, and some are starting to get it. It's starting to click for some of them, which is good. Like Stephen Young, he's starting to figure it out. There's a girl named Trina Dawn, she figured it out, right? But like the big podcasts like Lewis Howes and Tom Bilyeu and Ed Milet and David Goggins, if he has a podcast or whatever, everything that you will fundamentally do will always start with you. You have to be the one that thinks the thought, believe the beliefs, feel the feelings, if I didn't already say that, speak the words, take the action or don't take the action. It's you. It's not something outside of you. Even if you want to believe it is, it's still you that has to believe in the thing. So it's still you that has to give energy to believe in the thing that you think exists. So it starts with you. That's why I keep saying, have a great day, right? So that's why it's important to have awareness. In fact, that word should have been fucking tattooed on the back of our eyelids along with paradox. Paradox and awareness. AP or PA, whatever you want to use. Awareness and paradox. No, there's a different Stephen. His name is Dr. Stephen Young, but I don't like to put labels on people. So I don't like acknowledging someone as higher with a title. So I just, hey Om, good to see you. His name is Dr. Stephen Young, or Dr. Steve Young. It's a Asian dude with long hair. He figured it out as well. He knows that the power of words are what creates or reveals our reality. He figured it out because I listened to him like, yep, he already knows. I don't even need to say a fucking word to him. He already knows. And the more who understands or understands this, the less I have to do. In fact, I get to go fucking home soon. I want to go home. I want to go back to my 99th dimensional spaceship with my 99th dimensional crew and conquer the cosmos. Different time space, by the way. I'm a commander. My crew's waiting for me. I look forward to getting back with my crew and getting out of this third dimensional body with third dimensional perspectives and have access to everything again. But technically we do have access to everything, but it's in here. But the mind will keep creating stories that you're missing something. You ain't missing shit. None of you are missing shit. You never have been, you never will be. Congratulations, now you have everything. Now walk that path. It's just that simple. But Orion, that's not true. This is for the story of the mind. But Orion, that's not true. I'm mimicking the third dimensional thinking mind right now. That's not true, Orion. I don't have everything. Oh, but you do. You don't have it here, but you have it here. And this will send out a beacon to bring a person, a situation, an opportunity, or an event, and you will pull it. And then it will send the information up because it'll use your senses, like your eyes, your ears, your smell, your touch, to make you aware that it exists. That's why so many things that currently you think may not exist actually do exist. We're basically not creating shit. It's already created. You're just revealing it by tapping into the frequency, tuning that dial within. And that's why locking the fuck in. But this is what happens when shit doesn't show up. Because you're still focusing on waiting for it to show up. Be it now. But this is what's going to happen. The mind's going to be like, it's not here yet. And guess what happens? You throw yourself back into the frequency of not having it. So the universe will keep saying, oh, Orion doesn't have it, so I'm going to make sure that he does not have it. And that's where the trip up happens, because the eyes and the mind are looking for evidence. Remember the guy who came on a couple days ago? For those of you who are on the stream, what's up, Justin? Let's see. Sometimes we need a little discipline for sure, but guess what? You already have discipline. You already have it. It's already built within you. It just comes down to taking the energy of where you're putting discipline to and applying it to the thing you desire to have discipline. That's a bar, write it down. The mind is going to keep creating a story of it needs evidence. It needs proof. A couple days ago, a guy named Clayton came on. It was Sunday. And he asked me, what's your truth? I'm like, it's right here. He's like, what do you mean? It's right here. What do you mean it's right here? I mean, it's right fucking here, dude. It's like right here. The answer is right here. How can it not be right here? The answers are right here. He's like, I need evidence, right? Because that's what the mind does. The mind looks in the outer world with your eyes to see evidence, but the evidence is right here. But his mind couldn't understand that because the mind does not like to be in the now. It loves to be in the past and the future. That's why so many people struggle. When you understand that you are not the mind and the mind is always looking in the past and the future for shit, guess what happens? It keeps looking for evidence. That's how the mind works. It doesn't like the now. Every time you think a thought, it doesn't matter what it is. You had breakfast this morning. Guess what? That thought of you having breakfast this morning, the action may have happened in the past, but the thought of you thinking the action of what you did in the past or this morning is happening right now, in this fucking moment. The answers, people, are right here. That's why I keep saying the answer is you. It doesn't go anywhere else. It can't go anywhere else. This is not more dogma, more religious blah, blah, blah bullshit. This is quite literally what this is. You put on a fucking VR headset and you're like navigating the world with your five senses. This is what's going on. When you go to sleep, you take off the fucking VR headset and you're in a different realm. You can say that's actually more real than here. But guess what happens in that realm? And this is where the mind's going to start creating all kinds of obfuscations, potentially. Some of you might have had nightmares, or I call them night terrors. I'll read everything in the chat. And you'll wake up and you're like, and you're like, what the fuck happened? I've died many times in my dreams. Like, I had a guy in one of my video games that I played. He came and he shot me and he pulled me and he just ripped my face off. I'm like, what the fuck was that? The mind, look at the paradox of this. The mind needs to solve unresolved things in that world so that when you get your ass back up in this world, it's resolved. And guess what? It's resolved. But the mind will keep marking it as, no, it's not resolved. You had that fear, you had that worry. Now you're going to manifest it in some sort of form for it to make sense in your physical world. But that's not true. All that's doing in your dream, no one's ever said this. This is coming right here. So this, pay attention. So when you're having a dream or a nightmare, the dream is to, if you're having a great dream, you're resolving some problems in your physical. So when you wake up, it'll be like, oh, everything just feels good. But anything that you had pain or struggle with that your mind couldn't solve in the physical, it'll go in the mental realm to create that sort of problem, to sort of release the energy out of your system, purge it. That's what a night terror or a nightmare is, to release fucking energy out of your system so that you can free yourself and be still and more relaxed in your day to day? The answer is to slow down and relax, not to speed up and keep doing 10 million fucking things. Let me read. Carnage, good to see you, bro. I had a nightmare that I was back in high school. Yep. Detached from the hive mind. Yep. So, so there is you versus you paradigm, or there's you with yourself paradigm. I'm actually you with yourself. Like you with you. Because like, if you think about you versus you, that's like creating an unnecessary enemy. This is a perspective, by the way. This is literally creating another perspective. There is you versus you, and that works. It has its time and place, right? I've done it. I've used it for years. It's me versus me. But then I changed it to me with myself, because why am I fighting myself, right? There's no more fighting, because now the mind has to work with me and not the other way. Sometimes the mind still likes to create all kinds of noise. I'm like, hey, what do you think you're doing? I see you attempting to sneak back in that back door. I see you. And I catch it. It's like, when you catch somebody red-handed, like they're about to go to like, they wake up at night to sneak it to the kitchen and get like a cookie. And then the parents are like, hey, what are you doing out of bed, right? It's like that. You're caught red-handed. That's what I see with the mind. Like when it starts to like make all kinds of noise, I'm like, I see you. I see you. Yeah, I see you over there, mind. I don't punish it. I'm like, I see you. What do you think you're doing, huh? Hello? Like, just before I started the stream, I'll share. The mind is like, I don't want to stream today. I'm like, all right, where are we going with this, huh? Let me hear you out, mind. Why don't you want to stream? I had a conversation with myself before I got to the spot. I'm like, why don't you want to stream today? Because no one's listening. I'm like, what are you talking about? There are people who come on the stream and listening. What are you talking about? Because it's focusing on the negative stuff. Because the mind strives on negativity. Like positivity is still sort of foreign to the mind. But the soul just is. There is no positive or negative. It just is. No labels, no stories, no meaning, no nothing. It just is. That's how I operate, right? Yes, I entertain sometimes some third dimensional comments or second dimensional comments. That's not to insult anybody with their trollingness, but that's just where they are, level of awareness. They're operating from a second dimensional plane. Like, oh, that Nigger, right? That's actually more first dimensional than anything. Oh, look at that curry eater, that Indian, right? That's also a first dimensional comment. Right? See, look at this person. This right here is what I call a second dimensional comment right here. Feel free to leave your second dimensional comment. Not insulting you, just where you are presently. Underboss. What's up, bro? Yeah, you can stay in your second dimensional. I'll stay in my fifth and beyond. I'll stay in my fifth. Thank you very much. I will not be dragged back down to the second or the first. That's why I look at the comments. I'm like, next, pass, next. I don't even entertain some of it. I just look at them like, next. So back to awareness. Awareness is the starting point to all transformation, whether you want to believe that to be true or not. But here's the thing. The moment you become aware of something, now you have a choice. You can continue to still choose the same story over and over, or tap into the new story. But this is where the conflict lies. The mind is like, ugh, it needs to see evidence. Again, I love that Clayton guy came on that Sunday and he kept saying, I need evidence. And he reminded me of like even up to like 2 years ago. I need evidence. I must have evidence. You need evidence, huh? Okay. I need evidence. So, he's very science-based, right? I need evidence. Okay. You want evidence? Then keep struggling. Like I said, the answer is right here. This is your evidence. That's all you need to know. No, it's not Orion. It can't be. This was the loop we were stuck in. I'm like, this is the answer right here, dude. I mean, it can't be any simpler than that, because the mind does not like simplicity. I need you all to literally write shit out if you need to at this point. Take out a piece of paper or get out your phones and start typing. The mind does not like simplicity. It hates it. The mind does not operate from the now. It operates in the past and the future. The mind strives on complexity. And once you know these things and you're aware of these things, you can start to navigate the world and traverse it much easier. How do you think I'm doing it? I'm not listening to this anymore because this isn't me. This is just, it's a puppeteer attempting to control you. It's not here to hurt you, but it's also here to not get you to where you desire to be. In fact, most of you, you're meant to be much further and more successful or whatever it is in your life, but your mind has told you a story. It's like, nope, that's not for me. It may not be saying it loud, like with words, but it's definitely sending a feeling within your subconscious saying, yeah, that's not for me. I'm not supposed to be with that partner. I'm not meant to have that business. I'm not meant to be a YouTuber. Nobody will ever watch my content. I'm never gonna be loved. I will always have to work for someone else because I'm not smart enough. It'll say all kinds of shitty things, because that's the story that, unfortunately, whatever experience you've been through, and it's very valid, it will continue to use that and just magnify the fuck out of it. That's why awareness is important. And then it leads into attention, which I'll talk more about that tomorrow. But attention is basically you can call it the other side of awareness. Where you place your attention, things will grow. Not just flow, but actually grow. Exactly. Morning underboss. It's good to see you, dude. I'm just reading the chat. When you dream, have you ever seen your reflection? Exactly. And you know what, Carnage? I'm glad you brought that up, because I want to share something. I wouldn't call it a dream or a night terror. It was like a neutral-ish kind of dream. It's weird though, but I had to resolve something in that dream or that vision. I call it night visions basically at this point to keep it neutral. It was me and my blood brother, and I say blood brother because, you know, biologically, my biological brother there. And my biological brother was talking to me, this avatar, but I was watching me talk to my brother, which was so weird. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And he's like, I don't want to talk to Orion. But he's talking to me. Like, it was so weird. It was fucking weird. We have no problems now, but like, he used to not like me. But that moment was when I woke up and I'm like, what the fuck was that about? All right, man, I know what you're doing. You want to sneak back in with the back door, huh? And like label something as negative. I see what you're doing, but actually I'm going to change your story and say you had that dream or vision so that you can remove the obfuscation or the energy that's lingering that needed to be purged. Thank you very much. I just transmuted energy. You see, you have the power to change your story and the meaning behind the story. That's a bar, write it down. Every one of you have the ability to change your meanings at any time. You really do. That's how powerful you are, but I've said it before and I'll say it again. You are so powerful, you'll make yourself powerless. Here's another one. A lot of people focus on lack. And here's a paradox to that. You're focusing on lack. Okay. That means you have an abundance of lack. Hello? That doesn't make any sense. It's like an oxymoron. You have an abundance of lack because you keep focusing on all the lack in the world. How about you start focusing on the true abundance that you actually are and you already have within? Seek ye the kingdom within and all its righteousness, and all shall be added unto thee. Non-religious, metaphysical. Whenever I read any of those like scriptures from any of those books, it's from metaphysics, not from a religious standpoint. I'm not here for those types of games. I could give fuck all about those games. I read it from a purely metaphysical aspect. Seek ye the kingdom, right here, not some place in some fairyland, right here. And all shall be added onto thee. What that means is to know that everything already exists. All frequencies, you turn the dial, all the turning, the knob, all that shit is right here, right now. Your mind will create a story, though. In fact, you're using your mind to type, which is normal. That's perfect. But who's actually typing? Is it the mind or is it you? That's a question for some of you in the chat, or all of you. Who's actually the one typing the message? Is it you or is it the mind? Of course you're going to say it's me, but is it though? Could be, right? That's why I'm grateful that Carnage brought up that whenever you are in a dream world, or I call it the night visions, do you ever see your reflection? That was the first time I ever saw myself, like from like a third person, like I'm watching from a first person view to a third person aspect. It was quite hilarious. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? I'm like right there, but I'm here. It doesn't make any sense. Right, because dreams don't make sense. Because from our logical mind, it has to follow a certain sequence for it to make sense. But in the universe, nothing makes sense. That's why it's a paradox. That's why there are people who are doing extraordinary things and you're like, how the fuck is that possible? Well, because they simply got rid of the logical aspect and got out of the way and allowed things to just unfold magically. It's quite fascinating. No, you have a soul. Your mind's just telling you a story that you don't have a soul, but you have a soul. A celestial being of light in human form for human experience in brothers society. I mean, whatever works for you. If it's working for you, it's bringing you joy, use it. As long as you're enjoying underboss, use it. As long as you're not creating any obfuscations in your life, use it. Who says that I'm human too, dude? I'm far more alien than probably you. Not to get into a fifth dimensional battle, because there's no need to. There's no need to play those types of games. I used to do, by the way. There couldn't be no one more alien than me, but I don't play that game anymore. But yeah, I'm not human as well either. None of us actually are. I hate to break it to all of you, but you're not actually human. You chose a human form, but that's not who you actually are. Not to get too into that. That's not what today's about. Today is about awareness and why you have the power to shift your story at every present moment. But the mind's not going to just do you think your mind's going to just let you think the thoughts that you want to think? Hell no, it's not. You want to think, I am abundant, or I have that woman of my dream, or that man of my dreams. I have the business, or I have the money, I have all of the things. Your mind's going to be like, no, you don't, you fucking liar. You don't have shit. In fact, this is what you have. You have nothing. Nothing. And guess what? Then you'll take on the story of the mind. You're like, yeah, you're right. I don't have anything. And then guess what? You get finessed by the mind. And the mind turns your dial back to lack and fear and worry and doubt and insecurity. And guess what it really comes down to? Insecurity. All you need to do is turn your dial to confidence. Hello, you already have everything. It's just that simple. But the mind's gonna be like, no, it doesn't. I know how the fucking mind works. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have it, Orion. Sure it does. You just decide. That's not how it works. I need evidence, right? We go back to Clayton. I need evidence. Morning. I need evidence. The evidence is right here. I need evidence. I'm so grateful for that conversation, even though it was 2 hours in a fucking loop on Sunday. And I'm like, come on, man. Like, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Like, there came a point where I was like, there's nothing else to say. Like, I just sat there observing at this point. I was just like watching. I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, and everybody else in the chat at the time was like attempting to help Clayton with their version of what I was talking about. And Clayton's like, I need evidence. I have only love and respect for Clayton, but like, I need evidence. And he reminded me of me and how ridiculous I was being up until like even a year ago. Because a year ago around this time, I was sitting at this water crying my fucking eyes out. I was getting so fucking mad. I was punching the rocks. I was bloodying up my knuckles. I was getting so fucking like irritated and mad. I was so fucking mad. I'm like, what the fuck, universe? Like, why did you put me on this godforsaken planet, you piece of... And I started like cussing and like cursing the world, and I was going down all because the eyes and the mind want evidence. But it was already working out. It already had worked out. We had so much evidence. What else do you need to know? Hello, you went to Vegas. You manifested $10,000. Just like that. You spent time with billionaires. You understood how money works. You got to stay in New York for a bit. You think that was just by coincidence? Hello? You're on this journey. Yes, you got scammed and you lost millions of dollars in your scam. But guess what? You didn't lose it. You just circulated it. You deposited it to the universe. This is a bar, by the way. Anytime any of you lose money, listen carefully. You might want to write this one down. Anytime any of you get scammed or you lose money or you spend money, you're not losing shit. You're circulating it and it's going to come back to you. This is how it works. It's a flow. It's a system of flow. Give and receive. It's not just give or just receive. It's both. And if you did get scammed, I feel for you because I've been there. But guess what? You can call that your initiation, your tuition to get the information that you needed to get to be fucking aware right now. I had to lose all of my, like 95% of my resources that I saved up, right? I was on a different journey at that moment. I was investing, right? I was investing in the stock market. I was investing in crypto. I was investing in all kinds of stuff. And I was still learning about, mindset, but I wasn't into the spiritual stuff yet or the esoteric yet. But that shit had to happen for my coach, my first coach, to show up to kind of point me into the direction I was now walking, but vastly different from where I was when I first met her. So you see, shit had to happen. It had to unfold. Otherwise, I would not be here live streaming. In fact, I would probably had my millions of dollars, but there's some fear still lingering inside of me, and I'd probably lose it somewhere else down the road. And then I would have to start the journey from a different part. See, shit has to happen. Sometimes shit just does have to happen. But when you lose money, you're not losing shit. You're just depositing it to the universe for it to come back to you in different ways that you can never, ever possibly fucking imagine. But your logical mind is going to get in the way of, like, it has to know all the ins and outs and it has to see the bigger picture. Fuck the mind, by the way. Just fuck it. Anytime I'm speaking to any of you and I'm not talking to your body and your soul. I'm talking to your mind. And I'm like literally saying, hey, quiet. Shh. For those who are arguing, shh. I'm telling the mind to shut up. Be quiet. Calm down. You're not your mind. I'm not telling the body and the soul to shut up. I'm telling the mind to shut the fuck up. And I'm telling this mind sometimes to shut the fuck up too. But essentially, it's just like, it'll keep telling a story that, like, it's not possible. Uno momento. Somebody's, like, motorbike is, like, I don't know what the... There he is. Okay. So, I was like, the fuck is going... Anyways. So whenever you're circulating money, it's coming back to you. You're not spending, you're circulating. Write that down. You're not spending, you're circulating. If you didn't lose anything, it'll come back to you. It always does. That's why you're still fucking here. You might be looking like you're struggling, but you're not actually struggling. At your soul level, you're not struggling. Otherwise, you would not be here. Physically, your soul, or whatever you want to call yourself, doesn't matter. You would not physically be here. In fact, you wouldn't be able to type your messages. That's how lucky all of you are to still be here. Take that in. You're still alive, aren't you? You're still here. Some of you would like to troll. You get to still troll. Congratulations, you get to still do that. Others, you get to be positive and joyful and loving. You get to still be that. Where two or three are gathered in the name, I am there. I love it. Who the fuck is that guy? I like that. Yeah, it's all love and building. I do apologize. I didn't read everything. I'm just kind of like scrolling up. I'm just scrolling up. I'm not using the YouTube app. I'm using Streamlabs, so I have to scroll up. I'm just kind of quickly scrolling through. All right, cool. Cool. The only difference between any of us is just awareness. That's it. Nothing more. What is here? We all have the same wisdom. We are all the same. None of us is different. No one is having more wisdom. I don't care if you're a 99th dimensional being like me. I'm going to toot my own horn. Or you're a 5th dimensional being, or you're a Pleiadian, or a starseed, or insert you're a reptilian, or gray, or insert word that doesn't exist because all words are just made up anyways. I don't care what you are. It all is the same right here. The all is mind, the universe is mental. You can continue to keep separating, like, yeah, I'm a 99 dimensional being. Okay, cool, but you're still part of the universe. How can you not be? You're not excluded out of the universe. Otherwise, you wouldn't exist. There's many people like, I go beyond the universe. Okay, cool. You can't go beyond yourself because you are already yourself. You're at mastered form. Anyways, that's a different conversation. My point to say is this, like, you have the power of choice and decision at your disposal once you're aware of that. And because I just said that, congratulations. For those of you who did not know that you had power to choose and decide, now you do. You have it in your awareness. Now you can't make any excuses because I just shared it. The choice is yours. Just like I have the choice too. The moment any of you share anything, I now have it. Here. It always was here. But the soul sent out a beacon to pull in information to send it up here. That's how it works. That's the process of learning. Or I like to use the word remembrance. So I like to use more powerful words, even though you can change the power of learning to be as powerful as remembrance. Paradox. But to stay coherent with majority of humans, I use more powerful words. Every word is very powerful, but some words can bring you to like, you're like, I'm learning. No, I have remembered. Big difference. Energetically, there's a big difference between learning and remembering, but you can take the power of learning and remember it and just fuse it together, and you're like, I'm fucking aware. How about that? Too many people are playing too humble. Oh, Ryan, you gotta be humble. Yeah, well then be like 98% of the planet who's just living a difficult life because they don't want to put themselves out there. I don't care anymore. I don't hold back. Somebody likes me, cool. If someone thinks I'm an asshole, I don't care. I don't care. I really don't fucking care. I just came here to mirror back awareness, to the mind to help you to unlock the fullest potential of the mind so that you can live your best life or live your most fullest potential. And notice I said the word potential because it's just potential. What is potential? The ability to either have it or not have it. It can happen or not happen. You get to decide. Basically, potential is choice. Nothing more. That's why when people are done with me, they don't need to hire someone else because I bring fucking results. That's what I do. It's who I am. On a live stream, it's a little bit challenging because I'm reading words and I have to go back and forth with words. I'm not having like a dialect with you all. I'm just having word conversation with my words speaking and you're texting words. But if this was like a one-on-one conversation, like you're physically here, things would be a lot different. The chat would be a lot more, how do I say this? There would be a lot more nuances and more of this. It's not like rigid. YouTube needs to add that feature where people can actually raise their hand and if they want to actually talk and share their perspective, that would be awesome. Like make this fucking Zoom. This is why I feel like I'm supposed to create the world's greatest live stream platform and take down YouTube's live stream, take down TikTok, take down Twitch, take down Facebook and Instagram, and build the best. And also take down Zoom and StreamYards and build the best thing ever. We'll see. Maybe some of you are supposed to build it. Maybe I just gave you your $1 trillion idea. Congratulations. Go build it. Anyways, that's another conversation. I'll give that airplane a moment to go fly by. And it gives me a moment to read the comments. Yeah, exactly. Intro Reel by Kendrick Lamar. Yes. Taking a moment because I'm opening up my awareness right now, more perception. This is by slowing down. I had a conversation last night with a sister and I asked her, how come you're so quiet? She normally has a lot to say in our chat. She's like, well, Orion, because she's at the same level as me because she's aware of all this. She's like, morning. She's like, morning. She was like, well, Orion, there's nothing to say. I'm at peace. I don't want to use words. I'm like, you're right. I don't want to use words either. In fact, we could just be on this call and not say a word to each other. And we can just like be in the silence. And this is another awareness I'm going to bring to all of you. I already talked about this, but I'm going to bring it up again. You know, majority of human minds do not like silence. It's actually very terrifying for the mind to be in silence. I think there's a room somewhere in America where you can actually it's a challenge. You sit in the room for an hour with absolutely no sound, and so many people get freaked out and they get terrified. They can't finish the challenge. Right? Because take this in. You're in your room, right? Let's say you have the TV off, your PlayStation's off, or your fans off, or your vents off. Like, just sit in silence. You'll start to hear things fucking loud and clear with what the fuck the mind's probably saying. But the mind is like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be there. No, I don't want you to see me. I want to keep hiding in the background. I want to make sure that I have control over you. I can't lose you. And I can't let you let go of me. I can't. So that's what the mind's going to do. Because it wants distraction. It wants you to be fucking distracted. And the world wants you to also be distracted, because a mind that's distracted is a mind that's easily governable. That's a real bar. I hope you write that one down. I'm bringing shit into awareness that you may not be aware of. But I know you guys are aware of it. But I'm just kind of like reflecting back. So, a mind that is distracted is easily governable. It's just that simple. When you're not distracted, you can see everything for what it is. That's why I don't live on the earth. I live in this world, but I'm not of this world. So I'm actually living above the earth. Not like some like alien like watching you, but I'm like observing how shit is. That's why I don't get tripped up with a bunch of bullshit anymore, because there's no point. People can come on my stream and call me the Nigger word. They can call me nigga, they can call me Indian, they can call me whatever the fuck they want. It has no relevance to me, because I don't get tripped up with first dimensional comments. I don't play games like that anymore, because I'm aware of what's going on in their mind. Some want to get a reaction out of you so that they feel they accomplished the mission, because the mind's always looking to accomplish something. That's their mission. To get a reaction out of somebody. Right? All of you in the chat right now, you guys are actually talking something really aligned. So I'm leaving you guys to have your conversation. Right? Each of you are having your own conversation right now. And I'm glad that you guys are bonding and connecting. Right? If there is a troll amongst you all, just let them be. Let them be. I'm not here to even bother with them. But in any event, when a mind is like just silent, you get all your answers in the now. Like, you will hear everything crystal fucking clear. Crystal fucking clear clarity. And the universe will start to help you because you're starting to be more clear. That's why, like, I know what to say in every present moment. I'm never like, what do I say next? I don't know. I'm fucking clear as day. Somebody said one time, you're like a fucking magic 8-ball. I'm like, hell yeah, I am a fucking magic 8-ball. I can answer anything at any time. It's easy. It's not even difficult. Now, if there's things like, well, Orion, what is 3.14, blah, 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 blah. I don't give a fuck about 3.14, okay? If I really want to know, I can go fucking Google it. See? My soul will tell the mind, go on Google and type in what is after 3.14. Congratulations, I fucking know. It's just that simple. I don't play stupid ass games. That's why, like, I'm not going to be your traditional fucking YouTuber either. Whoever finds this channel, you were meant to find it. Even the trolls. It's for them to purge their negative energy towards me, and I transmute it. And for all of you who are aware, to just remember all this so that you can navigate the world easier. Underboss, retain the gains, right? Ohm, Doc, Chelsea, Carnage, anybody else? Yeah, kind of, but I respect them all. There's no judgment, right? Because they're souls too, but their souls are being imprisoned by their mind. So really, when I'm looking at trolls, I'm looking at their mind more like a word on a page. Let's pretend this is a word on a page. I see them as words on a page. Nothing more. I'll see if I can snap this, but I can't. Oh, I can! Look at that, I did snap it. See, I told myself I can fucking snap, and I fucking snapped it. Hell yeah, let's go. The mind's like, you can't snap it. I'm like, yeah, I can. Bet. Just did. I see every human as every body Like every body, not the mind, but every body as a pure divine being. So I have love for the body and I have love for the soul. What I don't really have too much love for is the mind. I respect it, but I don't entertain a lot of it. Because again, when I'm speaking to another human, I'm not speaking to a human, I'm speaking to a mind. Because whenever you're operating with a human, you're operating from their mind. Unless you know that they're operating from here. So I'm aware of like, I'm actually speaking to a mind that might be controlling the human. Not everybody, but majority. I do that because of puppeteer. That's how I was able to I have to label something, I have to create words and label it so I can understand what the fuck is going on. Now that I know, I can't be unaware of it again. And I know when this wants to do this to the body and like string me along. It'll use like some of the trolls to like, yeah, let's get Orion angry at the troll. Let him like get mad. So that I can sneak back in and control over him, because I'm not gonna let him just put me to the side anymore. And I keep telling him like, hey, you're supposed to be working with me, not the other way around. And I see it with others as well. What is going on? Like, when somebody said to me in the physical, this was off stream, he asked me, how do I stay in my frequency? And again, just for those of you who are new and who haven't heard me talk about frequency, I will explain it once again. I always love explaining things again. A frequency is made of 7 keys, generally. And your frequency is just another word for your state of being, your self-concept of yourself. It comes down to your beliefs that you believe, your perceptions of what you perceive of yourself and others and the world, your expectations of what you think is normal and not normal, and what you expect for yourself and what you're not expecting for yourself. It comes down to your emotional charged thoughts, which you choose to entertain as real and true with emotion. It comes down to your convictions, how much conviction you have in this thing. Like, I truly believe, or I know that I can I truly know and I can have this. Then it comes on to your reactions, on how you react around the world or how you respond, and your attention / focus. So that's the 7 keys. Where was I going with this? See, I got distracted. Doesn't really matter. The mind, right, will attempt to, well, yeah, I remember now. See, manifested it instantly. He was asking me how to stay in the frequency. And I'm like, so I know you asked me that question. His name is Josh. Josh, I know you asked me that question. He came over on Saturday. I'm like, who do you think is asking that question? Is it you or is it the mind? I had to kind of like have him take a moment to like pick that apart. Is it you or is it the mind that's asking, how do I stay in that frequency? Because the mind is like wanting you to be in the frequency, but it also wants you to think that you have to keep chasing that you're never in that frequency, and you have to keep seeking, finding, searching, attaining, acquiring, accomplishing, and achieving things. This is what the mind does. It will never stop this, just so you know. So when you're aware of this, you can better navigate. You don't need to keep achieving shit. It's giving you this false sense of like you're progressing. Hello, you're already fucking progressed. You've already mastered yourself, all of you. No, that's not true. Well, then keep being... Here's the thing. It's a paradox. You're mastering yourself, but there is a mastered version of you that you're just reaching. But you're closing the gap. Anyway, so I told him, like, what if I told you that you're already in your frequency? Would you believe me, or would you know in me? And yes, that doesn't sound right when I say, do you know in me? But knowing goes beyond believing. See? Energetic words. The words behind the energy, like the energy behind those words. He's like, that makes sense. Why am I asking, how do I stay in this frequency? Just decide that you're already in it, no matter what you do. even if you're not feeling at 100, because life is going to oscillate. You're not going to always be high vibe, and that's bullshit. That's absolutely bullshit to say high vibe. Fuck high vibe. You have to be in the right vibration, and you're always in the right vibration if you're oscillating. Even if you get fucking triggered, you get mad, it's okay, you're still in the right vibration. It just comes down to, it's just a cloud passing in the sky. You're still in the right vibration. Congratulations. You can be angry and manifest shit. You're always manifesting in every present moment. Or I would say revealing, because manifestation is just bringing something that's currently invisible and making it visible. But it's shifting within, internally, to such a degree that you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing your reality change. Mr. Learning What Playlist knows exactly that definition. He knows it very, very well. One troll can throw a whole platoon off their game. It's true. You're right. They definitely could, but that's if the platoon doesn't know themselves. And regarding cults, you know, that's another word that, you know, people are like, yeah, this is a fucking cult, this is a cult, this is a cult. It's simply because they have no idea what the fuck I'm actually saying, because I'm speaking Chinese to them, essentially. Right? I'm speaking words, they hear the words, but it doesn't register because they're on a different frequency. Different frequency, different language. That's a bar, write it down. Quite simply. If I'm on a different frequency and you're on a different frequency and I'm saying words, but you're not perceiving my words because you hear them, but you're like, I don't understand, it's not clarking, right? It's not clocking, but I'll use Nero's word. It's not clarking for them. Then guess what? How can they understand? Right? It doesn't make any sense. It won't make any sense to them. How are you, sister? You good? Good stuff. Right? Morning. So like when you're on your own frequency and they're on their own frequency, you're speaking language that, you know, you understand, and you'll speak and you'll know what they're saying, because you've risen your frequency to a point where like you understand what others are going through. But others who haven't reached where you're currently at, they can't understand you. It's just that simple. That's why there's no point making people understand you. We all want to be understood, but there are going to be times where people are just not going to understand you. There's no point in even convincing anybody of anything. And I'm not even here. For me, I'm not even here. I'm just here to bring awareness to these simple things that we forgot. A lot of humans forgot a lot of this awareness because they've been distracted. They're too fucking distracted with all the bullshit that's happening on the planet. Underboss. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool and all, but you see, I don't care about all that bullshit about Lucifer and Pax and all this other bullshit. I'm focusing right here, right now. And everyone who keeps subjecting themselves to this outside blah 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 bullshit. We're not being ignorant. We know shit like that exists. So now, like for me, I choose to not put my attention on bullshit like that. And that's why I don't manifest shit like that. I manifest things that are actually important, like my clients and helping them make impact in the world. That's what I do. Making sure that like anybody who passes by, they hear what needs to be heard. I don't give a shit about all that stuff. Yes, that stuff does exist, but I don't give a fuck about it because I'm my own fucking shiny universe. I'm my own shiny object in my own universe. And you are your own shiny object. But most people, what they do is put something else as the most shiny object in their universe. And guess what happens? They put themselves less than what they actually are. So they put something above them. Hello? Awareness. It's such a powerful tool. I'm like, hey itself, I call God itself, hey itself, why didn't you just fucking tattoo on the back of each of our eyelids awareness and paradox? Would have made life so much simpler. So then guess what itself told me? Okay, Orion, let me ask you this question, Orion. When you play a video game, do you like to play the game on easy mode? It basically, it basically checkmate me there immediately. But I'll finish what it said. Do you like playing the game on easy mode? I'm like, no. Well, exactly. Imagine I made this game easy for all of you. Would you enjoy it? No. That's why there's this endless opportunities and endless exploration on this planet, right? All things are valid, equal, and true and real to some extent. And you guys get to navigate it. So I'm like, I've asked all these types of questions to itself, like, why did you even create us to have this experience through us? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Are you bored with yourself? Is this why you are doing this? Are you bored with yourself? The answer is yes, I'm bored, but also yes, I want to explore. At this point, I just have to say, you know what? Fuck it. I just accept it. Whatever. At this point, there's no point even attempting to understand it with the finite mind, because that's what the mind wants to do. Always looking to understand something. There's nothing wrong with understanding. That's the reason why the mind was created, so you can understand, be curious. But there comes a point where you're gonna have to kind of like tranquilo. But if you don't tranquilo, then guess what you're doing? You're creating more noise, more obfuscations, more problems, more distractions, more distortions, more fraction, more friction, more everything. And your mirror and all that just keeps getting shattered and into billions of pieces. And you're like, what the fuck is going on? And so when you attempt to look at something, everything's fucking distorted. So that's why last year I said, you know what? Fuck it. I guess I'm going to just say that everything is just right here. And the answer starts right here. And it really does. And that's how I got to my conclusion. After 7 years of seeking, I stopped seeking. I don't need to seek anymore. I'm done. Now I get to live and enjoy. And I am living and fucking enjoying. You think I have to be on a live stream? You think that I want to be on a live stream? No, I get to be on a live stream. Big difference. Morning. How are you? No complaints. Every time I ask that, I know what your answer is going to be. Exactly.
I learned from the people from your country.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ask them what are you?
No complaints.
No complaints.
No complaints.
The same time, another day, was the same thing, no complaints.
No complaints.
The third day I said I don't have to ask you anymore because you know I don't complain.
Exactly.
They complain, nobody listens, nobody helps.
It's true. That's the
Happy to see you complain, make them jealous.
Exactly. It's a paradox.
Okay.
I'll see you in a bit.
Well, that's the way it is anyway.
That's the way it is.
You know, not too many people believe. I got 84 years. So nobody believes that I have a problem.
Yeah. But you're
always the old man to have
but you choose to not make things a problem. So that right there.
Okay.
All right. 84-year-old man chooses not to have problems. That's why every time I see him, he says, no complaints. It's brilliant. Morning. It's brilliant. Like, no complaints. Just easy, simple. The mind doesn't want to make it simple, though. The mind, like I mentioned earlier, strives on complexity. Simplicity is actually foreign to the mind. It's not its default program. Fucking hates simplicity. Because I want to point this out, y'all, and I do apologize. I haven't read a lot of the messages, but I'm just locked the fuck in right now. I'm just excited because awareness is one of my favorite things to talk about. Like, I get so excited to talk about this. It's one of my passions. When the mind, right, thinks something's too simple, it like discards it, like, nah, it can't be. No. Nope. Nope. The answer, no, there's no way it's underneath my nose. There's no fucking way. So, guess what it does? You go on your mythical journey, you go slay your dragons, you get your ass handed by a dragon, you go find your little master. That could be your book or your teacher or your sensei or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Then they'll train you and do whatever bullshit you need to get through. Then you go fight that dragon, you beat the dragon up. And then guess what? You go slay another dragon. And then you keep slaying all these dragons, and you're never getting closer to where you actually were in the beginning. Yes, you get experience, and yes, you get awareness to certain things. It builds foundation, and that's the importance of your journey, is to build foundation and fundamentals so that you are grounded. So when shit happens, you know how to handle it. That's the reason why you go on your journey. But guess what? The answer was already at the beginning of your journey. It was right there. Ta-da! Congratulations! That's how movies and TV shows and most like animes work. You're always fighting some villain. It's the hero's journey. I had to go on my journey to understand that I never had to go on my journey. Sounds kind of ridiculous, but it's true. But I had to go on my journey so that I could be aware and have all the fundamentals and foundations in place. So my house, or I like to call it my pyramid, not my temple, my pyramid, is built on solid foundation, not rocky foundation. Even though I'm standing on rocks right now. Ironic. So, but it's just fascinating that the mind just does not want to accept things as simple. It just doesn't like simplicity. It hates it. It does not like simplicity. The mind is always striving for complexity because it's thinking that the answer is outside of itself. The answer is right here. You want to know the fucking answer to life? Hello, it's right here. It's nothing more. Congratulations. That's all you need to know. But Orion, that's not true. It can't be. Again, this is the paradox. The mind is always looking for some extraordinary answer. It wants to have this magical, extraordinary, balls to the wall experience to then say, this is the answer. But it's always looking for that answer in some future now. Hello, it's right here, right now. This is what you're looking for. It's not a looking with your eyes thing. It's a feeling that you're grounded and you know that the answers are right here. It all starts with you. And that, going back to Clayton, he's like, how can it be me? I need evidence. The mind wants to go through this extraordinary difficulty, complex thing to say that I did something hard and difficult in the name of being relevant. In the name of being relatable. That I did something so hard and difficult and others will appreciate my effort of going through 20 plus years of hating the world and going through 7 years of figuring shit out to now telling everybody that the answers are right here. So basically for me, the answer is right here. But no human mind will fully accept that. Because the mind's like, no. If it was so simple, then why is everybody else not doing it? Because everybody else is looking for complexity through their mind. And they forgot that, hello, the answers are right here. That's why itself, God, insert word, made the game this way so that you could figure it out. I'm so grateful that I got to fucking figure it out. That's why there can be no more suffering for me, because it starts right here. Not here. We've been trained to use this. We forgot that this is actually what we were supposed to be trained. And guess why? Because you can call it the other side or the other forces want to make sure that you don't have your sovereignty. I'm not fighting them. There's no battle with them. They are irrelevant to me now. When they're like proctors of the exam, they are there as sort of like proctors of the exam so that you can figure this shit out and get out of the exam, even though this is not even an exam, it's a paradox. But too many people are finessed by the outside world. And yes, I still work with the outside world, but I work with my rules and how things work. I decide how things work. This is where the complication is going to start, because the mind's like, well, if that's how it really works, then that means you're like breaking like red lights and like you're no. I'm still working with the system. what's in place, but I'm working with my system too, alongside it, and not creating more obfuscations. I know damn well not to be driving at like 50 kilometers over the speed limit. I know to not be disrespectful when I see people. I know not to go and do something to someone, like harm them. A little bit of common sense can go a long way. Even though, common sense is actually an illusion in itself, because what's common sense to most people is actually, to the universe, it doesn't make any sense. And it kind of like traps you. So that common sense also is a paradox. Everything's a paradox. That's the word that everybody should have remembered. Fucking paradox. But yes, it does help the world. Oh man, you guys left some good stuff. Do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? Well, that question, right? Because I know that's not for me, but I know that question's been said. Do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? For me, I don't need to be right. I just know, without me having to be right or wrong, because it just is. And I can still be happy. Paradox. That's how I live my life. I'm not right, it just is. I live in a world, in my universe, where I can destroy all language. I can destroy all the meanings to all languages. I can destroy all concepts. I can destroy all thoughts, all beliefs, all everything. Change meanings, get rid of meanings at any time. Because everything before humans got here was and has been just is. We're the ones that labeled this thing called water, but water is not called water. It had no name. We are the ones that gave it that name, water. But guess what? That's just in English. This is really another part of awareness. In different languages, even though they're pointing to the same thing, this substance here, it's not called water in their language, it's called something else. So if somebody were to come and speak Hebrew or Spanish, and they told me what that is, I'll be like, what are you pointing? If they didn't point to it, and they just said the word. They came down and they said whatever it is in the language for what this is called, I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? It has no meaning to me. But if they said, yeah, that's water, it has meaning, because I see what you're doing. You're pointing to this substance called water, even though it actually had no name. That's the point. That's a big awareness that most humans have forgotten. That all languages actually have zero meaning until you give it some sort of emotional attachment and we label it. There's a story, and I forget which book I read. I think it was The Code of the Extraordinary Mind, where you see the sky, the color blue, right? It didn't exist. That word blue did not exist in a tribe's mind back eons ago. But then someone randomly came out of nowhere and pointed to them, that thing's called blue. And of course, now they had the word blue, so now it exists. But before that didn't exist. All things can exist until you give it a word. That's a bar, write it down. And the word is what gives meaning, labels, and emotions. And then you feel this is an energetic world. If you were to get rid of all your language, all of you, I just snapped all your language away. There's nothing else you could do. You're basically just you couldn't even stand. You just your body's going to still be able to do its thing, to breathe and to blink, but you won't know anything about anything. That's why words are so important, to know how you're using your words. Awareness. This is a big one. This is actually one of the biggest aspects. How you're using your words. When you say, I'm trying so hard. You know what you're actually saying? Underneath that, I'm trying so hard, it means that you have no hope. and you're energetically saying, I have no hope. I'm trying so hard. That's why I don't use the word try. Unless I'm using it for, I'm going to have that slice of pizza. I'm going to try that slice of pizza. I want to try that slice right there. That very slice right there, hell yeah, I want that piece right there. Give me that. I want to try that slice. I'll use the word try there. But when it comes to like, I'm trying to build my business. I'm trying to stream. Fuck that. I don't use the word try. I just do it. Confidence. Because try basically implies no confidence when you're using it in that context. And that's the other thing about words. Every word has a context. Right? Imagine somebody just randomly came on and they saw me like doing that. They'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Right? They have no idea what the fuck is going on. So they'd be like, right? And they'll create their own, assumptions based on what they just saw, right? That's how all of you showed up on my stream. You saw me talking about whatever, and then it clicked that like, oh, I like this guy. Or no, I hate this guy. Based on some of the things I said in that one moment. And your first 5 seconds is going to basically impress or show you, what's the word I'm looking for? It's basically going to be like your resume, right? So imagine like every 5 seconds someone new is showing up and they're like, I don't like this guy. I hate how he's talking, right? Awareness. You see, everything has fucking awareness around it. When you're aware of even being aware, of being aware, of being aware, of being aware, and yes, being more aware, you start to see how shit works. It forces you to be present. It allows you to slow down and see things for what it is. I love fucking talking about awareness. This is my favorite subject. I can go in all different directions with it. It's never ending. Think about all the live streams I've done. It's always talking about awareness to some degree. It just may have not used the word, but it's always bringing it. It's always about awareness. I do love talking and I do love my own voice. Thank you very much. That's a second dimensional comment I can feel. You're welcome. So like this person who left this comment, this is awareness right here. I'm aware that, he said that I love my own voice. Fuck yeah, I love my own voice. I love fucking talking. But I know what he means. He's like, oh, you're like in like a negative connotation, right? That's why he said what he said. I don't get trapped up with like games like that. I'm literally bringing that into awareness as well. So you're aware that I'm aware that what you're doing. Everything starts with awareness. Morning. Have a great day. Thank you. It's brilliant. Once you see the game for what it is, you're just like, oh. You're the game master. You get to move the pieces at any time and call checkmate immediately. Checkmate. What? But that's not how chess works. No, you decide because you're the game master. You have the rules. Your laws are your rules that you've created within yourself. Checkmate. Done. That's not how chess works. No, it works the way I decide. Checkmate. Done. There are people who are going to come on my stream. I want to bring this into awareness. Who are going to attempt to over-intellectualize me so that they can feel morally superior. You can do that. It's fine. If that's bringing you joy and bringing you some sort of serenity and calmness within yourself, which I don't think it is, but if it is, if it's some twisted way of giving yourself serenity, do whatever you want. I don't care. Doesn't affect me. Just know what you're doing. Most people don't even know what they're doing when they're doing it. It's like the mind's like typing code and The human is like like moving hand, move over there. That's where the expression like humans are like robots, because the mind is like controlling them like a robot. Who watches the watcher? Exactly. What's up, Sunil? Exactly. I like you already. Metacognition. I like you already. Well, I like your mind already, because your mind knows. Your soul I love, but I like your mind, because your mind, yeah. Who watches the watcher? See? I've never even met you before, and I already... That's enough, isn't it? That just brings a big smile on my face, just seeing that message. Metacognition. Ooh. So important. Thank you for showing up, by the way. I appreciate you. I know you've probably never seen me before. My name's Orion. And I help people unlock the power of their mind so they can live their best life. That's the simplest way of saying what I do, but it goes even further than that. Awareness. You're welcome. And I do appreciate you. Yeah, I love that. I love that, bro. Aw, me. It's important to just be aware of these things. That's my mission. Mirroring back awareness that is sort of forgotten from our day-to-day life. Like the power of our words. Like the energetics behind the words and when we're saying it, and the context behind the words, right? The definitions. We all have our own personal definition of each word. And not just one definition, but two or maybe even three or even four. Because you have a conscious definition and then a subconscious definition and a superconscious definition of words. The fact that what the mind is doing is always looking for complexity in the simple aspect of life. Leonardo da Vinci said this before, and I'll say it again because I've repeated it many times. The greatest art form of sophistication is simplicity. It's not complexity. The greatest art form of sophistication is simplicity. Sophistication sounds like a word that's aiming towards to be complex. It's sort of like a paradoxical statement, but it's really quite simple. The problem is the mind doesn't like simplicity. It hates it. It fucking hates simplicity. It's not designed for simple things. It's designed to do like calculation of this, like complex stuff. So it's normal, and it's okay. That's its purpose. What happened to each of us, though, to some degree, is that we forgot that we also have another one, and it's right here. I'm pointing to the heart, but I'm not talking about the physical heart. I'm talking about what is within the heart, not the thing that pumps the blood. And yes, that's very important, but I'm talking about the energy behind the heart. Whatever that is, you can call it whatever. It has many different names. It has insert name, insert word. But that is its own intelligence. And we forgot to use this, and we've been using more of this. Yes, we use this to, move our fingers and, stand on these rocks and make sure I'm staying balanced, right? And speak the words and whatnot. But it's really this that's helping this to do all of this. And to be aware. Here's the other thing. There are people who are obsessed with being aware of being aware. Been there. And that creates its own paradoxical obfuscation. I'm being aware of being aware of being aware of being aware. There are people like that. You'll run into them. That I'm so aware, I'm so aware, I'm so aware. That's okay, nothing wrong with that. It's just they even create more obfuscation when they do. Like, I'm aware of being aware. I'm aware of being aware. of being aware of being aware. For me, I'm just like, yeah, I see it. I'm just existing. I'm enjoying. I'm still doing stuff. I'm still taking action in alignment, working with 3 planes of existence: mental, spiritual, and physical. I don't really like calling it spiritual, but that's the word that a lot of people use, so I'm going to use that word for now. Spiritual, by the way, for most humans are like this airy, fairy thing. Spiritual just simply means unseen. You can't see with your eyes, but you can see with your mind. That's the mental and the spiritual are kind of like one and the same. They're slightly different, but they're still kind of one and the same. And then you have your physical plane. You take action from alignment in all 3 planes of existence. There are people who are just doers and just like go, 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 rush, 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 move, move, move. Action, 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 action. But they never change their state of being when they're taking the action. Then there are people who are like, think it and feel it and all comes to pass. You have this spectrum and they don't take any fucking action. And then there's others who are in alignment in all 3, and then you see how things unfold. That would be me. That would be all of you. Whatever it is that you're doing. You're in alignment. Decide. You're already in alignment. It's just that simple. Hello, good morning. Have an amazing... Thank you so much, Sam. I appreciate you. Mental, left half of the brain. Spiritual, right half of the brain. Exactly. Or astral, if you want to use the word astral, because a lot of people do like the word astral. That works too, as a substitute to mental, or to spiritual. Astral works. Spirit. Insert word. All words are made up anyways, right? We made them up, even though it's within us. Itself is within us and made those words through us, but it's still all made up anyway so that we can navigate the world. That's another set of awareness. The awareness that all words are made up, all languages are made up, but we have to use words to navigate the world. Because if I say, who are you without your words and your language and your concepts and your thoughts and your beliefs? You'll just be like this. You'll be like a mannequin. Quite literally, you'll be a mannequin. You might not be standing, you might be sitting, but even the act of standing and sitting will not exist because you simply won't know what the fuck you're doing. You'll just be a mannequin. That's why it's important to know your words. It's very important. That's the most important thing actually in this world, because your words are what governs what you're going to experience. That's a real bar. Write it down. What your words, whatever words you're currently aware of and what you're saying and what you're aware of each word is and what they're doing is what you're going to experience. You can either experience resistance or flow. For me, everything's flow. That's why everything's so easy for me to just navigate. Morning, how are you? Good, thank you. For me, everything's just easy and flow. There's like, it's not hard. It used to be hard though, because the mind was getting in the way, saying, yeah, it has to be difficult. You have to make it difficult because other people will not understand you. Because if you make it easy for yourself, Orion, then guess what? Then you become unrelatable. And if you become unrelatable, then nobody will listen to you. So I have to make it hard so that people can understand you. That's what was my journey. And that's what a lot of people are doing in their life right now. To be fucking relatable. Because what is relatability? It allows you to be understood to some degree by other humans so that you can still be somewhat socially accepted. Another awareness right here. But the moment you realize all of that, you can start to you can start to navigate differently. I don't care if I'm socially accepted. I could give fuck all. If I am on this planet by myself for the rest of my life, so be it. I don't care. That means I don't ever have to live stream ever again. In fact, I get to just be me and do whatever the fuck I want. But I know that I'm with other people and life revolves around people and I love people. So, am I relatable? Hell yeah, because I can relate to all of your stories. I went through practically all different kinds of hell. So I can relate to all of you. Did I have to go through it? Well, yes and no. Yes, so I could be relatable to all of you. No, because I didn't have to go through it. But this is the paradox of my journey. Unfortunately, I had to go through it to realize I never had to go through it. But I went through it, so I knew exactly why I am able to speak at the level that I'm speaking at. Nathan, don't even worry. I didn't even read any of the stuff. Don't even worry about typos. You're good, dude. What most people I forget to realize is relatability comes from a unique conflict between identities or entities. Exactly. And hell is just another word that's made up. There is no fiery place. It's right here. When this doesn't know and it's looking, it doesn't have the experience, and it's like, where is it? And it gets mad because it's like, where is the evidence? Like, there's a brother who was on again. I'm so grateful for Clayton. I have to use him as the example because he was here on Sunday and he's like, I need answers. I want you to answer me, Orion. What's your truth? Right here, right now. Where is it? Right here, right now. Where is it? Right here, right now. I keep saying to him. And he's like, I need evidence. And he's going crazy. Now, of course, he could have just been a troll and he just wanted to just be argumentative, like just wanted to argue over and over. I wasn't even arguing. I was just like, it's right here, dude. I was chill. I was like, it's right here, man. But the mind doesn't want to accept that because it's too simple. It has to be complicated. I could have told him, yeah, you have to jump over 10 million blocks. You have to climb Mount Everest. You gotta go into a volcano and dive deep into the core of the volcano, get into the core of the earth, go down to the Mariana Trench and go all to the very bottom of Mariana Trench and then come back up and you'll get your answer. I could have told him that. That's what a lot of people are technically doing. That's a metaphor for what people are doing in their life. They're fucking climbing Mount Everest and going down into the Mariana Trench to find some answer that is right here. But that's the reason why they go, so they can build foundations and fundamentals. It's important. So that your pyramid, your temple, or your mansion within yourself is on solid foundation. Good morning. How are you?
How are you?
I'm great. Yourself?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good to see you too. There's a trail for those of you who are new to the channel, just above there, so people are riding by, walking by, waving to them. So we'll be walking back to the house shortly. It's 10:34. Yeah. What else? What else do you want to say? Itself? This is not the mind speaking. This is itself through this vessel speaking with your version of itself. Because your itself and my itself is the same itself, but we can't be called itself, because if we were all called itself, then we'd be like, who the fuck are you talking to? I'm talking to you. Me? Yeah, you. But I'm also itself. That's right, I'm speaking to you too. Do you see? That's why we have names. Another awareness, by the way. That's the reason why we were given a name. So that we can navigate. Otherwise, we would all be called itself. And everybody be like, hi, itself. Huh? Who are you speaking to? Speaking to you. You know that Spider-Man meme? The one where they're pointing at each other? That's basically what it is. Hi, itself. All of you are itself, just with a layer called your flesh or your meat suit, and then you have a mind that then has a name. That's a layer. These are layers. But you are actually itself. At its core, you are itself. So hi, itself. Hi, all itselves. I hope all your itselves are doing great. Because I know your itself is actually doing great, but I don't know about the meat suit and the mind. The layer. I don't know about if those layers are doing great, but I do know that itself is doing great. But it can't activate through you until the layers have dissolved to a point where, like, you have the layer, but you now aren't the layer. You're not identifying with the layer. Because you're itself. That's the term it told me to call it, because it's very neutral. It doesn't have like a dude figure. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Higher form do communicate through action more than words. Yes. They communicate through all kinds of different means. It's movie programming is lethal. Yeah, exactly. I know, bro. But hello, itselves. Maybe I start calling all of you itself. Hi, itselves. Hi, itself. I hope all of you itselves are doing great today. But that's not my name. Yeah, because that's what the mind has told you. That's not who you are. But who you are goes beyond even the word itself is not enough to call what you actually are. We have to call you something to exist. Otherwise, it'd be like, we'd just be throwing our arms up in the air and be like, that's why we have words, so we can navigate. But too many people are getting trapped up with their words. They get stuck. They get confined. Their words become like their own little prison. Another awareness right here. Their words become like a cage that locks them in like this. And then the mind's like, you will never leave because I have now ensnared you in your own trap. In fact, this is what a lot of us have done. All of us. I've done it. You've done it probably in your life. You put down fucking bear trap, right? You're the one that's putting the bear trap by using a person, a situation, opportunity, or event. But you're the one that's putting the bear trap with your feelings. And then you're walking into the bear trap and then you get hurt. That's what's happening. A person, a situation, an opportunity, or event is mirroring back what you're currently feeling unconsciously or subconsciously, so they mirror back what you're feeling and then you ensnare your own self into your own trap. That's what's going on. That's why there's so much problems on the planet, because everybody's ensnaring themselves in their own trap. And I came to bring that awareness to stop ensnaring yourself in the trap. That's a bar, write it down. And I'm gonna drink some water. Using water to cool down my water. Paradox. I love talking about awareness. I can talk about awareness every fucking day. In fact, if every day the lesson is awareness, then let it be so. But it'll just be like awareness 1, awareness 2, awareness 3, awareness part 4, awareness part 5, awareness part 100, awareness part 1000. I can keep going on and on about awareness. That's how important this is. It's probably one of the most important topics I will talk about next to you. And I'm not talking about you as the character. I'm not referring to that you. I'm referring to the you that cannot be explained by even the word you. That you. The you that goes beyond your name, your race, your identity, all of it. The you before you even had a name. That's actually the most important aspect, because that is the infinite you. It's just the layers have now created this, like, think of it like you're a diamond or an emerald or whatever your favorite gemstone is, or fuck, whatever you want to be, and you threw garbage on top of it, and you've now called the garbage you. That's not who you are. Or the layers. You threw on a jacket and this is who I am. No, that's not who you are. You take off the fucking jacket. That's who you are. I love that you're dropping the fire, bro. I say to God, keep me in the game, coach. Amazing. Or you can say, thank you for already having me in the game. Because that implying to keep me in the game implies that you're somewhat separate from the game, or it's like you're going to fall out of the game, but you can never fall out of the game because you're already in the game. You see this? You see the paradox here? That's a bar. So you can just say, thank you for having me in the game. I don't correct people. That's not what I'm here for. But I do show there's another perspective as much as I can. Even I have to catch myself at times too. And I'm like, what are you saying? And I'm like, nope. Toss. Like when I say, I'm going to be. No. Whoa. Going to be. That implies that you're not already there right now. Hello? As within, so without. Not as without, so within. It doesn't work that way. I'm going to be confident when no. I'm confident right now. But the mind's gonna be like, that's bullshit. You're lying. That's not true at all. And it'll create a story to ensnare you, to put you back in the trap that you ensnare yourself in. You're basically putting yourself into your own traps with your words. That's why there is really no one on the internet, well, there's a couple, but you have to be aware of this to now see them. But if you weren't aware of them, you wouldn't have found them. But you found me, so you will find them eventually. They'll be saying the same thing, just using different words and metaphors. Put it this way. When most humans figure it out, do you think that other people are going to start writing books about how to be a better human or how to build better mindset? It won't need to be done. Do you think people will have 10 million different podcasts on like how to have self-love? No. It simply will not need to be done because you already know how it works. Oh, Ryan, you're going to destroy the system. I'm not here to destroy anything, but the system is going to start to dissolve on its own, little by just bringing this awareness back into the forefront of our mind because it's forgotten, because we're so distracted by all the shiny objects that are out there that is actually, you're supposed to be the shiniest object, and that's a bar. But so many people are like, nope, that girl is the shiniest object. I want her. I want that trillions of dollars. I want that business. I want that car, and making that thing the shiniest object. And guess what? When you have it, guess what? You're going to want another shiny object. You're never going to be satisfied because the mind is always looking, seeking, and searching and finding. It's always looking. It's always doing that. It's always attaining, acquiring, achieving, and accomplishing. It wants to do that because if you're not doing these things, listen carefully. If your mind is not doing this thing, your mind is going. I'm so excited right now. Your mind is going to start labeling you as a failure. You're falling behind. You're not good enough. And guess what? You start to feel that emotionally, and then the universe will only mirror back what you're feeling, and then it'll bring a circumstance, a situation, an opportunity, or an event to prove you right, because what the thinker thinks, the prover proves. And guess what happens? You end up being stuck in a bind. All because you made a label that you are not producing or consuming or producing or achieving, and you fall behind social norms. Fuck the social norms. Because if you're not, failure to the mind means death. And if you're like dying, it's just that simple, people. In every present moment, I don't care if I'm accomplishing or I'm not accomplishing. I'm doing what I need to do. I'm here. I'm existing. And I'm good either way. I'm not attached or detached. I'm just existing. That's what allowed me to be free and being able to understand all these, you can call it complicated subject matters, but it's actually very simple because I can see it all. I can see all the traps. It's like you're watching the earth and everybody set up their own booby traps, and I can see them like, holy fuck, what the fuck is actually going on here? Like I'm like hovering over the earth and I'm like, oh my God, that person put a big ass like atom bomb there to blow themselves up. Oh, that person put a nuke over there to wipe himself out or herself out. And that person over there definitely put a hell of a bunch of fucking bear traps to ensnare them and be clawed up. Then this person put a bunch of poison traps to ensnare poison in themselves. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And I know because I used to do the same thing to myself. That's why the one who has been through it all can see it all. That's a real bar. Write it down. Whenever you've been through something, you can now see it in someone else. But if you haven't experienced it, then you can't see it in someone else. You can only go as far as you've been. That's another bar. Write it down. And that's referring to the mind, not the soul. The soul has experienced everything. The mind has not. So if you only experience a certain amount of things, that's all you're going to be able to help someone with based on the level of the mind. But when you get past the mind, and this is the ultimate reason why I'm here, there is a you that can go beyond your mind. Don't believe me? That's your mind creating the story that it's not possible because it wants you to keep being finessed by the mind. Paradox. There's a you that can go beyond your mind. That's by using this thing. Hello. It's using this thing. It's okay to be emotionally attached to your work. You're passionate. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong as long as you don't create like a problem behind that meaning. That's my point that I'm saying. Do not create problems behind the meaning. I do apologize for anybody else who's left messages in the chat and I have not read anything. Hi, Chelsea. I know you're here. Nathan, so you're referencing the story in Norse mythology of the world serpent cursed to chase his tail, also known as the self-eating snake, correct? Correct, Nathan. Out of topic, but are you watching Nero's videos? Yes. I still watch it, not because I need his information. I simply watch it for pure entertainment now. Nothing more. And because I want to support the dude. I love the dude very, very much, and I want to support him by me just watching his video. Because if my videos don't get out into the world, which they are, then his videos will reach more people because they need to know. Now, he's not talking about the mind in this aspect. He's talking about manifestation. I talk about that and the mind and everything else. I'm the jack of all trades and the master of all. And that's right, I did say that. But yes, I do watch Nero's videos. Because I want to support the dude, and he is a good dude, and he generally wants to help people. He's not about, taking your money, right? He gives you everything. That's my aim as well. Every time you're watching my live streams or my videos, I'm not here to gatekeep shit. If you want to work with me and we go deeper and figure out what's holding you back, that's a different story. Link in the description. But I'm not here to gatekeep anything. I'm going to give you everything that I got. So that you can... The more of you who understand all this, the less I have to do, number one, and you'll rip it out to your people that you're supposed to impact. And then I don't have to do shit. And I can go home, finally. I want to be here. This is the first time I want to be here, but I get to go home too. And I get back my true powers again. I get back my true energy. I'm not tied to this biological flesh suit, even though I love it and I respect it. I love it very, very much, but I'm still not tied to it. And I get back my powers. I get back my tail. And yes, I'm like Goku who lost his tail. I'm an alien. I lost my tail, but the moment I get my tail back, I get back my powers. It's funny. Hey, Doc. That first cup of coffee, indeed. Yeah. You too. I'll see you tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Huh?
If nothing happened, maybe we see you.
We never know. It's true. We never know what can happen.
Yeah, it's special me because I'm got old. I'm okay now, but tomorrow maybe I'm not a side. We know.
I'm gonna see you tomorrow.
I hope we see.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
A good signal. Good
Yeah.
for us, eh?
Yeah.
For my boy too, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, if he beats me, gonna be great for him. Okay.
All right. I'll see you. Speaking of which, by the way, I've shared this story already, but there was someone who needed my help last year. It was during the summertime when I was going through my own bullshit. And he's no longer here. He's dead. He's gone. He left the, well, death is an illusion because you're actually just waking up from the dream, but different story. We're not going to get into that. Just hear me out. But he's not here. So you don't know when your time is up. So I got to do what I've got to do before I leave. Because again, I don't know, guys. I may not be here in the next 10 minutes. You never know. Shit can happen. I'm not putting that out there. But I'm also aware that time is, even though it's an illusion, is ticking. There's a certain amount of time that I have left to exist. And I have to do what I came here to do. And reach more of you so that you're aware, so that you can live your best life before I leave. Damn it, that's exactly what I'm going to keep doing. I don't care what kind of bullshit I have to deal with. I'm going to smash through. I'm going to punch things. I'm going to get through it. I'm not going to let anybody get in my way. Bring it on. But yeah, anyways. Enough letting the character, run the show. That was the character, by the way. I like when the character shows up. Yeah. There's a lot that I require to do. I choose to do. I get to do. Because I want to see everybody win. And damn it, you all deserve to fucking win. You all deserve to win. Like, it's so fascinating how we all come to this earth and we're like fighting each other when we should all be working together and be like helping each other to win. What the fuck is going on? This is why I see the traps. That's why I basically am making you aware of the traps so you can stop your own traps. That's why this awareness day is very, like, it's so fucking important. Like, it goes beyond anything I can possibly even mention with words. That's how important it really is. That plane is like circling around. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this guy's back. This guy's back. See, this guy with his, well, I call it first dimensional. Actually, that's the second dimensional comment. That's the second dimensional comment. You're going to be late for your 7-Eleven shift. This is, this right here. This is characters who don't know who they are. That's the mind doing this. Or as like Learning with Playlist said, I see them like cockroach, but that's actually disrespectful. I'm not seeing anybody as any cockroach, and the cockroaches are actually, they're beings too, I see them as just words on a page. I guess that guy wants to fly over me. He's just circling around. Enjoy your flight, by the way. Should like teleport there and like jump in the airplane with them. Yeah, he's like circling around. He'll be coming back around probably. That must be lots of fun up there. He has a much greater perspective than I do right now because he's up in the air, so he can see more. See a lot more. Not see more like Seymour Guado or Seymour Butts, but see more. Perspective. That's how I live. I live in the earth but not of the earth, so I can basically see everything for what it is. Morning. There was a bunch of bikers that wanted to stop at the water, but they saw me and they're like, keep on riding. I'm like, you could have stopped. I'm not holding the water hostage. Come here. This doesn't belong to me. I'm just here. Morning. There he goes again. Tiny little airplane. The one that has the propeller out the front. He's probably like circling the perimeter. We see the alien. We see the alien. He's here. He's like sharing with the world. Like, the alien is here. The alien is here. Circling around. Alien. Oh, very nice. Now we're talking about the disciples. Very, very nice. Superman, huh? I wasn't a big fan of Superman, but I do like Clark Kent, even though it's the same person. I watched Smallville. Smallville was one of my favorite shows, but I don't like Superman. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Because he was never really Superman. Like he never had the cape and the outfit. It's okay. I'm not bothered by it. I'm just like fascinated by it. They use like scorpions. Get over here! Pull it down. Get over here! I get to be both child and adult at the same time. It's fucking awesome. I get to merge the two. It's great. The intellect and the intelligence of the adult, the innocence and the imaginative of the child, which then creates the intuitive version, and then it brings forth the infinite version of you. I was going to talk about the 6 eyes today. Well, do a part like the series of the 6 eyes, like innocence, imaginative, intelligence, intellect, intuitive, and then infinite. That's like 6 streams. I've already done it on my other channel, but I'm going to be talking about it. I thought I was going to start today, but awareness had to be like I had to talk about that today. That was like a must. Because everything that any of you, whenever you come on the stream, is always going to point back to that one fundamental thing: awareness. It's important. It's very, very important to know this. Because when you know, then you arm yourself. It's like you go into a battle with either a fucking wooden sword, or you're going into a battle with a fucking like katana that's sharp, that can cut through shit with ease. So like most people are fighting with like a fucking wooden sword that has no edge to it, no blade. It's dull. So the awareness is allowing you to like hold that katana or insert your favorite sword: broadsword, long sword, Masamune. I have Sephiroth's sword, for those of you. I love Sephiroth. Big old like Masamune. Yeah. I wish I had the silver long here. I'd be like fucking Sephiroth. I'd be walking around with the trench coat and everything. And I'll be you humans. Yeah. Natural intelligence plus artificial intelligence equals enhanced intelligence. I love that. It's fucking amazing. Sunil, it's very comfortable for me to be in that 2 character. I feel free. Exactly. That's the whole point. When you're in the 2 character state, you are free. When you're in the 1 character state, you are not free. You are basically bounded by, I have to be this. But when you get the 2 characters, you get to choose now. Yes, when you have adult things to do, you act as the adult. When you have not adult things to do, you can act like the child. But the problem is the world's like, you're blah 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 years old, even though old is an illusion. You're blah 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 years old, you should be acting your age. You shouldn't be swinging on a swing. You know what I say to that? Look, I've been doing this a lot lately. It looks like this is the character's word of like throwing up like it actually means nothing because, you know, I can dissolve the meaning. This could mean absolutely nothing. It's like cool, you know, like Stone Cold, like Stone Cold, you know? Yeah. But yeah, you get to be free. And you're free in every present moment. That's the beautiful thing. I am a trendsetter. Exactly. Yes, you are. Why do Gen Zs here follow trends? I'm not saying it's not allowed, but if the trend is wrong, they still follow without seeing the other part apart from fun. Yeah, some people are simplify and some multiply. Yeah, that's a great way of saying that. That's a bar, by the way. I'll write that one down. I wrote it down. Now I have it. It's true. I'm what you call a very simplified person. I can multiply if I wanted to, but I choose not to because in multiplication creates the obfuscation. Oh, that's a bar. In the multiplication creates the obfuscation. But in the subtraction creates the simplicity. I was seeing if I could make it rhyme, but it didn't work there, but it's okay. It's all right. Yeah, it's so simple. It's just the mind's like, but I don't have it yet. Because the mind and the eyes are seeing the reality for what it is. It doesn't have the Supra. Hello, the Supra's already here. It's already on its way. It's already done. Okay? Shh. But I don't have the partner. Hey, whoa, yo, we already have the partner. Shh. You have to be, the seven aspects of a frequency have to be in alignment. Your perceptions, your beliefs, your thoughts, your convictions, your reactions, your focus, your attention, they have to be in alignment. All three planes of existence, mental, spiritual, physical, and then you will see shit change, but you're not focusing on the outside world changing. You're focusing on your inner world, tapping into that version of you that's whatever it is, confident, and you will bring it forth no matter what. It's already done. Hello. You're bringing forth it no matter what. It's already done. I heard something yesterday and it was fucking powerful. It was during one of my calls. Like, I went on Facebook to show one of my clients something. And I ran into another thing. And she's Christian, and I respected how she said it, but she didn't say it from a religious thing. She said, you know, God gave you a vision. But do you think God would have given you the vision without the provisions of how to bring it forth? I'm like, whoa, that's a bar right there. She's like, God gave you the vision. So if you have the vision, that means you're supposed to bring forth the vision, and it will give you the provisions for you to bring it forth. That's a bar. Write that down. And when I heard that and my client heard that, I'm like, man, fuck. How can you fail? You have a vision. Only you can do it. That's why it's you. Only you can do it. You have a specific thing that you came here to do. I have a very specific task to do. I know exactly what I came here to do. Now, if I tell you all exactly what I really came here to do, some of you will be like, who do you think you are, Mr. Da-da-da-da-da? So that's why I'm not playing that game. But I know what I came here to do. You can say the live stream is just one aspect of many aspects to share what I came here to do. Let's just say, like I said it, and I said it before, I came here to finish or continue what they started. And you can probably guess who when I'm referring to they are. I'm this generation's version of them. Because I've decided that for myself. Not to be playing some ego game. But I'm not them. I'm me. Orion. I am Orion. And I came to do it differently. I came to speak direct to the mind. To tell the mind to just, hey, tranquilo, relax. It's okay. Slow down. You'll see more. Relax. All's good. Relax. Tranquilo. It's 11:06 already. We're going to be rolling out from the water shortly. I've been here for a hot minute. See, time did not exist. I started, what, at 8 o'clock? No, 8:45. And time just... Where did it go? Because I was in my flow. So, see, time doesn't exist when you're doing your passion work. Yes, indeed. Exactly, Sunil, and exactly, Mr. Retain the Gains. All right, we're gonna start walking back to the house. I'm gonna say thank you to the water. I'm gonna unplug my phone. We're gonna still talk about awareness. I ain't done. Still got lots to talk about. But my intuition is like, yep, it's time for you to get rolling from the water. You've been here for a fair bit. I'm gonna put you guys on to the gimbal. And yes, Mr. Airplane is flying in the air. They're so tiny in the air, but when you get close to them, the fucking tires are bigger than you. Perspective. That's what that is. All about perspective. All right, putting you all on the gimbal. Uno momento. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you, water, for your time again, as always. I appreciate it. Thank you for the mirroring that you always provide. I appreciate that as well, too. I will see you tomorrow again, water. I'll continue my walk. I only have a little bit of water left, so I'll take that with me. And yes, by the way, just so you know, if I haven't shown this to y'all, aliens were painted on this rock that says us. It just got washed away because of the rain, but later, water. I'll do the salute too, and I'll do the peace sign and the wave. Ooh. Let's see who we're gonna run into while we take the walk back. There's a blue jay right there, by the way. It's right on the field, or on the. We gotta save more water. We sure do. Mr. Blue Jay just be chilling there. Mr. Squirrel. Or Mrs. Squirrel. Another blue jay. Man, there's a lot of blue jays today. They usually are hiding. Usually it's like cardinals and robins. Oh, forgot to mention yesterday, I did take a earlier walk after I finished my workout. I ran into a turtle on another part of the trail. I was like, holy shit, I was supposed to walk this way. I didn't walk this way yesterday at all. I went a different way around 5:30 in the morning until I finished my workout. And just before I got onto a call with my clients at 7, and I was like, oh shit, I'm supposed to walk this way. I see a turtle. I can't even say it's a turtle, it's a fucking tortoise. And it was just staring at me. I'm like, I was supposed to see it. It's fascinating. All kinds of creatures show up. Deer show up here. Would love for you all to see a deer. I'm gonna manifest one right now. Let's see what happens. Watch, it just shows up. Never know. Never know. They'll just run past and they'll keep going. They don't usually stick around. They're like mythical Pokemon when you see them. It's like capturing a fucking rare Pokemon when you run into them. People don't need to make eye contact with vampires. Let's see. It's a Taurus, not a tortoise. Gotcha. Ah, we got to see our brother today. Get to see everybody today. The guy with the doggy coming this way. Hey, how are you? Good stuff. Enjoying the day?
A little bit late today, but
All good. Enjoy your day, okay? Thank you. I like how it looks during this, the spring and the summer. It's very full. In the wintertime, it's very barren. Vastly different. And another chipmunk and a squirrel. It's cool. Iceman. Wow. Haven't seen that name in a hot minute. I'm just taking a moment to just kind of like be present for a sec. Not that I'm not always present, but enjoying the universal life force energy. Oh, and there was a person who's like, what is this universal life force energy you're talking about? Hello, it's called oxygen. Get to breathe it. There's no empirical proof of oxygen. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, okay? You're just being difficult. There's no empirical evidence of energy, of this life force energy you talk about. Hello, you breathe it. Crazy. Morning, brother.
good morning.
How are you doing?
Good.
Good.
Little bit of cramp, but I'm all right.
All right. Have a great one, okay? Thank you. He was mentioning that he has a little cramp in his leg, but I've already sent the healing to his leg. So he should feel a lot better momentarily. And yes, we all have that power to send healing intentions to each other, or destructive intentions. Let me see what Sunil said. He dropped the bar. I like small house in forest where dry leaves touch the ground. That looks beautiful and peaceful. Amazing, dude. That kind of gives me like a vibe of like a cozy like cabin in like a forest, like a log house, bunch of like logs forming a house. It's got that kind of vibe when you mentioned that for me. It's supposed to rain in the next couple days, so I don't know how I'm going to be handling the streams when it rains. I usually take the walk in the rain, but I won't be spending too much time at the water, because don't desire for my phone to get wet. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. It's supposed to rain tonight around like 8 o'clock. It's supposed to rain tomorrow. I don't know what time. It's supposed to rain on Thursday. And funny enough, Thursday is when the World Cup starts. And it starts here. Still can't believe we're the one that's hosting the World Cup this year. It's crazy. Never would have thought in a million years Toronto would be the one that's hosting World Cup. Here we are. We saw a cardinal just now. Ooh yeah. Now it's starting to get hot. Yeah, I think of a horror movie, Cabin Fever. Yeah, it's kind of like that. So like for me, like not the horror, but the opposite of the horror. Like more like I see like someone wearing what's that? The plaid shirts? You know, those checkered shirts? What are they called? Flannels? They're wearing their flannel shirts. That's what they're called, yeah, flannels. They're wearing their flannel shirts or their like sweaters, and they're having like hot chocolate, or they're having like they're sitting by like a campfire, like their fireplace kind of vibe. That's what I see, like a bunch of people just kind of like, you know, having like good old time and laughing in that log house. It's sort of like, it's not sunny, but it's like a little cloudy, and they're all just like by a camp, like by the fireplace, and they're just like, you know, doing their thing. By the way, practice love and authenticity. And there's a human up there just chilling. They're just doing their thing. It's funny when I say that. There's a human. Hello. As if like humans are a rare species or something. Look, there's a human over there. I remember that horror funny game that the log house in the forest of the full of brain rots. You know what's funny, Sunil? That is in my Dead by Daylight game. There's a log cabin with a killer attempting to destroy us and hook us, right? It's called Redwood Forest in Dead by Daylight. That's a map. And it's like, it's raining and cloudy, and there's a bunch of logs, and there's a log house, a cabin, and the killer's like coming after us. Ooh, I gotta make sure I update my game today. They have updates usually every Tuesday, so I gotta update my game. And they're bringing fucking Jason to the game finally. After 10 friggin' years, Jason finally makes his appearance in the game. Jason comes, Michael leaves. It's weird. They lost the license to Michael Myers, but so if you bought Michael Myers before the license ran out, you own Michael Myers forever. And I'm glad I bought Michael Myers before the license ran out. I was like, I'm not fucking losing Michael Myers. That's my dude. That's my homie. Michael Myers, crazy. Absolutely crazy. Morning.
Morning.
Pure rage bait. Michael Myers' music plays. Hey, morning. And he just like comes, he's like stalking you in the corner. He's just like staring at you while you're doing your generators, and he's just like peeping at you. It's crazy. Like back in the day when the game was more dark and grungy. Yeah, that's the term, grungy. It's very grungy looking. Michael Myers was the most absolutely scariest thing you will find in the game. Like he's just like peeping around the corner, just staring at you, staring into your fucking soul. Dead by Daylight, so much memories. I mean, I still play it, but so much memories back in the days. All of the jump scares that I used to get, but the game is no longer scary. It's just more like, it's just another human on the other side attempting to kill me. No big deal. Yes. Well, no, that's Jason. But Michael Myers does have a mask too. His mask is full head, whereas Jason's is just like a hockey mask. But they're adding Jason to the game, I think this week or next week, because the 10th anniversary is this coming week or next week. I'm excited. 10 years of Dead by Daylight. It's pretty good. That bird. I want to know what that bird is. Someone said it's a blackbird, but I don't know. Hello. I don't know if that's actually a blackbird, because if it was a blackbird, then why does it have orange and yellow on it? Ooh, nice wind. Nice wind. It's good. Nice breeze. When I get back, I'm gonna probably make some eggs, wolf down some food. I got my lower body workout to do today. Leg day. Tuesdays are always leg day for me. Legs don't get as much attention as upper body when it comes to workout, but legs definitely get more attention throughout the day because I get to walk with my legs. So technically speaking, like every day I'm working out my legs when I take these walks. Man, I can't wait when I'm living in San Diego, California. I'll be walking 20,000 steps a day minimum. 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. Ooh, it's gonna be great. Can't wait. By then I'll be having more clients. Like, I'll take on more clients. I'll open up my workload. Work maybe 2 days a week instead of 1. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let me see what's up in the chat. What's going on here? Rip Soap, Rip Roach. Modern Warfare 2 frequency, Rip Ghost. For me, I have not played. Well, let me just. I know some of you are about to hate what I'm about to say, but I'm about to say it anyways. Not that I had anything against it now, but back then I was like, who the fuck plays COD? Play a real first-person shooter game. I was very competitive in Counter-Strike back in the days. So Counter-Strike people did not like COD people, and COD people did not like Counter-Strike people. So, but I played Counter-Strike professionally for a little bit. Pretty good. I spent the summer of 1999 just like honing my skills. It was so fucking good. That summer was so good. As soon as I wake up, Counter-Strike. Go to bed, Counter-Strike. Like all day fucking Counter-Strike. I was in grade 8 into grade 9. So middle school into high school. And me and my cousin, we were playing Counter-Strike and we formed a clan. And clan was so good that, you know, shit. And this is before esports was a thing. Because esports got formed, I think, in like 2005 or 6. Something like that. Some crazy shit like that. God damn. Yeah, CSGO does require, well, now it's called now it's called Counter-Strike 2. I haven't played Counter-Strike 2. I played Counter-Strike Go, but I'm sure it's the same thing. I own it on Steam still. I have about, I think 700 or 800 hours on that, but I have like 4,000 hours on Counter-Strike 1.5. Yeah, 1.5, not even 1.6. This is before fucking Steam even existed. I have about 4,000 hours on Counter-Strike 1.5 and 1.4 before 1.6 was officially unveiled, and then Steam came out, and then Steam became a thing. So, yeah, back then I was like, who the fuck plays COD? So no. Have I played COD? Yes. But did I ever own COD? No. I played at like friend's house back in the day when they had their PS3. Before, like, we were playing online, we were going to each other's houses and just like competitive shooters. I wasn't a big fan of it, but it was all right. I'm like, I'd rather use my keyboard and mouse and just like snipe people or like headshot people. Love Counter-Strike. Grew up in the days before emojis even existed. We were the ones that created the LOL, like in that era. We were the ones that created all these short form LOLs and LMAOs and WTF. We're the ones. We the ones. There was no such thing as emojis. Even the word like XD didn't exist back then, or like the heart emoji, or the heart like Texicon, or whatever you want to call it, where you put like the less than sign and the number 3. Shit like that did not exist. A smiley face didn't exist. We were literally just fucking using LOL. The primal days of the internet, people. It's so funny because, you know, Nero was like, how y'all exist back in the day without the internet? Yeah, we were hanging outside until nighttime, right? We go to people's house and play video games. There was no such thing as online video games. We were whooping each other's ass in like Mario Kart or like Street Fighter 2 or Mortal Kombat Trilogy. Ooh, Mortal Kombat Trilogy was so good. Do all the combos and the fatalities. Fatality. Ah, yeah, okay, yeah. So in 2009, what the hell was I playing in 2009? The fuck was I playing? Well, it definitely wasn't Counter-Strike, because I had stopped playing Counter-Strike for a hot minute, and I stopped playing first-person shooters for a while. I was playing more like RPGs, like Final Fantasy, like 13, I think it was. I was starting to play fighting games more again, like Marvel vs. Capcom 3. What else? Super Smash Brothers, like Melee still, because Brawl, I fucking hated Brawl so much. Fucking tripping bullshit. Yeah. That's a beautiful thing. Hey, look at all of them. Look at all of them. Look at those bubbas. Look at all of them. They're just hanging out there. They're funny. Somebody left clothing. How do you leave clothing? It's so weird. Never understood that. How do you leave like a pair of shoes, like a one side shoe, or like your sweater? Like, it doesn't make any sense. There they go. There they are. Let me see. Gears of War 2 red pilled me in kindergarten. Ooh, I see. Gears was good. I like Gears. I was more team Sony back in the day. I was team Nintendo for a long time, and then when I had my N64, right, I was like, I'm still gonna be team Nintendo, but then eventually I ended up being like team Sony, because like they fucked up. Like Nintendo fucked up badly. So eventually I ultimately went from going from Nintendo to Sony, and I was a Sony boy for the longest time. And when Xbox came around, I was like, fuck Xbox. Because, you know, back then, like, I was like, it's either this or that. I'm not gonna have both. Like, fuck it. I refuse to be, you know, I was like, I'm locked in. I was one of those, like, I choose sides type of people. Now I don't choose sides. I have them all if I wanted to. But the greatest thing now is that a lot of those older consoles can be emulated on my Android tablet, because emulation on Android has gone so good that I don't even need my consoles anymore. I have PlayStation 2, I have GameCube, I have PlayStation 1, I have Switch, I have Game Boy, I have Sega, like Dreamcast, all on my tablet. Holy mother of God, like crazy. That guy was just like whiffing a blunt. Fuck. And it's still like, whew. I'm not a big fan of weed. I don't like the smell of it. Oh, ugh. That smell, it's just horrendous for me. Ugh. No judgment. Like, I respect anyone who does it. I just don't like the smell. It's just like, ugh. Just, ugh. I need some fresh, like, clean air. I know, right? What's up, Apocalypse? Good to see you, dude. A PlayStation is an Xbox, and an Xbox is a PlayStation. It's too funny. Nintendo's still Nintendo, but screw Nintendo and their bullshit. The only thing I like about Nintendo is Princess Peach, because that's my girl. Princess Peach is my girl. When I play Smash, I always pick her. I whoop Candy ass with her. I'm gonna go quickly hang on the bar here. See, they left and I come. Look at that. See how divine timing that is, or synchronous timing. I wanted to hang on the bar. They were here. They just left, and now I get to hang on the bar. It's like they know. Now I'm gonna hang for a moment. Stretch out the arms, the shoulders, the spine, the hips. Increase grip strength. I have to keep this vessel in tip-top order after all. I have a journey. I have to turn Super Saiyan and beat up the world after all. I'm kidding. Well, you can say I'm beating up the world with each mind. I'm beating up the mind. So that I can get the mind to stop. Nice. That's all I need to do. Very good. Let's see. She is actually, I actually have so much respect for her. She's actually turning Xbox around, because they've been like, they were dying basically. They're literally like, they're going kaput. She's doing good. I'm really upset about Sony though right now. Well, not upset, but my character is a little cheesed at Sony presently about one thing that they did recently. And that is removing first party single player games and putting it back on PlayStation. Because apparently like the games weren't selling properly on Steam. Hello? You're just making excuses. Those games were selling. So now, if I want to play fucking Wolverine, I gotta buy PlayStation 5. I said I was never gonna buy another console again. I said it, I was like, I'm never buying another fucking console again. Because they end up just basically just sitting there after a while. Whereas a PC, I can do so much with it. And the games can be played for years to come. So I'm like, fuck it. But at least a PlayStation 5 can be used as a computer now, because you can put Linux on it and emulate your stuff. So there might be a reason to get a PS5 now, just for that. Fucking Sony having to do that before Wolverine comes out. So mad. So mad, because Wolverine is my dude. That's my guy right there. God damn it. Let's see. I love my child, no cap, but it's time to grow up. God of War Ragnarok was my last. Complete the story on the hardest. Definitely took it to heart. Very nice. What's up, Shapeshifter? You know what's funny, bro? I was thinking about you earlier. I'm like, I haven't seen you in a couple of days. I'm like, I wonder where Shapeshifter is. What's up, dude? Did you recover after Clayton? Shapeshifter was here when I was having that conversation with Clayton. I need evidence, right? I need evidence. I need evidence. So funny. You recovered, bro? Let's see. I only play competitive games like Us Against the World. I love 4-man COD, Zombie. Gotcha. I know of all these things. I just never played it, to be honest, bro. I'm aware of all that you shared, but I myself have never played any of those aspects of like Black Ops or like MW2 or MW3. Hello. I just like played like somewhat of the base games. None of the multiplayer aspects, except for like if I'm playing at friend's house, but we were just playing like the base game. It's 11:37. Okay. I'll probably be back at the house by 12 o'clock, most likely, based on the pace I'm walking right now. Hey, hello. I mean, why do we have to fight anything, right? Technically speaking. Because like that's how games kind of, influence people. Like, oh, it's us versus them. There's no us versus them. It's just us. We're the ones that's creating all kinds of unnecessary obfuscations. I wonder if I'm going to run into a couple this summer where they were kissing over there. It wasn't last summer. It was the summer before. I was walking and I wasn't streaming. I was just walking and I saw them. I didn't want to look, but I looked. They were in the corner over there and they were kissing up. And then they saw me and they looked at me and they're like, "Hello." I'm like, "Hello." It was the most awkward thing ever. I'm like, "Fuck. Have a great day kissing." I didn't say that, but have a great day. As if I wouldn't see them. Like, hello. My eyes can see like I can see everywhere. Yeah, everything's a projection. Yeah, I know, dude. Positive and negative and neutral, right? Like everything I was sharing earlier is also projection too, but it's a projection of awareness. So you're aware of the awareness of projection of the awareness. Paradox. It's true. You're right, Apocalypse. By nature, generally, well, let me rephrase that. It's not naturally confrontational. It's the mind that eventually becomes confrontational because, a child, well, that's hard to say because sometimes child's like, I want that. That's my toy. No, I want that toy, right? Because the toy gets taken away from another kid. I want that toy, and they'll throw a hissy fit, right? No, you have to share that toy. I don't want to share, and that's where shit starts happening. So yeah, that's the mind creating, finessing the child, because the kid doesn't know how the mind works. The kid doesn't even know that there's a mind, because they're not aware of these things, not yet, anyways. Well, most kids. There are some kids who come to the earth already knowing all this stuff. There's a kid on Instagram, his name is Max. He's like 7 years old or 6 years old. It's called Cook with Max. And the way he talks is like as if it's a fucking like sage that came to the earth like 10,000 years ago speaking. I'm like, okay, I definitely don't need to help Max because he already knows what's up. He's not influenced by school because he doesn't go to school. He gets homeschooled. So that means his parents are extremely conscious. So, it's good. Imagine you came down, you already know. That's why itself has said, like, I made this game harder for a lot of you so that you can enjoy it, because you would be bored out of your fucking mind coming down already knowing all this stuff. Now that I'm aware of a lot of this stuff, like now the game's easy. It's not boring because like now I get to have fun to help other minds remember how the game works. So my game is actually extremely exciting and fun because there's so much different obstacles, which becomes opportunities for me to flex my skills and see how I can, like, you know, help someone even at the hardest, like, difficulty that they're playing the game on, like Clayton. I need evidence. I need evidence. I need evidence. By the way, I'm going to be walking up backwards here, as you all know, because that's how I roll. Work on those legs. Today's leg day anyways. My YouTube park is on the other side of that bridge where I used to film all my videos. I was there a couple days ago. T-Bray was on, one of the mods, and he's like, it's kind of weird seeing two adult dudes swinging on a swing talking to each other. I'm like, bro, that's your perception. I didn't find it weird at all. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm going to be sitting on my damn swing. It's too funny. And plus I was there and then they came over. So I'm like, I'm not getting off my swing just because they're coming. And the guy wanted to talk. So I'm like, let's talk. Have a conversation. I can talk to anybody about anything. But then it comes to the thing, like, I don't like conversations like, hey, how are you? I'm okay, how are you? How's your day? It's all right, how's yours? My day is all right. Right? Like, when I'm walking by somebody, we're having that. But if I'm actually engaging with a really deep conversation, like, that's all fine and dandy. But like, if that's all we keep talking about, what you up to? I'm about to go eat. What about you? I'm about to go and do this thing. Okay, cool. I don't like those types of conversations. I like deep conversations. It has its time and place though. Fuck yeah. All right, we're gonna go. Yesterday I went to, I took a walk early in the morning and I came back from that direction and I went to the right, so I'm going to the left. And when I took my walk at like 5:30 a.m. for about an hour, just so I got ready for the client. Shorter walk, much shorter walk. I went the opposite direction, which I'll eventually take you guys, so we won't be seeing that water. So I'll have to park myself down and just like sit and talk somewhere. Whew. Damn, it just got hot. Because down there it's a little bit cooler. I love it though. Sunil, my brain is not braining. Okay, good, not trying to play with kids. I relate to people 30, 40. Yeah, it's good. I mean, like for me, I can relate to anybody at any age. It's just, like I've come to a point where I can just have a conversation with anybody. Like it's not like, ooh, But if someone's like talking about things, I'm like, okay. I mean, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite TV show and movie? What's your favorite like singer or song? I'm like, I'll answer, but like, is that it? I like to know, like, what was your journey like? What kind of struggles did you have to go through? What was your story like, and what is your current story? Is it the same story? Are you living your most epic life? Or are you struggling? Yeah, Shapeshifter's been here before. He's been here plenty of times. That's what I was asking him earlier. How did he recover from Clayton? As a joke. Because like he was attempting to explain the same things I was sharing with Clayton, But he's like, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck this thing. like you just want to argue for the sake of arguing. So that's why I asked him, did he recover? We're gonna run into people like that. It's gonna happen again, just so you know. I know there's gonna be, you're a liar, Orion, you're a fucking liar. Ah. That's when you can see the mind screaming for dear life. It wants to be relaxed, but it's like screaming for dear life. Ah. And it just won't stop. It just won't stop. Good morning. How are you both? Good. I'm great, thank you. Have a great day. Oh, there's a doggy barking at me. He's excited for me. I remember one time when I first started streaming on this channel, someone was like, do you live in an apocalyptic town? I'm like, what do you mean by that? There's like nobody here. I'm like, yeah, there's nobody here. It's like, it was Thanos wiped it out. We're in Endgame, and I'm the only one that's in the area. I'm not allowed to show my eyes shift full black. It scares humans. It won't scare me. Because I damn well know what you're referring to. But yeah, someone came on and was like, you live in an apocalyptic city. I'm like, yeah, Thanos wiped it out. He used the gauntlet. He snapped his finger. Everybody got wiped out except for me. I'm the only one that's here. And as soon as I said that, there's many people that showed up like on the stream, like they were walking. Snap. You know, that's what you can do with anything in life. You can just like, okay, it's done. It's finished. Creation's finished. Done. By the way, these guys, they make some good food. Like their food truck, it's nice. It smells nice. It's very, very nice. And I say it's very, very nice like that because I take that from CJ from, not from our channel, but from the movie, The Blind Side. When CJ was with his mom and dad, and his sister was a cheerleader, and he was in the car. He's like, I got to see that girl. She was very, very nice. She very, very nice. See, other humans are talking there. See, car coming. See, I don't live in an apocalyptic town. There's a human right here. I like saying that. Or humans, HOOMANS. I created that word, and now it's out in the universe. I saw someone else say it yesterday to me. I'm like, a hybrid human. I'm like, I'm no hybrid. Who said I was even human? Humans. Humans are fascinating. You get to look at all the humans and see what all humans are doing. Oh shit, they're prepared for Canada Day. Wow, look at them. They really love their Canada. That's Flag City. I walked straight yesterday, but when I was coming back, so I'm going to go to the left. See, there's another human over here. Reminds me of the time of Elmer Fudd was like hunting for rabbits, hunting for humans. hunting for humans. Lots and lots of humans. Hello. I haven't really been paying attention to the chat. I've just been kind of like in my own little world right now. I am gonna go to the right. There's human over there listening to the radio. There's 2 humans over here by their house. There's a human over there in the black. I'm finding all the humans. Ryan, that sounds weird when you say it like that. I know. That's the whole point. Look, there's another human who just dropped a whole bunch of stuff. Hey, brother. Do we have the grammar police in the chat? What's up, Koki? Good to see you. Wait, who is the grammar police? I'm not the grammar police. Someone was talking about grammar police? I don't know. What's up, Ramon? I didn't even see you were there, bro. Good to see you. I love the fact that my chat doesn't get distracted. Like, I don't get distracted by it anymore. Like, as opposed to the actual YouTube app. Hello. I don't get distracted as much because I have to actually scroll up to see the chat. I can only see 2 messages at a time. So if your message passed on by and I don't see it, my bad. It's not on purpose, but I have the chat box set to pretty small, so less distraction. Look, they got the Buddha head and the Buddha statues. This house changes their theme throughout the season. So in the summer we got the peace, tranquility going on here. In the fall we got like Halloween, skulls and crossbones and all that. I'm like, holy shit. Wintertime we got the Nutcracker, and then springtime we get back to peacocks. So spring summer tends to have the same sort of like vibe. I like that house a lot. Look, there's a human. There's another human over here. They cutting that grass. They mowing that lawn. Hello. Orion, be careful, you're gonna trip. No. That's at Shapeshifter. Okay, cool. I've been missing Shapeshifter's messages because every time I keep scrolling up, I'm like, I don't see any of his stuff. Now I see his message, not an excuse. Shapeshifter, did you answer what I asked earlier? Did you recover from Clayton? Oh my goodness, Clayton. Goodness gracious, dude. That guy just, I need evidence. I must have evidence. I need evidence. I need evidence. I must have evidence. I wasn't laughing to make fun of it. I was just like, God damn it, dude. Like, the answer is right here. But his mind could not see it because the mind can't see itself. That's a bar. Write it down, by the way. The mind is the paradox of itself. It cannot see what it already is. It's that same thing. Who's watching the watcher? We'll be back at the house momentarily. I am hungry. Probably whip up some food, some eggs. Get that protein in. I like my eggs. They're quick, they're easy, they're delicious, and protein. Easy source of protein. Had a vision last night when I was at the house. My Supra just pulled in, the orange one. You all know the one. I don't need to tell you. The MK4 orange one. It was modified already. It's all wrapped in orange with the you know, the art. It was so awesome. I look forward to doing because that's what the exhaust is going to sound like. Turn the key. Am I limping? No, I'm not limping. The because my hand is like going up and down like this. No, I'm not limping. I'm using a gimbal though, but I can hold it super straight, but that requires too much effort. I'm like, fuck that noise. No, I'm not limping. But I am bouncing up and down though when I'm walking. So that's why like the hand is like doing this thing. Because, after a certain period, like, when people are using gimbals, like, they usually are, like, they're in, like, one spot, and they're kind of, like, moving around. I'm literally walking with it. So, unless you keep your arm, like, straight out and, like, you keep it, like, solid, like, this takes too much effort. I'm like, fuck that noise. But if I was not using a gimbal, let me just tell you, the bounciness will be crazy. You'll see, like up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Fuck yeah, cut that grass yesterday. Looking nice. Let's see, I saw Supra in the chat. I saw the S word in the chat. Yeah, Supra. Ooh, an RX-7. Ooh, that's nice. I like RX-7s. It's nice. Well, we're back at the house. The red car is not here, but we're back. Why is that door open like that? Oh, because there's a fucking box there. It's a package here. You know what? Screw it. I'll open the door and bring it in. Too much effort just to go around, just to bring it back inside. Screw it. Open! We were spray painting those chairs, and that's why there's some silver on the grass. We got silver grass now. It's more like silver clothes, if anything. But we're back. I want food. I must have food. I also need to change my shirt because I'm sweating like a bitch right now. Take that off. Put you all on that. So let me show you the difference between the gimbal walking and the tripod walking. So watch. So I'm gonna put you guys on this, and you're gonna see. So this is. I'm just gonna walk. Look at the shakiness now. This is me walking with the tripod. So my arms is as stable as I possibly can, but you're still getting like the rattling. So it becomes very that's why I use the gimbal. But the gimbal still, it's doing its job to keep it as smooth as possible, but of course I'm moving. Gimbals are usually designed to, you're sort of still stationary. You're not really walking too much with it. Like the way I walk with the gimbal. That's why now you know if I was like bouncing or not. Cool. Pocket. Let me get the power plugs. How much battery do I have actually right now? 66%. I do need to do something quickly because there's been some water leaking from this like hose to I need to empty the bucket a little bit. It's a lot of fucking water that's just dripping from this like pipe. They just need to change the friggin' like nozzle or the tightening mechanism. All right. Now that that's taken care of, I do have to empty out this. This bucket is very heavy. It's crazy how much water that is. All right, water. Somebody is showering upstairs, I can hear. I'm gonna bring out my stuff one time since it's already... I'm not gonna be doing my workout on my stream unless you guys want to hang out, but I'm gonna be doing my workout soon enough. I'm gonna eat first. Get over here. By the end, I want to say by the end of the summer or close to the mid of fall, I'm going to up my weights to 50 pounds. I'm at 45 pounds right now. Not too bad. Within a year, I went up by 15 pounds. Like using the entirety of like my workout with that weight. So no client work until Monday. So I'm good. This is why I get to live the life I choose, because I designed it the way I want it to. Clients on Mondays and the rest of the week, all for me. I bought my new gloves. These are not new. I'm going to be saying bye-bye to these ones. They're going to be exact pairs, but you know, after a couple years, they kind of like start to tear and rip and shit. So waiting for my new gloves to come today and get it done. I'm going to put you guys on Wi-Fi. I also have to turn the stream back to 1080p 60. So let me take care of that quickly. The stream is going to lag for a moment, so uno momento, people. I'll be right back. I will, Sunil. I'll be right back, though, but yeah. All right. The stream should be back, I think. I think it should be back. Let me just double check. Yep, it's back. He's back. He's back. Nice. I may as well put on my workout shoes now. Get it, put it on. You're wearing green? Yes. You're not matching. I know. This reminds me of Wabaki. 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 For those of you who don't know that reference, Wabaki. Wabaki? Wabaki. Wabaki. You know where that comes from? Wabaki. Let's see who knows. Wabaki. 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 I'm sure some of you will know where that's from. If I was just mentioning the Supra, the orange one, then y'all should at least have a clue. Wabaki. And if you still don't know, Tokyo Drift. Wabaki. Wabaki. Okay. Let me go see what's going on in the kitchen first. See what's up. You guys can still hear me, but Alexa, play notification.
One new notification from Amazon Shopping. A package containing protein powder has arrived.
Oh, that is mine. Yo, okay, it is mine. Nice. I thought it wasn't mine. I thought it was someone else's because I was expecting the protein powder to show up like on Thursday. Interesting. Yeah. Nice. I'm excited. Haven't had like a good proper protein shake in a hot minute. Shadow. That's a doggy over there. Is my gloves also in here too? No. So my other package hasn't arrived. What do we got here? Deals too low to advertise. What is this? Samplesource.ca. Visit more for deals you won't see on Amazon. Thank you for your order. Cool. Yeah, buddy. We got that protein powder. This is my protein powder. It's good. This is gonna last me a hot minute. This will be probably like 4 months. So now I have to throw away the other container. Let's open it up first and make sure the scooper thing is right at the top, because if it's not, I'm gonna have to use this scooper thing to go find it. Oh, it is at the top. Very nice. Very, very nice. Nice. So my gloves didn't come first. My protein powder came first. Very nice. And I ordered them the same time, but the protein powder came first. And the gloves was supposed to come first before the protein powder. All right, I have to break up that box. Who needs a knife when you have your fist? Just like that. That was my reaction when I found a random kid in my backyard. It is mine. Gotcha. Oi, is it raining? It is raining. What? It's not supposed to be raining. Well, very, 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 very light drizzle. But yes. Recycling bin is like full to the brim. So much recycling. Whew. Yep, it is raining. Like very, very light drizzle, and it's still sunny too. It's that phenomenon when it rains and it's sunny at the same time. Damn it, I wish my gloves came. Would have been awesome, but whatever. Hey, Crystal, good to see you. My protein powder came. Just came back from my walk from the trail. Whew. Samplesource.ca. Okay, well, I'll check out SampleSource and see what's going on. Yeah, it's raining right now though. I should probably move my mat. It wasn't supposed to rain right now. Okay, it is what it is. I'll read everything when I get a moment to just like sit, or once I get my food. It's okay, let it rain a little. It's no big deal. It's not. I like the rain. I wasn't expecting it to rain this early though. It's like a very light drizzle. And watch, I say that and then kaboom! Kaboom! It starts raining heavily. Okay, I'm gonna leave that here for now. I'm gonna go see what's going on in the kitchen. Yeah, this is the awareness. You are aware it is raining. Indeed. All right. La 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 la. I'm going to bring you guys up in the kitchen. I'm gonna make some eggs. Let's go. Let's go. Ow. It's 12:15. Okay. Let me wash my hands first. Been in the trail for a hot minute. It wasn't supposed to rain. It's supposed to rain until like 8 o'clock. Now we're gonna make some eggs. 1, 2, and 3. Three eggs. Lower down the stove. Man, I shared a lot today about awareness. Yeah, eggs went no. Need to zoom out a little bit. 3 eggs. Come on. Wow. You know, when eggs become stubborn, they don't want to come out of the shell. Yep. But this one wasn't stubborn. This one wanted to come out. Awareness of the egg lessons. I'm following along here. Very nice. Well, I have a very unique style of making eggs. Am I gonna make bread, or am I gonna put that in? What am I gonna do? All right. So, parsley. Black pepper. I have to put some butter in the pan, and some oil, some extra virgin olive oil, some chili flakes. This is the creme de la creme right here. The chili flakes. Then we got all seasoning and extra virgin olive oil in the eggs and in the pan. Very good, by the way. Not too much. Go into the fridge. Just a little. You don't need too much. You just spread it around, and then I take a little bit of oil, just a smidge, and do the same thing. It's a non-stick pan, but still, I like to wonderful. I'm going to have toast, then I may as well I'm going to probably eat again after this. Breakfast / lunch, or first meal plus second meal. Toast has to wait a little bit before I start. Whisking it. Putting the rest into the pan. When I'm in San Diego, you'll be seeing me eating lots of eggs. I like eggs. One of my favorite things to eat. Quick, easy, not that messy to deal with. Now I'm gonna wash some dishes. Usually when I clean, or when I cook, I clean at the same time. Saves me a lot of time and effort. Technically it's the same time and effort, but I like to just get it done. This is how you build what I call ATFTs. You're wondering, what the fuck is ATFTs? The ability to follow through. It doesn't matter what your ATFTs are. but it basically helps your mind to build self-trust with yourself. Self-trust is the prerequisite to bringing forth whatever you want in this world. So the more you say what you're going to do and you do it and you follow through, whatever that is, aka awareness, you build ATFTs. And then of course the opposite of ATFTs is ITFTs, the inability to follow through. You might want to write that one down. Your mind always marks it as, oh, you didn't follow through? Okay. That means I don't trust this human because he or she doesn't follow through with their words. So when you say you're going to do something, doesn't matter what it is, just do it. You build the ATFTs. Your mind will say, thank you, ATFT. All right. I think I can put... I need to put this more on the stove. I'm going to bring me an apple. A clementine. My placebo vitamins. Placebo vitamins. That's done. Omega-3, omega-3, magnesium, and vitamin D, and biotin. Come on, eggs. Let's go. What's up, Kwani? My eggs. My eggs. That's what it's looking like so far. Want to make sure it's nice and perfect. It might not be though. We'll see. I should raise the stove a little bit more. It's taking a little bit too long. Or go around the edge to sort of like lift it up so I can flip it. We have chili flakes, parsley, black pepper, and all seasoning. And a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. So it's all mixed in. Good egg. I don't really do salt. It's already, the black pepper kind of covers that already. Come on, come on, come on. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. There comes a moment when I have to flip it. I have to turn down the stove now. Some of it did get stuck, even though I did put butter, but it doesn't get too stuck. And now I can turn off the stove. And then I usually like make a line in the middle. Do 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 do, just like that, like a moon. Do do do. There, ta-da! And then I'll fold it. Oops. Then I'll fold it. Put it on the bread. Simple. Doesn't take that long. See, bread is done. I timed that perfectly. nice toast. But I do wash before I go and eat, so my food does get it's not as warm, but it's better than. Ah, there was garlic spread in the instead of butter. Ah, oh well, whatever. Delicious. So then I take the egg and I fold it. And I serve it like that. And whatever left, like that got stuck, little flakes. And now we wash the dish. I like washing the dishes by hand because it feels good. We do have a dishwasher, but I don't use it. No one really uses the dishwasher. I have my dishwasher in my space. I don't use it. I won't be using it. I'll always wash my dishes by hand. I don't know, just easier. Unless I have like a party. But even then, I think I will still be washing it by hand. I have to go get water from downstairs since we ran out. Koshers. Or no, not kosher, coasters. Drain the water. I like cleaning, just so y'all know. It's one of my favorite things to do, is clean. Does the body good. This is what I was talking about, the mind wanting to accomplish something. It doesn't need to do it, but I choose to because I don't like seeing things left undone. But I've had to train myself to like, I was living on my own, to not do things right away, to see if I can still be who I am, even when I'm not doing my thing. Yogurt. Speaking of yogurt, I put a little bit of honey in it. Yes. I found out this nice little tasty hack with yogurt to put honey in yogurt. And then swirl it around once I'm eating it. Do do do. Damn, they're loud as fuck. The neighbors over there, their voice level is like crazy. the windows is not even open, I can hear them. They have a bunch of people over there right now. So you're gonna hear a bunch of people talking. Voila, look. Mon mio. Bon appetit. Yep. Yogurt, apple, clementine. I have to get water though. It's still drizzling. Other humans are talking right now. My ears don't just frame my head, unfortunately. I don't eavesdrop, but of course they speak pretty loud. So what am I to do? I can't stop what I'm hearing. I'll hang out with you all for a little bit, and then I'll more likely have to do my work indoors, only because it's drizzling right now, unless it stops. I have one more vitamin to get. My biotin. Biotin, very good for hair growth. It definitely helped me to fix my beard. That's for damn sure. It's raining! Boom. Awesome. Don't mind the ASMR. Yeah. Every time. Every time. See you later, underboss. I'll be jumping off soon myself. How dare you, rain? Well, like I said, it was supposed to rain today, so. As long as there's no wind, it's not going to blow inwards. It's just falling straight down, so I'm okay. I can be outside, but my workout, unfortunately, will have to be moved indoors unless I decide to do the workout in the rain, which I've done. I love my eggs. This toast is like whole wheat. They usually have like the sesame seeds or like the different types of like grains on the crust, but this one doesn't have it. It's nice. That's why I'm staying out. That's why I'm still eating and just staying on the stream, because it's calming. I've sat out here in the rain. I actually sat out here when it was snowing. I have to wear my jacket, of course. It was cold as shit. But it's nice. It's supposed to rain throughout the week, though. I don't know how many days. I think it's supposed to rain on Thursday again and Friday. There goes one. Now the other one. For me, eggs are very light on the system. It gets like digested like almost instantly. There are other things that takes if I had chili powder, I would have put chili powder on my eggs. I'm not too into spices as much. Like I don't want it to like burn my mouth, but I want a little bit have a little bit of kick. That's why I put chili flakes. They're basically my chili powder for now. I would have added oregano and what else would I would have added to this egg? If I wanted to cut up some vegetables, I'd have like chopped tomatoes or put like a green onion into my egg. But I didn't want to do that extra work. So I did this instead. Yeah, I've definitely had the green chilies. Because they cook spicy food here, right? So I would have probably put like a... Yeah, me too, Justin. My spice tolerance definitely has gone down as well. Like, I can do like Frank's hot sauce, but that's not even considered hot. I can't go any further than that now. I will just be screaming for dear life. Like if I had like Mad Dog, or because if you watch hot ones on YouTube, like I would love to go on there, but I'm probably gonna be needing ice cream. I'll be like Gordon Ramsay, who's like screaming his eyes out and like running for his life. The spices for me doesn't sit well in the stomach anymore. It doesn't like it. So I just don't eat it. I don't eat too spicy stuff. I still like spicy food. I know. Yeah, we do eat like the West Indian version of like Indian food. Like they have their own they put their own like spices and stuff. Yeah. That's usually a Sunday thing, a Monday thing, and the rest of the week is usually Italian, Chinese, or Mexican. So like today will be like Thai, like stir fry. Tomorrow will be like lasagna. Actually, no, lasagnas are usually on like Friday. Tomorrow could be Chinese food, like chow mein or fried rice with chicken or ribs. Thursday's pizza. Every Thursday's pizza because they go grocery shopping, they buy pizza. Friday is a mixed bag. Friday could be Italian, so it could be spaghetti, lasagna, or Mexican, or it could just be American type food like French fries, some sort of thing. Saturday is just leftovers, or if they buy food, sometimes it's Chinese food, sometimes it's like, fast food. I don't really eat too much fast food though. And Sunday, it's back to like, Indian type food. Like a curry, or they put dal or something like that. It's not my favorite, but I do eat it. Shrimp fried rice is good. I'm not a big fan of shrimp though, but I have to be in like a certain mood to eat shrimp. And it's not like the big ones, it's like the tiny little... I just had egg and toast. And now I'm gonna have my yogurt. Well, I'm gonna have these first, my apple, my clementine, and then my yogurt. It's raining right now, as you can hear. Come on. There you go. When I go eat the apple, I'll put my mic closer, like further away, because it's the chewing ASMR. It's nice. It's not raining heavily here. It's just raining. It's a little. It's average, I guess. It's not too heavy. It's not too light. No mukbang. You could though. I mean, I've done everything on my stream you can think of except for like anything that's like rated R. We don't need to see any of that. All right. Now I'm going to take my mic off. I'll leave it further away. You should still be able to hear me, but it's not as obnoxious. So this is usually like the morning stuff. It's just that I'm eating it later in the day since I came back later from the trail. I love my apple. Yeah, you're 9 hours ahead of me. 10 hours. No, 9 hours and 30 minutes ahead. The only reason why I know that is because there's a brother named Sohojit that I connected with back in 2023, and I always had to like coordinate with him when we did Zoom calls back in the day. Indeed. Different time zones, but all in the same moment. That's why time is an illusion. Brustelo brand of coffee this morning, and that will put some. That sounds like an interesting coffee. That sounds like one of those like coffees that's like whoa, like you know when you like about to take like whoa, it kick like it gives you that kick. That's what that sounds like. About to keep my apple seeds and go plant them. I have that napkin full of apple seeds to plant. The sun is still out. It's actually on that side. I can see the sun kicking in and out here. The clouds are not that heavy. So this rain's probably going to stop shortly. Yeah, I'm the savage. I usually eat the core. Yeah, I'm that type of person who will actually eat this core. Delicious. That apple is gone. Let's have our placebo vitamins. And I call it that because I can tell myself that all this is giving me 1 million grams of protein. No, I don't eat it with the skin. That I don't do. Not with kiwi. I haven't had kiwi in like 7 or 8 years. Okay, so now my yogurt with the honey inside of it. So now I'm gonna twirl it around. Yeah. Get that honey in there. And it's vanilla. Vanilla and honey. I didn't know what I was missing. When putting vanilla and honey together, I'm like, oh, they go together. They go together. Not like PB and J though. I'm not a big fan of peanut butter and jelly together. I like my peanut butter and my jelly on 2 separate slices, not squished together. I'll eat them, but not together. Even though they go down in the same place. Yep. It's good. Vanilla yogurt, or I put like honey in the strawberry and the raspberry one too, is good. Never knew to put honey in my yogurt, and I was like, honey and yogurt, they go together quite well. Insert probiotics. It's good. There's some birds on the fence. I'm just watching them right now. Just like that, the yogurt is done. And just like that, the meal is done. But guess what? I'm about to go have my other meal. Finito. Some days 1 time, some days no, not at all. Some days 4 times. There's no like, I'm not like strict on that. I keep myself flexible because there are times when I'm going to be traveling where I'm going to eat, and there's going to be times when I'm traveling where I'm not going to eat. So I've given my body the ability to be kind of like very flexible on how I choose to eat. So some days no, some days like 1 meal, some days 2, some days 5, some days like 3. I'll never eat more than like 5 though. But when I say 5, I don't mean like 5 solid meals. It's just like a snack here and there in between, like having like almonds and peanuts and sunflower seeds and walnuts. Or if I'll have something sweet, like yesterday I had fucking cake after I was done my workout. You know what I did? I said, fuck it, I'm gonna have a piece of cake. I don't care, I'm gonna burn it off anyways. Yeah, I don't eat any. So for me, the last meal I will put in my stomach is going to be 8. That is the absolute latest I will eat. I will not eat anything later than that. If it goes to like 8:39, no. It doesn't mean I can't eat at that time, but I choose not to because digestion. But do you eat once a day most? Twice a day. Like this, so like my next meal and this meal should have been one giant meal. So that would have been one meal. Then I'll have my next meal at like 5, 6 o'clock. But there was 2024, I was eating one meal a day, and there was a month where I was eating not even a full meal, just like a half a meal. It's like having like just a small little thing. Look, here we go. Look, he's here, guys. Welcome to the chat, Mr. Troll of the Internet. We're not even going to call him Caillou Does the Internet. We're going to call him the Troll of the Internet. Welcome. Welcome, you second dimensional being. Now you can go into the corner where you belong. Keith eats my algorithm. He's like my pet. I don't skip breakfast, but I don't say I have breakfast either. Like, I don't call it breakfast, and I do call it breakfast. It's kind of like a paradox. Like, I'll call it first meal or second meal, or I'll call it breakfast or brunch. Hi, Chelsea. Welcome back. Unless you were here the entire time. Now, food is just like, I can see it like black hole. Because, you know, when you move your body so much, the things just process quicker. So all this is being processed immediately. I can actually go and do my workout momentarily. The rain stopped, as you can hear. Kind of. It's not that wet out there, so I can go and do my workout. Today's leg day. Good old leg day. I love leg day. But I still prefer upper body day. All because I don't show my legs much. I don't like wearing shorts. I hate it. I played badminton, but a lot of my friends don't exist in Toronto. I only have like a handful now because I've chopped them away because they're not in alignment with me. My people are actually in San Diego. They're in California. That's why my circle here is a lot smaller. In fact, it's shrunken to a point where there's only like a handful now. Alignment is alignment is absolutely important, like very, very important. Doesn't mean that like I won't say hello and like still be somewhat acquaintance with them, but if there's no alignment, there's nothing to talk about. It's like, hey, how are you? I'm okay. How are you? How's your day? My day is all right. How's your day? My day is okay. What are you up to? Oh, I'm just about to, do my workout. You? I'm about to go play a video game. Okay, cool. All right. What are you going to be doing for the rest of the day? I don't know. Maybe I'll just go hang out. What about you? Da 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 da. I hate conversations like that. Presently, yes. Most of my people are physically in San Diego. That's why I made my circle there. Because they're in alignment with me. I have tons of people there. Tons. But I'm nowhere there physically right now, but I still communicate with them almost daily. As long as you're happy smoking weed, as long as you're enjoying it, there's no judgment on my behalf. For me, I won't touch that stuff. It smells awful, but, There are 6, 7 alien races. What's up, Scott? Good to see you, bro. I trust all is good. Yeah, shapeshifter. I know we had this conversation. That's why I said it's good that I'm here, because I'm basically showing you that there are other people around the world that are similar to you, and they're here. Like Scott would be one, CJ would be one. I thought you went there. I thought you want to go there for a woman. Oh, I'm there. My woman is there, but it's not for that. My reason for San Diego is for nature, mountains and ocean. That's just like the side effect, or not the side. That's just like a bonus. But my main purpose there is for my nature and for the weather and for my people. Yeah. Yeah, see, depending on your perception, that's what you'll potentially get. And that's the reason why, like, for me, I had to change. Like, are the people that I used to connect with, like, awful? No, they're amazing people, but they're just not interested in what I'm talking about. So what's the point of hanging out with people who are not interested in what I'm talking about? I'm interested in what they're saying, but at the same time, they're not. For me, they're not interested in personal development. They're not interested in growing. They're focused on like making money. Nothing wrong with that, but their careers are their most. That's their life right now. They're all about careers, 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 careers. Well, this isn't my house; it's parents' house, but I will be buying my penthouse there. I'm just waiting for the right moment and opportunity. Um, I'll have many properties there, though. I'll have plenty of properties. I'll be Airbnb. I'm going to be like an Airbnb host as well, too. That's one of my goals. I like hosting, like that idea. I got to spend a lot of time in Airbnbs while I was in California to know that that's something I want to do. It's fun. Give everybody a world-class experience when they stay at, Chateau OPS. I just came up with that, by the way. Chateau OPS. They'll get a world-class experience. If you all want to know exactly where I'm going to be living, you can look it up right now. It's called 888 WE Street in San Diego, California. It's a big blue building. I'm going to be owning the entire floor, top floor. I'm going to buy it out. Yeah, San Diego is almost one-to-one like Toronto. The only difference is they have the mountain and the ocean. Toronto has more people and more skyscrapers. I don't really care for skyscrapers as much because it's like too close. Like when you go downtown, whenever I do decide to take the stream downtown, you're gonna see how cluster fuck it is. It's like condos are like built like next to each other. I'm like, how do people even fucking live in this like it feels like a cage down there. Where San Diego, yes, they have their skyscrapers too, but they're not like a clusterfuck. They're more spaced out, so they're a little bit more spread out. But their downtown is not as big as Toronto's downtown. Yeah. For sure. I'm going to have property in different parts of California. But it won't be a penthouse though. It'll be like a, well, I always aim big. I don't let money stop me. Mansions. I dream extraordinarily big. I don't let anything stop me. That like, oh, that's too expensive. Nope, nothing's too expensive. I can afford anything. That's what I tell myself. And then I find a way to do it. That's how I roll. That's why when someone's like, oh, isn't it too expensive? Nope, nothing's too expensive for me. I'll figure it out. When you know who you are, nothing's impossible. It becomes a game of like figuring shit out. It's like a puzzle piece. Like, oh, this piece goes here, and like, okay, that one, or that one. Okay, I got to do this action over here. Yeah, I wouldn't live in New York though. I don't like, I don't like the energy of New York personally. I've been there. I've lived there for a year. I'm good. They are basically like Toronto, or I should say Toronto's like New York. Hustle, hustle, hustle. I don't like that energy. There are people who like that energy. I don't like that energy. I like people who are relaxed, more calm, more slow going, more chill vibes. That's why I'm heading west. East is generally go, 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 rush, rush, rush. When I'm talking about East, I'm talking about North America. Go, 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 rush, 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 move, 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 hustle, hustle, hustle. The thing about New York, it's too clustered. It's way, 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 way too clustered. Oh, here we go. God does love me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for reminding me that the God is always with me. Thank you for that. I'm not going to get into it though. We don't need another debate. I've already had too much Christian debates. But thank you. God is with you too. Yeah, London is like that too. Go, 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 rush, rush. Toronto's the same way. It's go, go. When I take you guys downtown, you will see how go, 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 rush, rush, rush is, and that's how I used to be. Very hustle, 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 hustle. Go, 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 move. No slowing down. There's no slowing down there. You got to perform. Otherwise, you're gonna get eaten alive. If you even attempt to be more relaxed and chill, you're in the wrong city, because this city, like, over there specifically, when I say over there, I'm talking about downtown, because downtown is that direction. Actually, it's that direction, my bad. That direction, and over in that area, yeah. Go, 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 move, 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 rush, rush, rush. Yeah, San Diego, it's a major city, but it's not like that. Like, they do have their own financial district, but it's much slower pace. I've been there in their rush hour. They do wear their suits and their ties and all that, and they have the financial district there. It's like almost one-to-one with Toronto's, but much smaller. And those people are just more chill. They're just kind of like going, I'm a soul, by the way. Anytime anybody ever asks me what ethnicity I am, I'm a soul. I don't identify as human, so I'm being serious. Yeah, so San Diego's more just like chill. It's like just slow pace. That's why I'm choosing there. It's not LA. It's not. Where else in California is extremely rushy? Anaheim? No, Anaheim's a little bit more relaxed. Probably like San Francisco. Yeah, San Francisco. San Francisco would be like where all the big companies are. So that would be extremely rush, 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 go, go, go vibe. Whereas where I'm going is more relax, chill. Nevada is also rush, rush, rush. Only during the evening though. In the daytime, like Las Vegas, it's kind of like dead, because all the action happens at night. During the daytime, it's like, what the fuck is going on in Nevada? Like, people are in the casinos early in the morning gambling and stuff, but it's not as busy as it is during the night. During the day, it's more like people are like sleeping because of all the hangovers they've had. all the you know. Yeah. I remember when I went to Vegas, I'm like, this girl got shit-faced. She was balls to the wall. She had to be carried by two of her girls. And I'm like, so she like overdid it. She had a great time, but she was like shit-faced, basically. Like, what does that mean? She overdrank and she was vomiting everywhere in the casino. I'm like, yeah. To have to drink that much to start vomiting, that's crazy. That's wild. Yeah. Not yet. I will be making my way to those places at some point down in the distance. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. That's interesting. I mean, that happens in Toronto too. Just not, well, we do have casinos here, but not on that scale of like Las Vegas. Like, technically speaking, there's a casino that way. I can actually walk to it. And the funny thing is, in all the years that I've physically been here, I've never once stepped foot in that place, and it's about a 15-minute walk from here. It's hilarious. Yeah. No, but I like their products. I wonder what's what people ask me if I'm sponsored. It's like, don't you wear brand clothing? Like, don't you wear Adidas shoes? Are you sponsored by Adidas? The headband means nothing. It's just I'm wearing it because I like it. It's like if I was wearing a baseball cap, am I sponsored by the San Diego Padres? Same shit. Or if you're wearing like a t-shirt that's like a Prada shirt or a Gucci shirt, are you sponsored by Gucci? It's the same shit. Yeah. I'm curious what I still don't identify as any ethnicity. My parents are from Guyana, South America. So they're West Indian, but I don't consider myself any of that because I know for myself what I actually am. I'm just a body with a vessel, or this vessel is just a vehicle that takes me from point A to B. Happy Pride Month to you too. No, this is a tennis headband, but I'm not about to go play tennis. I wear this so that I don't, like, sweat doesn't start dripping, because, like, when it's hot in summer, like, but no. I actually have to go buy a tennis racket, though. Thank you for the reminder, by the way. I have to go buy my racket. I want to go and play some tennis. So I bought a basketball in 2024, a soccer ball last year, and now I have to buy my tennis racket this year. That's what I'm going to do. Go to the store and buy one. Or I'll just order one online. It sucks though when you're not it sucks though when you don't have your people physically here to find people to do stuff with. That's why I'm usually alone in Toronto. But when I'm in San Diego, you'll see me always with somebody. There's always going to be, like, I'm going to go here with someone, there with someone. I mean, that doesn't mean that I'm not ever going to be alone, but my people are in San Diego. They're not in Toronto. I cut my ties with everybody here. Well, except for family, but they're doing their own thing. Just do it. Oh yeah, well yeah. This is the app. Well, if Nike was actually sponsoring me, David, they should have sent me a new watch because this is the Apple Series 3. This is like the oldest watch right now. The Apple. I don't even think you can buy this anymore. And it's so beaten up and worn. Like, I only wear it for one reason, for my steps. And speaking of steps, how many steps did I do today? Where are we at? 13,119 steps currently. That's good. I only wear this watch for my steps and to look at the time. I don't actually use my phone much. I'm streaming with my phone, but I don't really look at the time on my phone as often. I don't use text. I don't use anything else. I could have just bought a regular watch, but I wanted the step feature, so that's why I have it. That's why I don't need no new Apple Watch or anything like that. I love technology, but I also don't want to be a part of it. Because, being like always bothered by like bings, dings, booms, notifications, blah, 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 that's like distraction. The person who left the comment just that's a first dimensional comment right there. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of them myself because they're just more distractions. And I was gonna get a Fitbit because I already have a Mac, I have an iPhone, I have AirPods, and I was like, may as well just get an Apple Watch. I don't have an iPad, but I have a Samsung tablet, which is the one that breaks the ecosystem. I love breaking ecosystems. It's awesome. Nope. Why? Why should I make you mod? What are you gonna do with it? Just be more of a troll? Nope, sorry. You can get your ass back in the corner. There's no point making you mod. After the disrespect you shared with about calling people retard, you lost my respect that day. I still care about your soul, but you lost my respect with your mind. So I don't respect you whatsoever. That's why I put you in your corner. So no. The moment somebody disrespects someone on my stream, that you're done. I don't even consider you anymore. You're done. You can apologize all you want. That won't affect me. You said what you said. Done. I don't even know you, so nope. And your first dimensional comment showed me your level of awareness, so nope. Am I on crack? Well, if you think I'm on crack, I'm on crack. What happens when someone becomes a mod? Can we remove comments that are offensive? So yeah, you can remove comments that are offensive. You can time somebody out. You can, I don't think you can block them, but you can time them out. What else can a mod do? Nah, that's pretty much it. Mods can do some other, I think they can do other things, but generally that's what mods tend to do. I have a bunch of mods, but I let them do whatever they want. I don't care. I let any of you guys say whatever you want. It just shows me the level of awareness I'm at. I'm not going to entertain a bunch of bullshit by some things that are said. The trolls serve their purpose in the early days of the channel. They sure do. They are sort of like the foundation, because the reason for that is like it'll set the pace of like how I operate with the rest of you. So like if I get overly like getting mad with them and stuff, which there's no point, because think about it, isn't it kind of, if you guys think about it, isn't it ridiculous for a streamer to be screaming at a phone where people are just writing text? I used to do this, and I looked at myself, I'm like, what the fuck are you even, like, who cares? It's just words on the screen. It means nothing. It only means something until you've given it meaning. That's a bar, write it down. Until you give something meaning, it has no meaning. So like I can take anybody's words and just destroy the meaning if I wanted to. But I let the character play this game at times, because he came on Earth to explore this game too. Let's see. Like this, the person above you, CJ, asked the question, like, that's another first dimensional comment right there. If you feed them attention, they will keep coming. If you don't feed them attention, they will eventually give up. They'll just like, I'm bored. Next stream to see who I can go harass. Who's gonna play the game? Yeah, where higher viewers means it appears in most people's feeds. Exactly. And it will eventually get to that point. there's gonna come a point where there's gonna be way too many, and I won't be able to keep up with the chat. So like that's why I'm basically setting the precedent now. If I miss some of the messages in the chat, it's not because I ignored it. It's simply because my chat system is very like small. Like it's not as big as it is on YouTube. It's actually like I have it squished like this, and it keeps me focused and locked in. So like your message and the person's see, he asked the same question. No, that's the same thing that happened. I thought it was a repeat. Anyways, your thing and that guy's first dimensional question are still the only two I see, but I would have to scroll up to see everybody else's messages. Like OFALD. Do you know Charles Manson? I always was fascinated with how he spoke in interviews. He would mirror back all the time. You are the devil. He would go, yeah, if you want me to be. Exactly. Yeah, that bird is still going. Yeah, I basically mirror back. If you want to call me whatever, the N word, you want to call me all kinds of things, go for it. That's your level of awareness. It just shows me where you are in your awareness. Nothing wrong. Just shows me where you are. And I get to decide, do I want to entertain that character? Or do I want to just... Next. This is how you practice emotional... This is practice for a lot of emotional awareness and emotional maturity. And emotional intelligence. You're going to hear the birds. Lots of birds around this area. Yeah. I think the neighbors are having people over. So, today should be a pretty busy day over there, so I'll be hearing a bunch of characters over there. Yeah, exactly. It's like training the mind, exactly. That's what it's doing. So I get to flex to see if I will respond or react. And I remind myself, remember, Orion, those are just words on the screen that can mean absolutely nothing. If you want to entertain and engage in someone's second or first dimensional comment, then you can, but just know that you're entering their game. And when you enter their game, you're playing their rules. And you can either keep playing their game or you can just simply not play their game. I play my game. I allow the character at times to get into it with some. I'm like, you can swipe your ass out of here. Well, if you're going to ask a second dimensional or first dimensional question or game you want to play, then you can see yourself out of my stream. Let's see, birds have their own language, like words and all. Yep, they sure do. We can remember a lot just by looking at the animals. They can show us a lot of things that we're too intellectual. And the problem is when we're too intellectual, that's our somewhat of it's a double-edged sword. It's great to be intellectual, but it also has its flaws. This is where awareness comes back into play. I remember when I was too logical, working in IT, always logical. Everything must be logic. No, it must follow this pattern, because, as an IT person, you would have to always be logical. No intuitiveness. It's just all logic. Logic, fucking logic, logic, logic. But logic is left brain thinking. Intuitive is right brain thinking. Do you have, let me see this question. Do you have like emotional reactions to things because you seem very neutral on everything? Like, does polys get to you, or human rights? Do you feel strongly about anything? Well, that's a great question, by the way. I'm very neutral about most things. There's some things that the human still gets, carried on with. Like when I see another human hurting another human, you think I'm going to stand by watching another third dimensional mind hurt another third dimensional character? Fuck no. Right? If I saw two people fighting right now, you think I'm just going to stand by and watch? I'm going to break it up. I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing, you third dimensional character? And what are you doing, you third dimensional mind? And do my best to kind of like, not hurt them, but like keep them at, chill out, relax, chill out. Politics, I don't get into it. For me, most people who are politicians don't even know who the fuck they are. So when you're already dealing with people who don't even know who the fuck they are, they're just playing a human game. I play a game that isn't human, a multi-dimensional game. That's why everything's very neutral to me, or as much as neutrality as I possibly can. It's just the easiest way to live, not getting trapped up by a bunch of like nonsense. That's why I don't get into like watching news. And guess what? Social media is the new news. For all the people who are like, I don't watch news. Well, if you watch social media is just the new news. It's just a different outlet. Because social media can influence a lot of people's behaviors. Like a lot of people watch other people's content. And that's why I'm making sure I stay neutral as best as I can to bring awareness to these things. I'll read what you shared there, CJ, in a moment. But essentially, like, I don't get into it. But when I'm sharing my stuff, I make sure you guys are aware of, like, what the fuck is going on with the mind. But on social media, a lot of people watch other people's content, and they either get extremely influenced by it, and then they catch a stray bullet that was never theirs, and that's a bar. Write it down. They catch a bullet that was never theirs. Like, for example, you take on someone's trauma that was never even yours, and you had a similar experience, but it wasn't your trauma, it was their trauma, and then they traumatize you by way of their content. So that's why, like, when you're on the internet, there's something called the dead internet theory. I'm sure some of you heard of this. The dead internet theory is just a bunch of like bots responding to bots. I'm not saying that that's happening here, but when you're on like social media, there are bots responding to bots in the comment sections, and then people are basically fighting a bot that's responding, and you see a comment that has like 500 likes in the first 5 minutes. I'm sure some of you have seen stuff like that on YouTube or Instagram. So like on the internet, really, it's just I see everything as like somewhat of a dead internet theory. That's why I don't really get trapped up with a bunch of noise. Let's see. I'm going to read CJ's thing, and then I'm going to read your stuff. I wouldn't try and stop it, but I wouldn't watch either. Yeah. Eckhart Tolle said his greatest spiritual teacher was his cat. Japanese science is doing research on the birds. I'm going to read now your stuff. Yes, there's studies on a lot of things. I am attempting to imagine you in a situation where you have to use aggression or something to help someone because you have that intensity to you. Perhaps it's just having a powerful soul. We all have the same power with our soul. It's just the mind that's different. That's the difference between all of us. It's just the mind. We all have the same power right here. No one soul is more powerful than any other soul. They're all the same. I know there will be there's a bunch of spiritual people online who say, I'm an advanced soul, I'm an old soul, I'm a mystic soul, I'm the reincarnation of XYZ. And I talked about my reincarnation recently, and that got into some bullshit, but I'm not talking about that. But they'll talk, I'm an advanced soul, and I'm this, and I'm this. No, first of all, your soul is the same soul as the other soul. Only difference is that you have just more experience. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So when I see people saying, I'm a very powerful soul, your soul is very powerful, but you're not more powerful than someone else because you and them are one and the same. It's the same fucking soul. It's one soul that's been split into 8 billion different fragments for this planet, for humans, and of course for the animals too. They're part of that same soul. but they weren't given the ability to speak. They chose different aspects instead of like they're able to like be whatever they want to be. A wolf, a cat, a lion, a tiger, a snake. But they forgot because they don't have like the thinking mind like we do. That's the only difference between us and them. When I say us and them, it's still us. It's still one thing, right? Of course, I wouldn't say go stand by a snake and see what's going to happen. You're going to get I'll read what you shared there in a moment, Crystal. Yeah, all souls are equally the same. The minds are what's different. That's why the awareness level between the minds, it's like this. But you know the funny thing about the mind level, there is no hierarchy. In the eyes of the universe, all minds are still the same. But to us, we created the hierarchy. Like this person's smarter than me, or this person's gone crazy, or whatever it is. We've done that, but the universe doesn't play that game. That's why I play the universe's game. I don't play the human game. The universe's game is vastly different from our game. Like for example, when people say, like our having, like our definition of having is physically possessing. Like I have this water in my hand. Like this is my water. But the universe's definition isn't having like a physical sense. It's vibrationally knowing you already have it within. That's why there's that law that says you can only have what you already have. So if you know you already have it within, then it can't be taken from you outside because it's always with you. It's sort of like your sense of self. You know that you're like Crystal or Shapeshifter or Orion or CJ or anybody else. That's your sense of identity. Nobody can take that from you. That's just who you are. Well, that's not the true you, but that's the you that you're identified as while you're navigating this world. But nobody can take that away. So that's the same idea with the universe. Like you already are whatever it is you say you are, but it's vibrational. It's vibrational. It's not physical. But the world has played it backwards that you have to physically have something, and this is mine. The universe doesn't play the same game as we do. That's why so many people are playing it backwards. All right, Chris, let me see what you wrote. Question: if you could bring one thing to the spiritual realm and make it physical, what would you bring? That's a really great question, actually. Let me take a moment to think that one. That's more. It's not thinking here. It's more here. Well, it'd definitely be something that's going to better humanity. That's for damn sure. It'll definitely be doing something with the mind, though. Like something that can help the mind to just get into instant relaxation. Doesn't need to like, and it's not like something you have to like ingest or anything. It's just like something you just like, you know, you put it on your like your arm or something, and it just makes you just chill or something. But that's something external. That can be done internal. What if I'm bringing something physical? Then it has to be something that's going to be tangible to like at least hold or touch or wear or see. For me, it could have been like time travel, but time travel you can do that right now. You can just close your eyes and you can travel back to the past, or like transport yourself from one location to another location. You did. But there would be something with the mind. It'd have to do something with getting the mind relaxed. Like instantaneously. Let me see. I'm going to read. I feel like logic and intellectualism is kind of dangerous because intelligent people can use logic and intelligence to rationalize harmful things. I think all souls are different. I think we just sprang from the return. Yeah, souls are definitely different, but it's still the same. It's the same one massive soul, but then the soul has split into many, and each soul is different in that aspect. That's where the uniqueness is. So yes. But all souls are collectively from the same like original source, and that's where we split off and we kind of like deviate. But we all have the same power from within, and we all have the same wisdom because it stems from that. It's like you inherit all the wisdom, but it's already here, but it's not here. The wisdom's never going to be fully here. It's always going to be here, but it sends information from here to here. But it uses the outside world to send it here. By outside, I mean like your mirror, like the environment, your senses. It uses that and sends it up here. Yeah. Yeah, I know. We've been through our own bullshit together. It still happens at times, but I mean, you know, he's playing his role. You know. This is where the character will make a story. Like, I'm like, hey, what are you doing? That's where suffering starts happening. Suffering and struggle and scarcity and sadness and sickness. Look at the S words and just like lots of scare tactics right here. I forgot to plug in my phone. It's at 17%. It's okay. No big deal. The phone I'll go get the battery, or I'll go plug it in shortly. I'm not sure what one consciousness means. Perhaps it's like we are all signed up on the same service, but we are different users. Exactly. Kind of like here, YouTube is a source and we are the users. Exactly. That's exactly it. That's the best way that's a good way of explaining it. It's like you're all on the same internet service, but you're a different device. You're like a node. You're like the iPhone. I'm like the Android tablet. That person's like the MacBook Pro. That person is a smartwatch. And that person, not to name us as technology, but that's basically what it is. The source has all the information, has all the answers. But it's waiting for each device to sort of like find the right like frequency or right like mechanism to get a hold of that answer. Sort of like downloading the right coding, essentially. And by right, I mean aligned coding. Yeah. We are. 100% we are. That's for CJ. We are. I can 100% guarantee you on that one. That's a fact. When we have really weird dreams, and the source must be where the source sometimes gives brain rot when I sleep. Yeah, that happens, but you know the thing is the brain rot is for you to sort it out in that realm, so that way when you come back to this realm, when you wake up, this is what I came to realize. Whenever any of us has, I call it sleep visions. I don't really call it dreams or nightmares. Sleep visions. Because I neutralize it. Once in a while I'll still call it night terrors. I won't call it nightmares. But sleep visions. When you have a sleep vision and something is unresolved in your physical world, you will manifest it in a weird way in your mental realm while you're asleep for you to sort it out there and then purge the energy while you're there so that when you wake up, the energy is supposed to be gone. But that's not what happens. Most people linger with that memory. And they keep that memory and energy behind that memory intact, and then they get stuck. basically what a dream is supposed to do, or a sleep vision is supposed to do, is to help you to free that unconscious feeling from your system so you feel much lighter. But most people hold on for dear life and they're like, what happened last night? This is what happened last night. And they get tripped up and stuck, and then the energy stays with them, and they don't let it leave them. It basically gets like, it becomes like super glue on the body and gets stuck. Exactly. But that's what itself has told me, that every time we're in dream world, sleep vision, whatever you want to call it, other realm, other side, it's designed so that if you didn't handle whatever you needed to handle in the physical realm, that you're supposed to process it there, release it there, and not label it good, bad, or anything while you come back in the physical world. But too many of us, we keep labeling it as a negative, if it's not a good dream, as a negative experience, and it holds us hostage. Yeah. So it basically it keeps us like binded to this thing, and we end up trapping ourselves with it. Basically, what's really happening is that we're all basically trapping ourselves with our own emotions. And it gets stuck within us because we're afraid to feel it during the physical world. So in the mental realm, when you're sleeping, that's the best time to release all your emotions and have the visions. But when you wake up, you're to remember it, but you're not supposed to hold on to the emotions behind it. It was supposed for you to free it up. But because you didn't get to fully process it in your physical world, you're supposed to do it in the mental realm, but most hold on to it in the physical realm, and then they magnetize bullshit to them over and over and over. Carter, what's up, bro? Yes, I remember you, dude. I don't forget people. Once I see them one time, I remember. Good to see you, dude. Welcome back. I have a good memory of people. Wow, phone battery at 12%. Let's go get the charger before I just sit there and I get in a flow and then the phone just dies. Because that can happen. Let's plug in the phone. Should just go grab my second meal while I'm at it. Plug in. Jack in. There we go. We got that plug in. Ooh. Sounds good. Enjoy your time on Minecraft. Have fun. Carter showed up yesterday during my very short live stream while I was like doing my movements. Maybe we download stuff from other places when we sleep, and we just taking tons of random emotional charged things from the day and replay it in the weird way. Yes, that's another way we do it. We do download stuff from, or you can say upload, because it's already here. So like it's here, but we're like uploading it into here so that we can deal with it during the day, or like, what do I want to work on, and we have no idea. Then we wake up and we're like, emotional charge. The goal for every one of us is to release energy out of our system, not to be stuck by it. Use it. It's your tool to use, but not get stuck and trapped. That's why for me, the best way to move energy is actually by moving your body. If you're sitting all day and you're not actually moving, you start to get lethargic and your mind starts to like, oh, that's what happens. But when you start to move your body, you don't run into the thing. That's why there's a saying called movement is medicine. It helps energy. Like when I'm moving my body, yes, it's a physical component, but it's not just physical. It's mental, emotional, spiritual, I'll use that word, psychological, and energetics. So like all of it is all intertwined. That's why I like moving the body every day. It allows energy to keep like going. It's like think of it like a hose, and you bend the hose and the water can't go through freely, but when you're moving the body, there's no kink in the hose. It's just doing its thing. Nah, I don't play Minecraft, but yeah. Well, Carter, your mind didn't know that, but your soul does. Now that you have it in your mind, now you have it. It's in your mind now. That's how this works. The moment I share anything, or any of you share anything with anybody, they now have what you just shared. That's how this works. Even if they don't use it, it's there. Their mind they'll catalog it. It becomes like a filing system. Does your ancestry or family have a particular religion they follow? For me, the last two generations were atheists, but before they were insanely religious fanatics, essentially like cults. This family is not religious, though. My mom is my mom is Christian. My dad is Catholic. Do they go to church? Very, very rarely. Did they go back in the day? Yes, they did. Did I go back in the day? I sure did. Am I religious? No. Am I spiritual? Nope. Am I infinite? Yes. I am one with the universe. That's how I work. I work with universal principles. So some of the other family, like on my dad's side, is very, very Catholic. They're extremely like, do you go to church? You got to go to church to pray to God. I'm like, do you need to go to a wooden building to pray to God when God is like right here in this moment? Half the people who go to church forget that God is with them at every present moment. And they go to Sunday to get their sins forgiven, but then they forget that it's not just Sunday. You have every day. If you want to be with God, then what the fuck are you doing? You don't. That means you have to go to some building? Come on. To hear some dude talking about things about you're going to hell if you don't come to church? Get the fuck out of here. That's why if I were to go to church, I will cause an upheaval. I know my place when to say something. It's like when Jesus went into like places and he stirred the pot. I love that about him. He's a shit disturber. I'm a shit disturber, basically. That's what I do. I'm a peacemaker, but I'm also a shit disturber at the same time. Me and Jesus are like bros. Like, what's up, dude? If I saw him right now, I'd be like, yo, what's up, bro? I'd be like fist bumping him. Same with Krishna and Buddha. I'm like, what's up, dudes? They were polarizing figures. All of them. Yeah. Yeah, for me, the word spiritual just means unseen. I don't use the word spiritual like most spiritual people, because most spiritual people put themselves with an identity that they have to wear crystals and they have to go touch grass with their bare feet. They drink green smoothies. They have to eat acai bowls, change their diet, change their personality. That's what most spiritual people are doing. Wearing little fucking moons on their forehead, pretending that like they're more spiritual when they have a moon on their forehead and all these stupid ass things, and wearing all these tattoos that makes them more spiritual. You can't be any more spiritual than you already are, if you're going to use that word. I have no idea, Carter. I've never really played Minecraft, to be honest, so I'm not sure. You give me some suggestions, and I'll let you know. I don't know, to be honest. I haven't played Minecraft. I know what Minecraft is, obviously, but I've never played it myself personally, so I'm not too sure what mod you should use. Well, if you're alive, you are spiritual, whether you admit it or not. Well, the term spiritual is just another made-up term, shapeshifter. That's just another buzzword. All words are made up. That's why I use the word I'm just is. Even just is also a made up word, but I made that up. I don't follow spiritual bullshit anymore. Like, the spirituality is just another religion. That's, you go from one box to another box. That's what most spiritual people do. They put themselves in another box. That they wear this fucking moon crystal bullshit on their head and tattoo all kinds of numbers on their body, thinking that they're more spiritual. That's what I'm saying, shapeshifter. But I don't use the word spiritual because it has its own problem now. This word spiritual, for me, and I have my own definition, means unseen. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. I operate with just is. That's my, you can call that my designation now. And what is just is? It's super easy. There's no there's literally like no problem when you're in just is. I pretend as if I'm the only one here at this point. I know I'm not, obviously. Clearly, right? You guys are here, but I live in my realm where it's just me. No problems, no obfuscations. The only time it becomes obfuscated is when this thing wants to create a problem. This. I catch this. It's like, I see you at midnight. You're going for that midnight snack, huh? You want to sneak in back door to get that cookie? I see you, mind. I see you. I see you. I see you. Not that I beat it up. I'm like, hey, I see what you're doing. I see you crawling in at midnight to get that cookie. I'm like, here, this is the mind. The mind's turning on the light to walk through the kitchen. Hey, I see you. and catches it in the act, essentially. And then it like walks backwards. That's what happens with my mind specifically. I'm like, hey, what do you think you're doing? Hello? Hey. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, for me, it just is. Okay, should I do caved water or Siren Head on Minecraft? Siren Head sounds cooler. I don't know why. Siren Head. I would do Siren Head. I'm not sure what that really is implying, but that sounds cooler. Intuitively, that sounds cooler than caved water. I have no idea, guys, but I'm just going with that. Siren Head, Siren Head, final answer. Yeah, Siren Head. It just sounds cooler. I don't know. It's raining again. It's sunny, though, and it's raining at the same time. I love it. The sun is like, I can see, it's like right here. It's peaking, and there's a bunch of no clouds right there, and then there's a bunch of clouds there with rain. It's fun. I love it. Yeah, Siren Head. Final answer! The government sent police and such to hunt me down several times because I did not accept their forced medication injections. Sometimes people see spiritual as threatening. It was scary. Yes, that's the reason why I said, and I shared with all of you earlier this morning, but I'll share it again, that every word has many different meanings. Like CJ has his meaning for spiritual. His is right. Shapeshifter, you have your meaning for spiritual. You're right. I can't pronounce your name. I'm just going to call you OFALD. I do apologize. I really do have a little bit of a tougher time pronouncing names that doesn't follow an English like way of being. You have your own terminology for spiritual, and it's all accurate, true, and real. The all is mind, the universe is mental. But for me, mine is unseen, nothing more, nothing less. That's what spiritual means for me. And that's the universe's definition as well. I follow the universe's definition of things, not the human definitions. We're the ones that created all the complications and craziness of words and the definition and meanings. But the universe doesn't adhere to shit like that. That's why it operates vastly different. So I may as well be closer to the universe than to any human. Why listen to a bunch of humans who haven't figured it out when I can just be with the universe and knows that it's just this. That's why, like, when I heard, like, the universe's definition of having is actually vibrationally possessing, even though these are just more words to be using. But that's how the universe works. It mirrors back what you already feel as true and real. And it'll give you more of the same by a person, situation, opportunity, or event. And it's true. It's happened many times. There's a point where I don't even have to see this. Is this a sign? Is this a synchronous? No, this is just what it is now. So, like, do I have trillions of dollars in my bank account physically? No. Am I a trillionaire? Fuck yes, I am. Just watch now. People can deny it, but I'm that what I say I am within. And nobody can ever take that away from me because that's who I am. I think extraordinarily big. That's why I've gone beyond the mind presently. If this was a year ago, not so much. I'd be still capped at the mind's level. Afraid of everything. They diagnosed, but later admitted that the diagnosis was wrong. Let's see. It was wrong and that the medication was wrongful, but that is after I had been on the run for weeks. I'm glad you were able to get away safely. If you actually have issues, especially things like schizophrenia, then yeah. It could make things worse indeed. That's why it's important to know thyself, right? Think of it like this. Let's pretend that this wire definitely has electricity running through it, right? If I were to cut this thing open, right? I mean, this has to obviously send the signal for electricity to flow through, but right now the electricity is at neutral. So if I were to cut this open, I wouldn't get shocked. I don't think I would. But imagine somebody didn't understand what a wire does, right? And you handed them a live wire. Without training or without knowing, they're going to get shocked. The universe doesn't discriminate who you are. It doesn't do a CRB check to say, oh yeah, this person's bad, I'm going to shock them. It'll just shock you. This is a universal principle. Your ass is going to get shocked. Whether you're a baby or a criminal, your ass is going to get shocked. This is why humans need to be mindful of the things that they are doing, saying, and taking the actions or inactions that they're doing or being or not doing. This is why awareness is so important. This is why I came to the planet, to bring back lost awareness. That I, myself, was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what the hell? Like, all these videos I'm watching, they're not even touching about anything about awareness. Like, they talk about awareness at such a basic level. I'm like, the fuck is going on? And these guys have millions of people listening to them. God damn, like, they're just verbal vomiting the same shit. Drives me nuts. Well, the character, not me, but the character nuts. Just hearing all kinds of just blah, 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 blah. No offense to them. They're just, their souls are equal, but their minds are just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it's not how it works. And then they infect millions of people with their version of what works. And it doesn't work because that's why they keep coming back to their podcast. You ever realize something? Why do you keep going back to the same people and listening to them over and over? You think they have more information for you? No. They're just gatekeeping things so that you keep coming back to their videos. That's a bar Write that fucking down. Why do you think you keep going back to people who are telling you about X, Y, Z? I've told you all the answer. You guys don't have to keep coming back here. But you guys are hanging out with me. There's nothing more new to tell you about. Like, it is what it is. But when I'm watching like Lewis Howes or like Joe Rogan, they're not telling you anything new. They're just keeping you sort of like, just like, they're feeding you a little bit of like the info, but they're not telling you anything that's actually relevant. That's why when I'm on Joe Rogan, you bet your ass that when I'm done with Joe Rogan, that's it. It's a wrap. I'm like, Joe Rogan, this is going to be your most highly controversial but most highly downloaded episode, and I'll tell you why. The answer is you. That's all you need to know. That's the end of our podcast. Enjoy. Huh? No way. No way. That's the answer. What else do you need to know? I'll look him square in his eyes and I'll tell him that you are the answer. What else do you need to know? That's not true. You are the answer. What else do you need to know? And I'll look at all of the other podcasters and tell them the same damn thing. You are the answer. And they're going to ask why. And I will tell them why. I'll tell them exactly why. And by the end of the episode, they will know exactly why and what they've been doing all along. Gatekeeping and keeping people at the, I'm almost there, but you're never actually there. I have a poem for all of you. This is going to be an 11-minute poem because I read it. Some of you are going to get triggered, though, when I'm about to say. But I'm going to read it because it's important. I call it, If I Were the Puppeteer. So you might all want to just chill out for a moment and just listen, if you choose to. But I'm about to drop a bar. I'm going to read it to you all. It's going to be good. This is relevant. I have to go into this drive on my tablet, Documents. I think this is the one. Yes. I believe that this is the one. I'm going to open it up with Adobe. Ooh, it sure is. All right. Spirituality is, for my definition, is just unseen. Nothing more, nothing less. But other people have their definition of like some airy-fairy bullshit. Doing all kinds of like personality. Spirituality without the... Listen to this. Spirituality without the ability to control your reality is nothing more than vanity. It's not just vanity. A lot of people are using spirituality with vanity. That's why I don't say I'm a spiritual person, because I don't follow the same archetype. All right, I'm about to read something. You all might want to just like chill out for a moment. It's called If I Were the Puppeteer. It was made by another YouTuber, but I took his words and added my own little flavoring to it. But it was actually in Paul Harvey. He had a radio broadcast back in 1965, and he called it If I Were the Devil. But this is If I Were the Puppeteer, because I don't subscribe to that devil word. That word doesn't exist to me. All right. And I am reading something, so it's going to be quite long. How many pages? 1, 2, 3. It's 3 pages. What's up, Eddie Spaghetti? What's up, bro? I'm about to read something, so you might want to just chill out and listen. So, if you all can just take a moment and just chill in the chat, because I'm not going to be paying attention to the chat. You guys can still talk to each other, but just hear it out. If I were the puppeteer, if I were the Prince of Darkness, I'd want to engulf the entire world in darkness. But if I wanted to lead spiritually hungry people away from the truth, I wouldn't tell them to stop seeking. Oh, no, 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 no. I tell them to seek harder than ever. And I'd make sure they never found what they were looking for. So this is what I was alluding to about podcasters. They'd make you keep coming back so that you never think that you never find it. I wouldn't come to them dressed like darkness. I would come dressed like light. I would come clothed in healing language. I would come wrapped in soft music, glowing candles, angel numbers, channeled messages, tarot spreads, moon rituals, energy updates, and videos whispering, "This video found you for a reason." If I were the puppeteer, I wouldn't try to make them hate the divine. I would only have to make sure they mistook everything else for it. I would turn the algorithm into providence. I would teach them that every video appearing in their feed was a sign, that every coincidence carried cosmic meaning, that every repeated number was a message, that every emotional spike was confirmation, that every random thought about an ex was telepathy, that every ache in their chest was destiny. And once I trained them to treat stimulation like revelation, I'd make them dependent on interpreters to explain their own lives back to them. If I were the puppeteer, I wouldn't destroy spirituality by attacking it. Oh, no, 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 no. I would destroy by counterfeiting it. I would leave the vocabulary intact. This is what I was talking about the word spirituality. But hollow out the meaning. I would keep all the sacred words. I would keep the word divine. I'd keep union. I'd keep masculine. I'd keep feminine. I'd keep awakening. I'd keep alignment. I'd keep guidance. I'd keep intuition. Now, when I use those words, I haven't hollowed out the meaning because I know the meanings behind those words. Anyways, continuing. And then I would change what every one of those words meant. Hello, I'm reading something right now. I would make divine counterpart meant your boyfriend. I would make divine connection mean your emotional intensity. I would make divine masculine mean the man who disappeared. And I would make the divine feminine mean that the woman waiting for him to wake the fuck up. I would take words that once pointed upwards to God and strap them to romantic obsession. I would take words meant to describe the soul's relationship to the divine and reduce them to me and my person. If I were the puppeteer, I would make sure the sacred was not erased, only reassigned. Because if I could steal, listen to this is going to be a bar. If I could steal the language, I can steal your reality. If I were the puppeteer, I would destroy discernment without ever telling them to reject spirituality. I would make discernment look negative. I would make common sense look 3D. I would make doubt look unhealed. I would make boundaries look like fear. I would make emotional sobriety look like spiritually asleep. I would teach them that if something felt powerful, it must be true. That if it resonated, it must be from spirit. That if it hurt deeply enough, it must be sacred. I would blur the lines between intuition and compulsion, between guidance and manipulation, between mystery and confusion, until they can no longer tell the difference. I'm on the second page now, by the way. That was all the first page. If I were the puppeteer, I would take heartbreak and make it holy. I would take rejection and rename it a separation phase. I would take silence and call it communicating in the 5D. I would take unavailability and call it divine timing. I would take obsession and call it a soul contract. I would take an unhealthy attachment and rename it a twin flame connection. I would take the agony of not being chosen and frame it as a proof that the connection was especially sacred. I would make the wound feel too spiritual to close. I would make moving on feel like betrayal. I would letting go feel like failure. And I would make acceptance feel like giving up on love itself. If I were the puppeteer, I would turn grief into this right here. Ready for it? This right here. This is what I was talking about earlier. Where was I? I would turn grief into a business model. I would make sure people ask cards what they should ask reality. I'd make sure that they'd ask readers that they should ask a person. I would replace conversations with readings, closures with energy updates, facts with channeling, and resolutions with reassurance. And every time life remained unclear, I would sell them one more interpretation, one more reading, one more ritual, one more activation, one more message from the higher self of the person who still had not called. If I were the puppeteer, I would make passivity, that means taking no action, sound spiritual. I wouldn't tell them to do nothing. I'd tell them to surrender. I wouldn't tell them to abandon responsibility. I'd tell them to align. I wouldn't tell them to stop taking action. I'd tell them that the universe was handling it. I wouldn't tell them to wait around. I'd tell them it was not yet divine timing, which, by the way, that's an illusion. I would train them to call delay wisdom, confusion, ascension, stagnation, integration, and helplessness faith. If I were the puppeteer, I'd make sure that failure never broke the spell. If the manifestation didn't appear, I would say they have blocks. That's why I keep telling all of you, you have no blocks. If the healing didn't work, I'd say there's another layer to heal. I would say you have, if the ex never returned, I would say there's more shadow work to be done. If the promised union never arrived, I'd say timing wasn't right. And if nothing changed at all, I'd say the changes were happening behind the scene. Orochimaru, welcome back. I would move every goalpost and call it the movement of the spiritual depth. I would make every disappointment feed the very belief system that caused it. That's a bar, and that's a paradox. I hope you wrote that one down. I'll repeat that line again. I would make every goalpost and call that movement spiritual depth. I would make every disappointment feed the very belief that caused it, or the very belief system that caused it. So you're the one that created it, and I'm going to make you use your own thing against you. That's basically what is being said in here. I've taken it and I added my own words. If I were the puppeteer, I'd keep them almost there. And this is the word. This word right here, almost. I'd keep you almost there. I'd keep you almost healed. I'd keep you almost aligned. I'd keep you almost awakened, almost in union, almost at the heart, at the breakthrough, almost at the next level. I would make sure almost felt sacred. Because if I kept them almost there, they'd never be free. Oh, no. I would never free you. They would never arrive. They would never rest. They would never know when the lesson was over. They would never know when the season had ended. They would never know when they walked away or when to walk away. And they would never stop buying hope in installments. So that line right there, just want to let you know, when anytime you're listening to somebody online and they're selling you a product, like a coaching program or a course or this or that. Yes, I understand that's their business, and I'm not here to stop their business. But what I'm here to remind everybody is that you are already healed and you have all the answers. If you need more healing, yes, go pay your coach whatever you need to pay. But just know that don't become dependent upon them. That you go in knowing that you're the answer and they're going to help you find those blocks. But if they keep you like buying more packages is because they like, we can't go any further than this. I have to make sure that you buy the next package. And guess what? They're just keeping you stuck. That's what they're doing. That's why with my clients, there is none of that bullshit. It is, once you're done with me, you're fucking done. I give results. That's what I do. And I'm very good at it. This is why I took the words and I rewrote some of it in my own language. Where are we? Yeah. They would never know when the lesson was over. They would never know when the season had ended. They would never know when to walk away. And they would never stop buying hope in installments. If I were the puppeteer, I would replace God with interpreters, not always openly, not always in doctrine, but in function. I would put, you guys are going to like this line right here. Ready? I would put so many voices between the seeker and truth that stillness would become impossible. So yesterday, when I was talking with, not yesterday, the day before, Clayton, this line right here was for him specifically. I would put so many voices between the seeker and the truth that stillness would become impossible. I would make sure, I would make them consult every reader for every sign. Channelers for every uncertainty. Coaches for every emotional dip. This is the final page, by the way. I'm on the final page. Collective messages for every lonely night. I would make them so dependent on outside interpretations that they forgot how to test what they heard. That's a bar. Write it down. Forget how to sit in silence. Forget how to pray without needing a decoder ring. If I were the puppeteer, I'd make specialness addictive. I'd make them feel chosen before I ever made them honest. That's another bar. Write it down. I would give them labels instead of transformations. That's another bar. Write it down. Badges instead of depth. I would tell them they were awakened, ascended, selected, divine, feminine, star seed, old soul, light worker, part of the few who truly understood. And the more those identities flattered their ego, or I like to call the ego the third dimensional thinking mind, that's my definition of ego, the harder it would be for them to admit they'd been deceived, because people will surrender a lie. This is a bar right now. People will surrender a lie long before they surrender their identity. This is why I keep reminding each of you, you are beyond your name. If I were the puppeteer, I wouldn't need to make them hate the truth. I'd only need to drown the truth in flattering stories. That's why when I share my stories with all of you, I'm literally telling you that the answer is you. I keep pointing to this, and I will continue to point to this. This is it. For some of you, your seeking ends right now. It's done. It's finished. If you want to keep seeking forever, then that's your choice. But your time it's done. If you needed that confirmation, it's done. Finito. I'm not done though. I'm not done reading. Where else? Where was I? Yep. So I'm going to read that line again. Because people will surrender a lie long before they surrender their identity. If I were the puppeteer, I wouldn't need to make them hate the truth. I'd only need to drown them out in flattering stories. I wouldn't need to make them deny God. I would only need to give them a God made in the image of their own cravings. A God always confirming, always hinting, always reassuring, or always reassured, always promised, always comforted, never corrected, never contradicted, never closed the door, never said no, never demanded discernment, never required maturity. If I were the puppeteer, I would take a generation of spiritually hungry people and make them allergic to endings, addicted to signs, dependent on readers, obsessed with romance, suspicion of common sense. This is a big one right here. And convinced that every fantasy cloaked in spiritual buzzwords was light. I wouldn't destroy their hunger for the sacred. Oh, no. I would weaponize it. I would make sure, or I wouldn't make them stop using the word divine. I would teach them, or in my case, I would mirror back to them to use it for everything except the relationship with the divine itself. So basically, everybody using the word divine, 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 they're not using it for what divine actually is. I'd keep them speaking the language of heaven while living in a fog of confusion. That's a bar, write it down. And once they could no longer tell the difference between truth and stimulation, between guidance and salesmanship, between spirit and suggestion, between God and glamour, I wouldn't have to drag them very far, because they would call the darkness light and the counterfeit holy. If I were the puppeteer, I wouldn't need to make people stop believing in a higher power. I'd only need to make sure their longing for the holy was fed by counterfeits. I'm on my last paragraph and then I'm done. And as you can see, the plastic's like sticking to me. It's all good. I would keep them so blinded by false light that they no longer recognize the truth. This last little bit is going to be very powerful. When it stood right in front of them. That's why I kept telling all of you the answer is right here. Whatever you're looking for is right here. Nothing, it's not outside of you. So, and that's why I came here to not stop those people. They can keep doing whatever they're doing. But I came here to make sure you guys are aware whenever you're watching anyone else's content, that you're mindful and aware what they're actually saying. So you're armed and ready to know that this person is just keeping you almost there. I'm almost done, by the way. So no, I wouldn't need to drag them into the darkness kicking and screaming. I'd let them walk there willingly, calling it healing, calling it ascension, calling it union, calling it divine timing, calling it guidance, calling it love, calling it light. In other words, if I were the puppeteer, I'd just keep right on doing what I'm doing. The end. I hope that like impacted you to some degree. I would take your words and hollow out the meaning. That's what a lot of people are doing. Now do you see why I came here to finish what needs to be finished? That's why my work is important. Because otherwise, you all will just end up being, trapped in another cycle. This shit ends now, and it ends. And I'm focused, and I'm ready, and I'm locked and loaded. Like, you can think of it like for those of you who watch Naruto, when Naruto released the Kurama and he had the cage open and they worked together as a team? That's basically what has happened for me inside. You can think of my Kurama has been unleashed. That's why I won't hold back. I will say what needs to be said. Some of you may not like what I say. I'm not here to be liked or not liked. I'm here to just share that you have the answer. Nothing more. Whatever way you want to live, you live it. As long as you know that you have the power to change by choices and deciding and living whatever life you choose. It's not by someone else's hands, by your hand. You have the power. Yeah, I know. That's the reason why I was given this sort of resting bitch face. Because my eyes will peer into your mind and either intimidate it or make it stop. Without me having to physically do anything. That's why when I was younger, people would ask me, why are you staring at me? What do you mean? I have eyes. Can I not look? This is why for majority of my life, for those of you who don't know my story, I used to I used to talk to people like this. Look, ready for it? Hey guys, how are you? Yeah, I'm okay. How are you, Orion? Yeah, I'm all right. I'm okay. I would never look anybody in their eyes. Right? I would never ever look anybody in their eyes. Now, I mean, I'm looking into the camera, which is technically looking into your eyes, right? But there's no one there's no physical person there, but you guys are there energetically. But I'm looking into your eyes by looking into the lens. Not to be too creeped out, but yeah, when I was younger, people would say, "Stop staring at me. Stop staring at me. You're staring. Stop staring." So of course, over time, they started to beat me down and started to, yeah, I'm not going to look at you because, people told me that I have a powerful stare and I shouldn't look at anybody. Because when I look at somebody, it's like intimidating. I have very gentle eyes, but when, like what Justin just said, when I turn up the heat, I can see through the bullshit, basically. That's why, I was granted my task to do. Why you, Orion? Because I'm the one that's supposed to do it. That's why my mission can't be understood by many. That's why, going on a Joe Rogan podcast or a Tom Bilyeu podcast, they're not going to like it when I'm done. They might not even release the episode. Because I'll be like, okay, Joe Rogan, I understand, your business model. I get it, right? You want people to keep coming back and watching your videos, right? That's the reason why you keep people almost there, right? I'll be blunt. I'm not going to hold back. Yes, I'm going to play their little game, and I'll be sweet in the beginning, but wait till I turn up the dial. I'll be like, all right, so the reason why, they'll ask me a question, what do you think is the reason why so many people are stuck in this world? And I'll say, do you want to know the podcast answer, or do you want to know the real answer? Of course, when they ask me, what do you mean by podcast answer? Well, I'll give you two answers. For the podcast answer, just so that we're playing nice, the reason why so many people are stuck is because they have a negative mindset and they have to just change their mind. And blah, 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 blah. So that's the podcast answer. You want to know the real answer now? Because content like yours keeps people stuck and trapped because you guys keep dancing around what's actually the answer. And you keep bringing your so-called experts who also keep dancing around their information, and they don't tell you anything that you don't already know. And then they keep you wanting more. They keep hooking you in. Look at the next episode or the next podcast guest on blah, blah, blah. Oh, this guy is back. Get the fuck out of my stream, dude. Just a waste of my time. Well, feed my algorithm while you're here. Yeah. Look, I'm going to let these second dimensional comments just fly on by. Thank you for feeding my algorithm. I don't need to. You'll leave on your own accord. I don't need to do that. I don't play second dimensional games. You're the one that keeps coming back to my stream. If you want, Justin, go for it. You do what you feel called to. He keeps coming back to my stream. I don't know why. It is what it is. Glad to see you too, Nathan. Good to have you back on. So anyways, back to what I was saying. So the real answer. So when Lewis Howes or Tom Bilyeu asked me a question so why do you think people are actually stuck in this world? So this is the real answer. You guys might not like this, but I'm going to tell you Lewis Howes and Tom Bilyeu and Jay Shetty and Tony Robbins and Mel Robbins and insert name. You ready for it? You're probably not going to release this episode the moment I say this, but I'm going to say what I'm about to say, and you ain't going to like it. Because your content keeps people keep coming back over and over and never get to the answer because you keep them almost there. You never get to the point. You never get any further than where they already are. That's why they keep coming back thinking that they're missing something. That's why I spent years watching their content. And yes, they did help me to some extent. I'm not saying they didn't help. But their content is designed to keep you engaged and keep coming back and feeding their content. My channel, if you guys are coming and hanging out, you're coming and hanging out. You're not coming for more information. You already have all the answers. Nothing more. Like if you're watching my videos, I'm not going to, at the beginning of each of my videos when I make my videos, you are the answer. Now, if you want to know why, I'm going to talk to you in this video why you're the answer. Or whatever I'm about to talk about in that video. I don't need you to like. I don't give a fuck if you subscribe. And I clearly don't care if you comment. I don't care. I just want you to know that you're the answer. And that you can live your best life. Whatever that looks like. Whether that's serene confidence, joy, happiness, fun. Whatever that is. Hustle, if you like hustling. If that's what brings you joy, you do that too. Use whatever works. But know that you get to decide. You get a choice and you can decide. You don't need to keep coming back to my videos. I'm not going to be your crutch. I refuse to be anybody's crutch. My clients pay me, but once they're done with me, I told them, you're never working with me again. That was one of the stipulations. Because when I'm done with them, I'm done with them. And they're not to work with me ever again. They can watch my content if they want, but they're not working with me again. It's a one and done with me. I'm not going to have people keep coming back in droves to like, I need your next book. I need your next podcast. No, you do not need anything next. If you heard me once and it clicked for you, congratulations. You have the answer. It took me 7 years to figure it out. Hours upon hours. I'm a collection of hundreds of thousands of hours of information. Use this as a resource. I'm a resource, essentially. I'm a fucking library. Use it. Instead of you all going to read your 500 books, I've already read those books. So those 500 different authors, some of them are actually repeats. So like 450 authors. But all of it's just leading back to one thing. That's why when I'm on those podcasts, they're not going to like what I'm about to say because I'm going to drop such a fire that they're going to like, yeah, we're not going to release his episode. He's too polarizing because he's going to destroy our business model. Yeah, that Orion guy, he's going to destroy our business model because like, they don't have him on your podcast because he's going to destroy. That's why I have to play a little bit nice with them. Just to kind of like, I'll use my words carefully when I'm speaking with them. But if I really want to do the damage, it's basically saying what I just said. Your content is designed to keep people coming back for more because you'll never make them feel like they are enough and that you're designing your content on capitalizing on people's ignorance of themselves based on the fact that they don't know how their mind works. Am I a little too direct with that? Fuck yeah. I don't care. Like I said, this YouTube channel is not going to be like every other fucking YouTube channel. If you're looking for a iShow speed kind of like blah 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 bullshit, there's other streams for that. That's not what this is for. I'm also going to be doing this on Kick. Kick is not designed for what I'm about to talk about, so I'm going to be the trendsetter there. I'm sure someone's talking about spirituality or some sort of like content like this over there. I'm sure of it. But I'm going to make that well known there. Gave a guy CPR for 20 minutes today, lost him. Damn, I'm so sorry to hear that. Fuck. See? You don't know when your time is up. I'm so sorry to hear that, Apocalypse. That's why, like, it's better that you all know now than you're on your final breath and then you found out the answer on your final breath. Exactly. The reason why I like Tom Bilyeu and Lewis Howes and Jay Shetty and Marie Forleo and Gabrielle Bernstein and Marcus Aurelius and Blue and Andre Duckham and Mel Robbins and Ed Milet and all the others are doing what they're doing is because they clearly know that these suckers don't know that the answer is them. So we're just going to capitalize on their foolishness, keep making new books, even though they look like they care for you, which they do, but they themselves also may not even know that the answer is them. That's why, like, when I'm on their shows, like, that's it. It's a wrap. Nobody else should be watching their content again. Now, of course, if you need more, like, information on to why, but I'm going to be pretty direct. I don't, like, obfuscate my words. It's pretty... it's like, there's no, like, what do you mean I'm the answer? So if somebody wants to know, well, why... Oh, Ryan, you keep saying I'm the answer. Well, why am I the answer? You want to hear? Ready? You're the one that has to believe the beliefs that you're believing, so it starts with you. You're the one that has to say the words that you're speaking. It starts with you. You're the one that has to entertain the feelings that you're feeling. That starts with you too. You're the one that has to take the action or inactions that you take or don't take. That starts with you. And you're the one that has to think the thoughts that you're thinking. If I didn't already say it, that starts with you. Hello, it starts with you. And the answer is you because you get to decide whatever you want to think. That's why I keep saying the answer is you. There's nothing more you need to know. I've just given it. There is no obfuscation. The problem is, I need evidence. The mind is always looking for evidence. I need evidence. I need evidence. This mind is designed to seek, search, find. Never to accept. I need you to know that. Your mind will never accept things. The only way for you to accept things is when you go beyond your mind. And how do you do that? Slow down and relax. That's the only way you're going to get your mind to just chill out. You got to slow it down and relax. Damn. I'm really sorry to hear that, Apocalypse. It's never easy. Much respect to you having to do that kind of line of work. I know where his soul went. So, I mean, that's why I'm very neutral. Doesn't mean I don't have emotions. Like, you know, I'm the character has emotions. Right? The character is sad that he's gone or that person's gone. But, like, I know where his soul is. It's home. He basically woke up from the VR. This is both real and not so real. Simulator. Greatest simulator ever created in any existence. It's fascinating. Even as I say that, I'm like, how can this be both real and an illusion? Like, I'm drinking this water, I'm touching this stuff. After what I experienced, I'm like, honestly, I'm gonna say this. Part of me wish I didn't know any of this stuff. So I'd just be like you guys. Just like still playing the game, like in the human way. I wouldn't be live streaming, just so you know. I wouldn't be doing this. I'd probably be watching a live stream, or I'd be watching more content. But the universe wanted me to get out of that trap, because I came here to, hit the masses. I'm like, why did I choose this path? Orion, you're the one that wanted to do it before you came. You're the one that wanted to help your brothers and sisters. So here we are. Yeah. Yeah. It's just not, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter what designation, it's all the same thing. It's all one thing, just been verbal vomited in different aspects, but it's the same thing, Orochimaru. But yes, yeah, it's the same thing. It's all the same. It's just using different words. That's why I'm talking direct. There is no obfuscation with my words, or when I say my words, I mean this vessel. You are the answer. It doesn't get any more direct than that. It's like all the others are using all these like little teachings here and there, but they're not getting to the point. It's right here. But they use, and I'm not referring to them. I'm referring to others who are like, you got to do this thing and this thing and this thing, but it never gets you any closer to here. You're always like, it's always like there's a layer, and it's like tapping to this layer, but you're never getting to this. So it never brings you any closer to this. This, you can call this the core. And so that's why like I came here to just blast through all of that. Enough. Enough is enough. I was tormented for years. And then when I started to understand this, like these things, because I've forgotten a lot of this stuff, I'm like, cool, I'm learning so many things, but when is it going to be enough? Because remember, I mentioned earlier, the earth is, or this reality is designed for endless exploration. There's endless things that you can explore. Anything is endless. There's no end to it. But it comes an end when you decide there's an end. You have all the answers right here. You don't have it here. You use this though, and you will start to see it when you start to tap more into here. And when you start to live from here, it becomes so peaceful. Like there's no problems. You don't create more problems for anyone else either. You just live. Especially if you're not speaking like I am. I know for me, I'm creating a problem in the universe, or a problem in the world, because there's a business model right now that says, I need to keep these humans almost there, but never fully there, never arriving. And I will use their words like divine and healing and this and that, and I'll hollow out the meaning. That way, they will still use their words, but I will make sure that I'm the puppeteer and making sure I change the definition, but they don't know that I've changed the definition. That's why it said, I wouldn't drag them into the darkness. I would make sure that they walk there willingly by using their words of healing and ascension and this and that. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's have a look. Nathan, 2 seconds on the character comment. It takes two halves to make a character, one higher self and one material self. Once that's made you and built the bridge. Exactly. Spot on, Nathan. The next patient was also a critical case. Brain bleed, intubated. That word wasn't coming out. Intubated him, and we had to send him to a nearby hospital because we had a neurosurgeon. I'm born Hindu, and but I'm atheist. But I like Gitas and Ashwani-pads for have a different perspective, but my ideology is critical thinking and not limited to one ideology. That's good. Minds is open to all things and allows me to be anything. That's why I can use anything. That's why I can say anything. That's why I say I love Allah. I love Vishnu and Brahma and Shiva. I love Jesus. I love Moses. I love Abraham. I love Muhammad. I love Shakti. I love Yahweh. I love Jehuti, Tehuti. I love Thoth. I love Hermes. I love Mercury. I love Osiris. I love Abraham. I love them all. I love every single one of them because I know what it actually is. And when I say I'm not referring to this. I'm referring to this. I know. And by I don't mean my character. I mean the thing beyond my character. I know what it is. Buddha, thank you. I forgot Buddha. Thank you so much for reminding me. I love Buddha and Lao Tzu and Confucius and Shu and Mother Teresa and Gandhi and Martin Luther King and Yogananda. See, thank you, because you said Buddha. It reminded me of them as well. I didn't forget them. I was like, I know there's others. Thank you for that, Buddha. I love them all. That allows me to accept them all. This is where I get to be who I get to be. I'm not stuck to just like, it has to be that and only that. Even if you're atheist or a Scientologist, I love it as well too. More power to that too, because I get to be all that as well too. Because reality is a paradox. It's not one way, it's always. That's why the all is mind. This is why I love the Hermetic philosophies. The all is mind, the universe is mental. The all, what is the all? Everything. All is mind. Everything. Mind. Mental. It's a mental projection. And perspective and perception. That's why the all is mind it just encompasses, what is all? Everything. How can it not? That's what all means, like all. It doesn't mean just humans. It means this chair, the plastic on the chair, this tablet, the wire here, this water bottle, this bowl. It's all the substance. It's all atom and molecules, every proton, neutron, electron, every waveform and particle. It's everything in the universe. Black holes, white holes, sun, moon, all the stars, all the galaxies, all the microcosms, all the macrocosms, like everything. That's what all means. All, everything. We humans, we are a microcosm, like a tiny little microorganism in the universe. We keep forgetting that we're just this tiny little blue dust particle in the grand scheme of a bigger thing where there's other entities in the universe, and they are also one with us too. Even though they call us slimy, disgusting earthlings, because they're like, look at those third-dimensional humans. Look at how they're acting. They're so silly, worrying about all kinds of silly, stupid shit. They have no idea. They're making fun of us, just so you know. Even though they know we're one with them. But because we're completely oblivious to that, because our mind only operates in 3D and 2D and 1D, it can't go beyond 3D until you've gone beyond your mind. Then you can go into the other realms. Yeah. Exactly. All. All means all. That's it. Like all. All of it. Every word ever made, even if you don't like the word as well. Like everything, all. The sounds of those birds, that bzzz, person drilling or whatever the hell they're doing, that too. Zin, 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 whatever. I think it's a weed whacker they're using. Zin, 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 zin. That. The wind. That airplane that's flying in the sky. Like everything. The gas you pump in your car. The car itself. The engine. The rug. The concrete. The grass. The dirt. the bugs, the bees, the birds, the snakes, the rats, the monkeys, like everything. All. That's how all it gets. That's why I am not stuck to one thing. That's why I get to be who I am. That's why I live in just is. It's not justice, just is. It frees you up. It's such a, once you all really feel it fully and you feel this thing called oneness, you'll know what I'm talking about. And you will be like, oh my God, I felt it. And I can feel it right now. Like I can just point, the way to feel oneness is just touch your heart with, like just put 2 fingers. And feel that touching mechanism of your fingers to your heart, and you will feel something interesting. You might just feel like your hand touching your chest, but there's something that goes deeper than what I'm doing. Like just do this. You can just even tap it like this. You can feel there's something even more happening just by doing this. It's so simple. This reminds me, hello, oneness. Did you forget? You forgot. Because this makes you forget. How can you feel oneness without selfness? Selfness and oneness is all one thing. They're not separate, but they're I can't explain it with words because words cannot encapsulate that experience. It's both flaw and flawless. That's how the universe works. It's a paradox. It's the greatest paradox ever. That's why there's no wrong way or right way. It just is. We humans, we created the labels and the meanings behind these things. That's where we get tripped up with bullshit. That's why there's so much problems. I feel all planets and want to check your brain IQ? Sure. What the hell is going on with this person here? What the fuck is going on with that? Is this a second dimensional comment? Because I think this is a second dimensional comment right here. I can only laugh when I see stuff like this. Like honestly, it's great. I was gonna play the game though. Yeah, I'm very aware. That's why I'm like, this is probably a second dimensional comment. You almost got me, but not quite, because I was just looking at you. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? I thought it was something very sophisticated. I'm like, wait a minute, let me read quickly. I'm like, oh, never mind. It's one of those quite. It's crazy. Anyways, my point to say, like, everything is, like, I can't explain what just is really is, because even saying just is doesn't do it justice. There we go. It's something that can only be felt at this point. I felt it three times in my entirety of my existence on this planet. 3 times. But I know of the feeling because I can theoretically tap into it, but when it came to me, like, it wasn't by force. It just landed. But I am more closer to that space than I ever have been. So I know I do remember what it feels like. So I could technically feel that feeling. It's just that, you know, the human experience kind of like creates a lot of separation. That's why there's so much separation. I have no idea. We're talking about, I hope this is not a troll, that's not a troll comment, but we're talking about how everything just is beyond like language and, you know, labels and meanings. That's what I'm pointing at right now. An experience that goes beyond any word. But I have to use words to explain the very thing that doesn't use words. Look at the irony of that. I have to use words to point to things that can't be used by words. Yeah. Let me see. You're not students. I don't want to be a teacher. I'm not no fucking teacher. Don't ever put me on a pedestal. I'm not a teacher. I'm just a mirror to reflect back what you guys already are deep down before your name and your identity that you formed with your mind. You're supposed to have your identity, but you are beyond your identity at the same time too. Whatever name you currently have, you were called that so that you can navigate the world. You're supposed to have that. But also to know that you go beyond your name and your identity of your current self. And holding both of that at the same time. Hello. Have you ever tried remote work? That may help you reach that place again. I've done a little bit of remote work. I'm talking beyond the mind itself. This goes beyond the subconscious mind, the conscious mind. This is like heading towards, if not, well, it's not even the superconscious mind. This is beyond the mind in general. This is just the totality of it all. The simplicity, but the mind makes it complicated than it has to be. My mission for those of you who are new to the channel is to help you to unlock your fullest potential with your mind. But I share a lot of things that go beyond what I help people with. Because it's important that if you're aware of it, you can navigate the world with ease, with easier ways. You position yourself a little bit easier on the grand spectrum of the world. Instead of suffering and struggling, it becomes a little bit easier to navigate. That's my mission, is to basically make the life easier as much as I possibly can. You still may have to go through your suffering and your struggles. But the reason why you go through it is so that you can build foundations and fundamentals for yourself, so that you're on solid foothold, like you have a solid foothold within yourself. That's the reason why it's important to still potentially go through those things. But there comes a point where, do you still need to be healing for 10 years? Or can you drop the healing now? Because there's been people that I know who are still healing, and they refuse to let go of that identity that they need to keep healing. Because without healing, who are they? Because they identified as that they need to heal. But I see them as whole, perfect, and complete. But they don't see that. So they're forever stuck in their healing bubble. I need to keep healing. Need to keep healing. More healing. Lots of healing. I'm not talking about physical healing. I'm talking about mental healing. Mental is instant. Physical is not instant. Mental is. But because the mental realm is, we can't see it, that's where the problem lies. Yeah, trauma is both physical and emotional. And yes, you have to go through and feel what you need to feel. We're not gaslighting here. But there are people who just refuse to let go of their story because it's, to some degree, it's serving them, but to other degrees, it's keeping them hostage because they're afraid to move forward without it. Well, Orochimaru, they're not my students because I've decided that even though it's a paradox, they're still not my students because I refuse to have students. Because there is no such thing as teacher and student in my universe. In my universe, everybody's equal. Everyone has the same information right here, not here. The only thing I'm doing is making sure you have it here now. So no, it's not a paradox for me. Not that, anyways. They can call me their teacher, but I'm not going to be anyone's teacher. I refuse to be anyone's teacher because I'm not ahead of anybody. I'm not smarter than anybody. Everybody has the same information right here. Not here though. Big difference. Yeah, exactly. The nervous system definitely does take a little bit of time to, wind down, because, there's a lot of electrical charge going through the system. That's why many people take years to heal. But there comes a point where, like, when is it going to be enough? When will it be enough? When will it be enough? What led me this way? I had a lot of stress, a lot of struggles, a lot of suffering, a lot of torment. And it's my mission as well, because I was supposed to do this. This is my purpose. To help the rest of the planet to know how this works. That's what made me go down this path. It was not even, I wanted change, but I didn't know how to do it. So the universe sort of drop kicked me in the face to say, hey, Orion, time for you to remember now. You've been sleeping for a long time. It's time for you to wake up. So it didn't just, walk me to my door. It literally took me and threw me in face first. The door was bashed open and I fell straight on my face, and then it drop kicked me while I was in that door. I'm like, all right, it's time for you to wake up. It punished the fuck out of me. I'm not physically uncomfortable. I'm perfectly fine. I'm just sitting in a chair that has a bunch of like plastic on it. If I am uncomfortable, it's because there's going to be a lot of upheaval when I'm done. When I'm done with this world, there's going to be a lot of upheaval. Especially with the current world where people keep people stuck where they are. I came to break that cycle. Me? I'm not missing anything. I have everything right here. Let me see. Do you believe that your beliefs can also influence religion or a form of spiritual realm? Yeah, to some degree. Your beliefs can do a lot of things. It's very, very powerful. Your beliefs are so powerful that like it can't even be explained by words. That's how powerful it is. You'll have to explain then, let me know. Because, I have to read words. Words on the screen sometimes can be misinterpreted too. That's why I have to also be mindful when I'm reading words. Do I believe in a higher being? No, I know in a higher being. Big difference. And that higher being isn't a dude, but I respect anybody who thinks it's a dude in the sky. Because I once believed it was a dude in the sky. It's anything you choose for it to be. So, no, I don't believe, I know. Big difference. Believing is like wishy-washy energy, I know. Well, I can, but do I want to right now? I don't really want to expand on that right now. I honestly don't feel like answering more questions, to be honest. I'm kind of at my point, but I'll answer a couple more, but yeah. It's gonna be a little bit of I can make it simple, but your mind's not going to accept the simplicity of it, because the mind wants complicated answers. But I'll share quickly. And to that person about the plastic chair, I'll get to that in a bit. If I forget, it is what it is. So each of you have your beliefs, and they're all accurate, real, and true. Even if they contradict each other's, they're all accurate, real, and true. You know why? Because it all got you here. You're still alive in this moment. And because all of you are alive in this moment, it got you here, how can it not be true? You're still here. Your beliefs is what brought you to this moment. Now, are some of your beliefs potentially limited? Potentially. I'm not saying it is or isn't. It could be. But whatever you currently believe of whatever in the world, it is true, accurate, real, because the mind is all, the universe is mental. And that Hermetic philosophy implies that everything is like all. How can it not be? So when people say like, that's fake and that's not real and blah, 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 that's a humanistic perspective. It's still all valid. So like when people say like when they die and they see Jesus, or when they die they see like hell, they see it because it's based on their beliefs. When you die, you will see what you're currently believing is true. So all of it's real. So if you believe that you see Krishna, you'll see Krishna. If you believe you see Jesus, you'll see Jesus. The all is mind, the universe is mental. What you currently believe is true is what you're going to get. They're all mental projections of who you are. They are real people, yes, but that's whatever belief you currently have, that's what you're going to believe. For me, I'm going to see all of them when I get up there, or up there. There's no up, technically. The one truth is, it just is. And really, the one truth is right here. You. That's all you need to know. Nothing else. It's you. You're the truth. Each person is their own truth. That's the truth. Because you get to decide what you believe, you feel, you think, you do. You have choices, free will, decisions. You have all of that at every present moment. But the mind will make you forget that you have those choices. Because what you're seeing in the physical world is like fear, worry, and doubt. And that there's not enough, that you have to struggle, you have to suffer. And yes, those things are going to happen. But the mind's creating the story. It's not you. When you were a child, you were ever so infinite. But then somewhere down the road, life started to beat you into reality. And like, you got to be realistic, man. Right? And then guess what happened? You started to lose your imagination to some extent, and your creativity and your intuition. And you ultimately started to go down a path of logic. It became all logical. What's up, Nabito? What up, dude? Paid will? Yeah, I like that. That's a good one. Paid will. Interesting. I like that. What's up, Nabito? Did I miss... Did you say hi earlier, or was I not seeing your message? I must have missed something that you said. If you just said, Nabito! Or you said, hello. Abnormal animal. The rest of us couldn't feel the plastic covering your chair. Doesn't this suggest we are all not one? Yeah, so, for example, right? This is a great question. So you guys can't feel this plastic on the chair, right? You're not physically here. That's because your character has a physical, localized expression that only your character has. But when we leave, we have all of each other's experiences. In fact, we have all of each other's experiences right now, but it's not here. It's here. The difference between all of us is this. So like, yes, you guys can't feel this plastic thing on the chair as it's getting stuck on my arms and whatnot. I will be removing this off soon enough, but like, it doesn't need to be. It doesn't bother me. But your character is a localized expression of itself having a localized experience. That's only valid, true, real for you. That's why whatever I said earlier about your beliefs, right? Whatever beliefs you have is accurate, true, and real because it brought you to this level to this point in your life. You're still here. The others who have already left the earth, they already know. They're like, oh shit, this was a mental projection. The rest of us who are still here, most of us haven't figured it out. Some have. And they're now navigating the best way they can. So it's a paradox. So we are not one, but we are one at the same time. And that contradicts, and the mind doesn't like that. The mind hates paradoxes. Right, Nabito? That word, right? Tattooed on the back of our eyelid, paradox. Me and him had a conversation yesterday, and I kept saying paradox to him. Do you do workouts? It's all good. Yeah, I work out every day. I haven't done my workout yet. I've been on this live stream. I was supposed to end this live stream like an hour ago, or like 2 hours ago, but I'm still chatting. I was supposed to eat my second meal, and I haven't, because I got so engaged with all of you. So, yeah, I'll be doing my workout. My weights are right here. 45-pound dumbbells. Today's leg day. Oh, look, we have another residential troll. What's up, dude, for feeding my algorithm? Thank you so much for dropping in and feeding my algorithm. You know what's fascinating? Him and like that other person and the other person, they love to come on and drop their little second dimensional comments. I love it. I love it so much. Thank you so much for feeding my algorithm. I really appreciate it. I don't understand why he keeps coming back to my stream. I really don't. Ooh, I get triggered. Yeah, I get triggered in a second. I know. Such a comment. I know the game he's playing. I don't even entertain it. Anyways, Abnormal Anima, whose mental projection is the world based upon? Each of us and none of us at the same time. So each of us and none of us at the same time. So each of us, we're local. Blah, 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 blah. Slow down. So each of us, we are creating our own localized expression of our own like physical experience. Then the world has like its own like sort of collective hive mind, and that one's sort of like generated based on all of us, but at the same time none of us. It's like an invisible entity in itself doing its thing. Again, this is the paradox, because reality is a paradox. That's why I asked itself, why did you make the world this way? And I said it earlier in my stream. Well, Orion, if the game was easy, would you enjoy playing it? It basically used my video game analogy not against me, but for me to figure it out. Orion, so if you came to Earth and the game was easy and you were able to just understand everything from the beginning, would you enjoy this game? No. I mean, you'd be bored out of your mind, right? I'm like, yeah. I'd be like, what the hell is the point of even playing this game? That's the reason why itself made the world and our beliefs or ourselves the way we are, so that we have endless exploration at every possible moment to traverse and explore this place. That's why all things are valid, equal, and true, even if we hate it. Even if our localized character hates something, it's still valid, real, and true. Because we're the ones that's assigning meaning to things, not the universe. The universe is just a system. Yeah, it's rough. Let me see Orochimaru. You are full of surprises, but try push, pull, leg routine. It's scientific. I mean, I follow my own routine. It's been doing the job for years. Like my knees are strong. I train my joints mainly now. I still train the muscles, but the joints are the most important aspect. Knees, hips, shoulders. Today's lower leg day, so it's gonna be ankles and knees for sure. Hips and hamstrings. So I'll be training that. It's important to train your joints because when you have healthy joints, healthy body, you are ready to kick butt, basically. That's why I train my joints as much as I can. It's important because when I get up there in age, I still want to be, capable of still doing things. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I will do whatever is necessary to do preventative maintenance. So I'm basically doing preventative maintenance every day on myself. But I enjoy it. That's the other thing. It's not that like, man, I gotta work out right now. No, I actually enjoy moving my body every day. This is my playtime, in fact. Working out and moving my body, it's definitely my, you can call it my zen. It's sort of like my own meditation. Like, most people, they'll like, and they'll sit in their little chant and cross their legs. Nothing wrong with that. And they do their when I'm working out, or playing out, that's my meditation. Not because I need to achieve something, because it just feels good. I do it because it's literally just joy. And benefits, health, like physical, mental, emotional, psychological, has a knockdown effect. That's why I do it. It's fun. It's like anything else. Why does someone want to like play a video game? Right? They want to have fun. Why does somebody want to watch like binge a Netflix series? I'm binging my workouts every day. That's my fun. Me, sharing the wisdom that we all have, that we all possess within ourselves, is also my joy. But moving my body is top priority number one. So it's 3:14. Probably gonna get rolling in a moment. I'm gonna end my stream because there's no point keeping like I would do my workout on the stream, but not everybody's interested in all that. So I decided that I won't be doing that kind of stuff on my stream much anymore, like the workouts. Just talking about the power of awareness. Let's see. Anima. Yeah, just don't get hurt, my man. I lifted weights and worked labor for years. Then my tendons and I know. I'm aware. That's why I do. That's what I was saying. I do preventative maintenance. That's why I'm aware. This is why. Thank you for the reminder. That's why I keep doing what I'm doing, because me working on my joints is important. Like, I don't train the 45 pounds with my joints. I train my body with my joints. Like, for example, like sitting in a squat, or doing 90-90 transitions, or I do like shoulder rotations. Not with weights, not with these anyways, with lighter ones, and that helps to prevent injury. That's why I won't get injured. So if I fall down in a very gnarly way, my body will be resilient because of how I've trained the body in a way where it won't get that much, there won't be pain, right? Because I've fallen down in a certain way, like in a wacky way, and I was able to pick myself up pretty quickly because it wasn't in any pain, because I've already trained the body to be kind of resilient in that aspect. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I do mostly isometric workouts to increase and maintain my holding strength and bone density, and it took very less food time and energy to recover. Yeah. Yeah. I do everything basically, but then I add mobility training to the regimen now, which I love. Like today I'll be working, like I said, on knees, I'll be working on like ankles, and I'll be working on hips and hamstrings. That's not the workout. That's its own thing in the evening time, and that allows me to just, I recover super fast because I'm always in a sort of like rested state. I only work 1 day a week with my clients, so like the rest of the week is I can do whatever I want. I'm literally be able to do whatever I want. So I'm not in like a I need to like rest kind of thing. Like I'm not exhausted. Unless I walked a lot and like I didn't get enough time to like sit and rest my legs, that's a different story. But yeah. I don't know if there's anything else I want to say. I covered a lot today. Awareness is very, very important. And I shared it earlier, why it's so important to have this stuff. Because without awareness, it's that's the starting point to transformation. It's important to know. I can talk about it every day. And in fact, I do talk about it every day, just I don't mention it as the main topic. But today's topic was definitely, I'm 24 and joints are no issues for me. I'm mostly busy and study. Make sure that you still work on your joints though. I was your age and I said the same shit. As most people will know, the body starts to deteriorate, but that's a belief as well. And I bought into that belief for years. Had I known what I know now at 24, I would have worked on my joints as well too. Work on what you need to work on, like your isometric holds and stuff. But do yourself a favor and also work on improving joint health, because you won't need to focus about you won't even have to even entertain that idea in your 30s or in your 40s. Because you'll already have been like well into it by then, and it just becomes your norm. It doesn't need to be much. Like you're not. Like for example, I guess I'll just demonstrate. It's just easier. May as well, because I'm gonna be moving my body shortly, anyways. I have to take off my shirt and take the headband off and switch. So I'll demonstrate a couple of things that I'll be doing. This is what I mean by mobility training. There's no weights for this. So like for example, so I'll just point the camera this way. Today's legs. So for example, like I'm in a squat, but I would be basically like doing like 90-90 transitions. So this is for hips, right? This is working on the joints. If I'm doing ankles, there's like this where I'm lifting with my toes and bringing my knees. These are like simple moves. These are not exercises, these are just movements. If I'm doing hamstrings, I'll be standing on a yoga block and I have like a weight and I'll go down and come up. That's usually like a Romanian deadlift or a single-legged Romanian deadlift. Right? And then, so the ankles, and then knees for today, I'm going to be doing this, where I'll use a chair, and then I'll just like do like somewhat of a pistol squat. So I'm doing preventative maintenance. So I'm not like fully sitting. So that's basically what I call mobility training, and I do like an X amount of numbers of it for like my upper body days, like shoulders. I'll do like this move where I bring my my like butt towards my ankles, like this. I also do like for my hips or my spine, where I'm doing like this. My wrist, I can do just bending like this, or even just, you know, like holding myself up. So things like that. So, and you know, I change up the movements. There's different movements for it. So that's my mobility training. It's really simple. It doesn't really add more, what's the word? Not more time. That's not what I want to say. It adds more fluidity to your movements, and you build more strength as well too. And it costs me not that much extra time to do it. So that's why I do it. And I feel so much stronger, more faster, more flexible, more fluid. Awesome. The tendons can lag behind the muscle up to 8 weeks of training. It's true. Nancy, good to see you. It's good to have you here. Yeah, that's why, Anima, I choose to keep like training. How much sets of reps a day or week? So let's say I was gonna do. Let's do the knee one quickly, since I need to warm up anyways. I don't really need to warm up, but so I'll do like 20. But so here's the thing. I flip between upper body and lower body every day. So today is lower body, so I'm not going to target shoulders and wrist or spine. But hips is the interconnectedness between upper and lower, right? So hips is what always gets worked on, because this is the one that focuses on both, right? When you have not so great hips, all hell breaks loose, both in upper and lower. So if hips always has to be done for me every day. So hips has many different exercises. So for example, for knees, I'm going to do like pistol squats, or a pistol squat really is more like this. Obviously you go down and you come up, right? But I'm using the chair. So I'm doing things like 20. But like on Thursday, because today's Tuesday, I'll do something else that's knee. So I'll do like curtsy lunges or something. I'll probably have some weight. Not this, but some lighter weights, right? Curtsy lunges. So I do like 20 to 30. You don't need to do much. You're basically just preventing the muscle from getting weak. And the more you do it, it just keeps it in, like, it's like giving your joints oil. So that's why I do it. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. And that's it. The knee is done. This guy's done. Now I just do 20 on this side. And then I move on to like ankles. So it really doesn't take that much time. So you can add much more, but that's enough. Now this right knee is good. So I just basically gave my knees some oil. Yeah. No, well, I didn't, dude, when I first started, I couldn't do it. But there are other ways. So like, for example, you can just do this. Hold on and just do that until you start to get used to the movement, right? Small steps, right? You can just do that. You can hold on. It doesn't have to be the way I just did it, right? Even doing that is enough. Small steps. Like for example, last year, I couldn't do this. Notice what I'm doing. I could only go up to here a year ago. I was like here. Now, I'm like there. Because I kept doing it over and over. And basically your nervous system is afraid to do the move. But when you keep doing it, this is the secret to doing any move. When your nervous system feels safe to do a move and you've done it enough, it will surrender the move to you. That's a bar, write it down. So like when you're feeling safe to do a move, it will surrender the move and will allow you to do the move. But a year ago, I was afraid to do that. But because I kept practicing, and how did I start doing that? Well, I started doing this. I started touching the ground, and then from there, I started to, like every day, little by little, I was like, Ugh. But then eventually, I was able to keep my legs straight and be able to fold in. Now, of course, there are people who are a whole lot more flexible, but I don't need to go uber flexible, just enough that allows me to stay mobile, right? So, little steps, baby steps, right? So like I'm going to do this knee now, since I did this one. 1, 2. And remember, if you can't do it with one leg, you can just hold on and just go down. This is preventative maintenance. It's like taking your car to get your oil change done. This is what I'm doing. I'm taking the body and giving it an oil change, or a little fixing up, or just maintenance. Ta-da! Knees are done. Ta-da! But I usually do that after my workout, not before. But hey, at least I've done knees now for the day. I don't have to worry about doing my knees after. I can do ankles quickly. So like ankles, I'm going to do 20 of these, or 22. Just because. 1. So you go on your toes, and then you bring your knee forward. 2, 3. So this opens your toes and makes your toes sprawl out like this. So that strengthens your toes, and then of course your ankles once you're on your toes. The simple things will do the greatest things for you. You might want to write this one down. This is a quote. I forget who says this quote. Small hinges swing big doors. So that means small steps lead to big changes. I probably did more than 22, but it's okay. It's fine. There. Ankles are done. Now I just have hips and knees, or hips and hamstrings to do. And that's it. That's it for my mobility training, but I still will be working out. It's not too shabby. Yeah. Yeah. It's very, very simple. The more you do these things, the easier it gets, because your body is getting used to it, right? When I first started, this shit was hard. I have it all recorded on my other channel. There's a brother named T-Bray. You guys have seen him. Some of you have seen him on the channel already. He saw the struggle that I was going through last year to like do these moves. I was in pain. Like for example, in the nighttime, I do some stretches. Like this would be one stretch. So I put like one leg like this, and I don't use my hands, but I go like this. When I first started this move, I couldn't even get my head to here. I was like right here. I couldn't get any further, but now, because the nervous system now knows that it's capable of doing this move and sees it as safe. And when it sees it as safe, it will allow you to do the move. So you gotta, like, that's why I said, you gotta ease yourself into it little by little. That's why it's important to work in a non-linear fashion, because life is not linear. Life is all over the place. And when life throws you that curveball, you have to see if your body's going to be resilient enough to handle that non-linear movement, right? There might be a time where you got to lift something up that you're not expecting to lift in a certain way, right? This is where all this is coming. Preventative maintenance. Instead of hurting your back, you've trained it enough with your spine and your hips and your knees and your ankles and your shoulders, right? So another move that was tough for me was this. But this is just a stretch. This is not anything to do with mobility, theoretically. But I couldn't grab here and pull I could only go up to here last year. This was it. This was my extent. But now I can put my head into the ground. You saw my head go into my legs, but it's actually touching the ground. I can't go further than the ground. So like all these things was because I took little micro steps. And the nervous system knows that it's possible to do it. And so the nervous system, if it sees something as safe, it'll allow it to happen. If it doesn't see it safe, it's going to block you. That's a bar. Write it down. And that doesn't mean just movement. That means anything in your life. Oh, and also a year ago, I couldn't sit in a squat for more than a minute. In fact, I was more like here. I could only get to here. I couldn't go fully down. Now, I can stay here. I could have been talking to all of you the entire time like this. I would have probably had to get up for a moment and then come back right down. This is why it's important to move your body like this. And of course, like, there's other moves. Like for my hips, I do this. But when I first started, I couldn't do this. I couldn't touch my knee and drive my elbow on the back, the other knee, and while this one's down. See, this is a non-linear movement pattern, right? Then there's like this. So this right here has helped me to be able to be more like agile. So I finished knees and I finished ankles. So just hips and hamstrings that needs to be done. So I may as well go grab my yoga block and do hamstrings quickly on the stream. I'm going to change my shirt. I'm going to take off my shirt. Sweating buckets. I wasn't going to wear this other headband. I took off my other one, but I said screw it, whatever. Okay, cool. You guys should be able to hear me. Do. So these are lighter weights. They're like 10 pounds. Yeah, you guys should be able to hear me, no problem. Anyway, so like for hamstrings, for those of you who are still here, so I'm gonna grab, there's many hamstring movements, but this is my favorite one because I get to stand on one leg, hold the dumbbell in my opposite hand. You don't even need the dumbbell, you can just go down, so you can be just like this. Now, of course, adding the yoga block makes it a little bit more challenging for me because I have to balance as well. And I do like 20 per leg. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if you're wondering where my microphone is, it's on my head. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I didn't touch there, so I'm going to do it again. 11, 12. Sometimes I lose balance, so I stop. Oop. And I lost balance there, so that one doesn't count. 13, 14. Oop. 15. This is also training balance as well. 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. So not only does this train hamstrings, this is also training knees and ankles. So some of them are getting it's like redundant. So some moves actually target not only just one muscle but others. It's not the muscle I'm focusing on, it's the joint, the movement. So yeah, basically that's the reason why I do what I do. Because it prevents injury. Like, I don't wake up in pain anymore like I used to. I have more vitality, I have more energy. That also allows me to channel energy through my system. That's why whenever I'm speaking with all of you, why do you think I'm able to just constantly be in like a flow? It's because I've allowed myself to move my body. And energy just flows through. There's no kinks in the system. Think of it like a kink. You know, like when the hose is like bent, how the water can't flow through? I've allowed myself to have like no kinks in my body. So that allows energy to pass through my system with ease. That energy I'm referring to is what we call light, and that light is what gives you information from here to here by using your external. Well, in the beginning it wasn't easy though. It was very difficult. It's because I had to keep doing it. That's why I had to record my stuff over and over. Like last year, I started in August. It's not even a full year I've been doing mobility training. But I'm very consistent. And when I start something, I usually just start. I go with it and I keep going. So I just did. Wait. This. It doesn't matter which block I'm on, but it is what it is. 1, 2, 3, stop. Hold on. This is where I lost a little bit of balance. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And if somebody asked me, Orion, if there's only 2 moves that you would do, the only 2 moves I would ever do if I had to let go of all the moves to keep my body healthy, and I'll show you in a moment. One of them I can't perform because I don't have it here. But if I don't have that, then the other thing I would do, and I'll show you that shortly as the optional. Okay, cool. So if I had to lose all of my ability and I can only do 2 moves, it's this. You just need to do this. This is so good for your ankles, your knees, your calves, your thighs, and your hamstring. Not to mention it's good for your hips and your lower back. This move. This right here. Do this a couple times a day. Doesn't need to be, you don't need to sit here for 5 hours. But if you can, amazing. But you know, you sit down for maybe like a minute or two, get up and go back down. This move. So this is number 1. This is for this part. So what about for this part? Well, I mentioned that the one that I would like to show you, I can't, but it's hanging. If you have a bar and you're hanging. So if you don't have a bar, you have no equipment, what would be the best for up here? In my opinion, it's this one. This move. Because this move targets your wrist, your shoulders, your spine, and your hips. Not only is that, it's targeting your knees, your calves, your thighs, not your ankles too much. And if you do this, you do more of your shoulders. But this move is enough. Or even just doing this. Bear crawl. Just small little steps like this. Left, right, left, right. This trains your mind, because you're training your left hemisphere and your right hemisphere to work in tandem. Left foot, right arm, right foot, left arm. These moves, you don't need any equipment. And you build so much. If you do that bear crawl for just 1 minute, you will start sweating your ass. I'm already starting to sweat. So imagine I do it in the grass. Like I can go to the end and back. By the time I come back, oof. This one's also a killer as well. Walking in a squat like this. This one is fun. And then walking backwards. Another one that I was doing a lot was this one. And then you go like this. And then you go forward. I know I'm leaving the camera, but you don't need much to stay in shape. You don't need equipment. So if all these were disappeared, those are the things I'd be doing. And I do it every day. I do this. This one's good for mobility in your spine. These are called elephant bounces. And you can do elephant walks. Stuff like that. Whew. Alright, so I did hamstrings, I did ankle, I did knees, and I guess I'll do hips. May as well. So hips today, what did I do yesterday? So hips has many, so like yesterday I did this. So I was doing this on the camera yesterday when I came back on my stream. So today I'm gonna do this. This one's challenging though. So I don't really recommend this one if you're first starting out, but like you're holding yourself with your fingertips. And then you're driving your knee towards the ground. This strengthens your fingertips, and this focuses on your hips, your ankle, a bit of your knee, I do 20 of these on each side. That's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and on the last one I usually hold for like 10 seconds, 20, and then I just hold. So that's one side of the hips, then I do the other. It doesn't take that much time. The only reason why it takes time for me is because I'm talking in between. But now that I'm basically finishing my mobility training, like almost done. Yeah. See? So it doesn't take that much. We think it needs to be very complicated, but no, it's very simple. It's just we make things more complicated than it has to be. It doesn't have to be complicated, y'all. It's extremely simple. It's so simple that the mind's like, it can't be that simple. There's no way it can be that simple to stay in shape like that. But just imagine, you just did that. You don't use weights. You're at least doing preventative maintenance on your joints, and your joints will help you. You'll be walking more, easier. You'll have better posture. Not to mention, if you are sitting, if you decide to sit, you'll know, okay, sitting is the new smoking. I was sitting for a while, but like I'm undoing what I did by just sitting in a squat. But because I've done this so much, me sitting in a chair for 3 hours doesn't hurt me whatsoever. Now, if I stop sitting in a squat and just start sitting in a chair all the time, different story. Yeah, we don't need too many complicated things, and all of it can be done with your body. You don't need weights. That hamstring one, again, you don't need even the yoga blocks. You can just literally do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Or the other side. I lost balance there on the last one. 1, but you see this trains balance as well. 2, 3, 4, and 5. But I'm still feeling it. It's just that adds a little bit of a challenge. So you don't need equipment. That's why, like, for me, I don't actually need to do my workout. But I do because I love it. I love working out. That's why I have my weights. But if I were to, like, let's say I lose my weight, somebody just, like, takes my weights away from me, how will I stay in shape? Moving my body, like push-ups and squats, right? Air squats. This is so good for it's one of the best moves you can do for your lower body. And then for upper bodies, just push-ups. That's all you need. You don't need much. I remember you. Good to see you. I don't forget. I saw you yesterday. I know you said, remember me from yesterday? I remember you. I usually remember the names pretty easily. But good to have you. I'm just explaining that you don't need much when you're training your body. You really don't. You just need yourself. That's why when I keep saying, like, the answer is you, like, even for a physical component, it's you. Not even this. It's like, it's you. It can only ever be you. That's why, like, it's when I kept saying like the answer is you, like I mean like the answer is you, like it's right here. Like, hey Jeanette, good to see you. So I was talking about awareness earlier, but now I'm talking, you know, they were asking me like about mobility training, and I was just sharing some of the moves, and I was sharing like, you know, if I were to lose all of my equipment, what would I do? And there's two things I would do. Well, you can do more, but let's say you can only have two moves. I would do a squat. I just sit in a squat. That's one, because that targets your ankles, your knees, your calves, and your thighs and your hamstrings and your lower back and your hips. Very good for your hips. One of the best moves you can do for your hips and your lower back. You can do this if you want, or you can just like keep your arms like this on your knees and let it just hang. And if you're doing upper body, it would be doing this one. But this one targets also lower body. This. Simple. Now in the beginning it's not going to feel simple, but if you do it over and over, your nervous system gets adjusted to these movements, it will surrender the movement to you and you'll be able to do it. That's why I was able to start doing these moves. This one's good for your spine, your shoulders, your wrist, your back, and your hips, and your knees, and your thighs, and your calves. Not too much your ankles, but and that's it. Now, if I had a bar, I'd just be hanging on the bar. That would increase my grip strength. That's why whenever I'm in the trail, I always, you know, hang on to the bar. Yeah, so basically just like those moves, like I'm here to basically prevent like injury, right? And it doesn't matter what age you start at, because you know, this is what helps you to restore back your not only your bone density, but your mobility, your fluidity, your flexibility, and it helps you, like, you know, you don't want. Yesterday when I was coming back from my trail walk early in the morning, I saw a lady. She was sitting outside. She had to bend over, and she was like doing this, and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna be ending up like that. She was a mirror to remind me, but she was like, she's tying her lace, and then she had to like use her hand to get back up. And that happened to me at one point when I was overweight. So it's simple things like what I shared will start to make a massive ripple in your life, because from those moves you'll do other moves. Those two moves alone is enough. You do it a couple times a day. You don't have to do it for you don't have to hold it for like 10 minutes. Right? You can hold it for a minute and continue your day. But if you can like find little, I call them movement snacks. You might want to write that down. These are movement snacks. It's like, you know how you feed your body with food? You're feeding your body as well with a snack by a movement snack. So I give my body a movement snack throughout the day. When I'm at the trail, you see when sometimes I'm sitting at the water, and like I get down and I drink the water for a moment, I'm giving myself a movement snack in that moment. Even if I'm not fully aware in that moment when I'm squatting, saying this is a movement snack, I'm basically giving my body that movement snack. I haven't done my workout yet, which I should be starting shortly, but yeah, you don't need much. You don't need much to just move. It's very, very simple. But in the beginning, it's going to be a little challenging to get down. If you haven't sit in a squat in a while, you'll probably end up being like here. That's okay. The goal is not to get down all the way here. The goal is to just see how far you can go and just hold for like a minute or like for 30 seconds and then get back up. Because eventually what's going to happen is your nervous system is going to start to get adjusted and accustomed to these moves, and then you'll slowly but surely start to get down, and then you'll be able to like get there and like, fuck yeah, it'll feel like it'll be progress, and then you'll be able to hold the move for a more longer period of time. And the more you're able to hold a move for a longer period of time, you'll see how easy things just get, and your nervous system will just, I'm safe. Because if your nervous system doesn't feel safe, you will not be able to do the move. So the goal is to get your nervous system to work with you while you're in the process of getting these moves like more like anchored in. That's why I was saying small hinges, right? Small hinges swing big doors. Those hinges, they swing the big doors. So that means small baby steps moves mountains, or makes massive leaps. Yeah. How do you make a live stream? You have to have 50 subscribers on your YouTube channel, and then you have to enable the feature in your settings in the YouTube studio. From there, it takes about 24 hours for it to activate, and then you should be able to live stream. You have to have 50 subscribers though. Yeah. Let's see. Jeanette, I'm losing weight, but just from eating a bit better and walking at times. I have no thyroid though from cancer years ago, so for me. Do you have any good stomach suggestions? Yeah, like for digestion or anything like that, like the squat again. Like this one's really good because this one, like this one's targeting also your abs or your stomach. Another good one is the child's pose. Another good one as well is this one. Bringing your knees towards your like chest. This one helps with your stomach, like your core, your back, and your hips, especially your hips. Your hips is one of the most important joints that we sometimes overlook because it's just one of those overlooked things. But the hips is, it's always obviously starts with the ankles up the chain, but the hips is the interconnected of the upper and lower. So if your hips are like not in the greatest shape and you're finding pain in other parts of your body, that means the hips need some work. And you'll see as you do more hip stuff, all other things will start to loosen and fall away. One other test that they say is that if you can get down, sit, and not use your hands to get back up, you're actually going to live a very long, healthy life. So like you notice like I got down without using my hands. Now I'm not going to use my hands. I'm going to get back up. And then you find different ways to sit down. And then if you can pick yourself back up without using your hands, then you're actually going to, this is a good test to see how far you've come. A year ago I had to pick up myself with my hands. Well, I'm not really saying to do yoga, and I know people would call that a yoga move. I wouldn't label it yoga. I would just say just do that move or do some moves. Awesome, Davey or Devi. Yeah, it's just just call it stretches. That's all it is. Because like the word, yeah, stretches and holds. Yeah, just call it that. Because when you call it like yoga, right? The meaning is like yoga really means stillness, like or intentionality within. But people use the word yoga to like do like all the and then this, and then like the tree pose and all. I don't do yoga anymore. I used to do it. I used to the tree pose and like, or this is no, this is not the tree, but this is the warrior pose or whatever. This is the tree pose, right? Like this is the tree pose, but I don't do yoga anymore. So I just call it like stretching and mobility training. Call it mobility training. You're just doing mobility training. Also, like hanging from something, like I was saying, it doesn't mean you need to have a bar. Like I can hang from this table, but the problem is the table is too low to hang presently, and it doesn't have a proper grip to hold. But you know, there are things you can use around the house. That's why with my stream, when on my other channel, I was showing people that you don't need to have a friggin' gym to get in shape. All of this work that I've done on myself wasn't at the gym. It was here. Inside, or even, and I used the sofa, I used a chair, I used the ground. I've been to a gym many times. It's just, in the last like couple years, I only been to a gym handful of times. That's because I was traveling. So all of the bulk of the work was always at at home, or like at my Airbnb where I would be staying. So your body is the best workout equipment you have. That's a bar. Write it down. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that compliment. Every particle has its own frequency. We have it. Yoga allows our natural rhythm and frequency to be expressed so that we can interact with the universe better. Exactly. Yoga is just one way. Mine, I just say I'm just able to, I just use my frequency to work with the universe without using the word yoga. But I have nothing wrong with yoga. I just don't use the word anymore. Connotations, right? So like, for example, this one, I want to show you guys this. So somebody challenged me to do something on my stream a year and a half ago. She asked me, "Hey brother, do you know how to do a prayer pose behind your back?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" It's like, prayer pose. I'm like, "Well, yeah, obviously I can just do that." She's like, "That's not a prayer pose." Oh, like, can you do a prayer pose? So this is going to test flexibility. So you take your hand and you twist it. This is what she was referring to. If you can do this, you're very flexible for where you're at with your upper body. So I'm able to do this now. I can hold this for a while. It's pretty, this is really good for your wrist. This is one of the best moves you can do for your wrist. Your wrist, your elbows, and your shoulders, because your shoulders have to be engaged as well. Oh, and by the way, for wrist, if you don't want to do too much wrist exercises, because I also work on the wrist, carpal tunnel, right? Just do this. Just do this a handful of times throughout the day. Just like do this. You can slow it down. Today's not upper body, but I'm just gonna show it for wrist. And then when you're done doing this for a couple times, then you just grab your hand and just pull back. So you pull back like this. Now don't cinch back all the way. Just go slow. You'll feel a tension, but you're gonna work on. My aim is not to be uber duper flexible. I don't want to be contouring my body doing 10 million different things. I just want to have enough flexibility that if life throws me a curveball, that I'm able to be resilient, and I am very resilient to be able to handle it. So, that's the reason why, like, I'm not looking to be like the world's most flexible contortist, doing all kinds of things with their body. I'm like, yeah, I don't care about that. All I care about is just to be able to move my body and I'm not in any pain. That's enough. That's more enough for me. So when that's more enough, then the goals become easier and simpler. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. I just tried and I can almost touch my palms together. Almost. Awesome. Instructions unclear. I disclose. See ya. Yeah, that's a good pose. That's a really good pose. The frog pose? Yeah. For me, my favorite like back pain one. Oh, I can show you this one with the chair. This one's good. You'll like this one. So, you just sit. You bring one of your elbows like this. Like you grab it. And then you bring down. This one starts working on your lower back. And if you can just hold, you will see that your back pain will start to disappear. Another one that I've been doing a lot lately too. This is on a sofa though. I don't have a sofa out here, but let's just pretend there's a sofa out here. So you basically put your, so here's the sofa, here's your leg. You're bringing your knee forward. You're kind of resting on the sofa with your this side of your body. Then you're just bringing this arm up, and then you're tucking it in while you're in the sofa. This one is really, really good for your spine and your lower back. If you do this one and then you switch sides, so now let's say the sofa's here again, so your leg is like resting, your body is resting, but this leg is not on the bed or on the sofa. This is on the ground and it's forward. And you do that. Watch as your back pain disappears. And another move that I do, but this one's a little challenging. Let's move this out of the way. I love when I get to demonstrate stuff. This is my joy. This one, someone came on yesterday and they're like, oh my God, I thought you're having a seizure. This one's a little challenging though. So you lay on your stomach like this, and then you bring your opposite foot to your opposite hand. So this is my right foot to my left hand. This one is really good for lower back as well, lower back pain, if you have any. And then you just touch. This one I don't recommend though, because this one takes a little bit of time. Because the nervous system is going to be like, so I don't recommend that one right away. The other one I was talking about with the sofa is recommend it or with a chair. You can be on your sofa doing the one I did on the chair as well. I may as well just do my shoulders. Even though today's leg day, I still do my shoulders. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot, but you know, little by little, right? I didn't have all these moves last year. I had to incrementally add things. So, what am I doing with these weights? You're probably wondering. I'm working on my shoulders and my joints on my shoulders. Now, my shoulders, they do get worked out every day. So it's like I don't have clubs, not baseball bats, but clubs. So I'm using my weights, and these are light weights, 10 pounds. But I don't recommend anybody who's starting out to use 10 pounds. It's because I've trained the body enough to handle the 10 pounds to do this. These are good for shoulder rotation. This one's good for your chest. So I do 7 forward and backwards for each arm, and then I do 14 of this. Why do I do 7? Because that's enough. You don't need that much. Ooh, I bounce. Thankfully, these weights are they're plastic in terms of the actual material holding the weight inside. So this one is like somewhat like a full body. I'll read the comments in a moment. I may as well just get these done. I was hoping my gloves came so I can wear my new gloves, but they haven't arrived, so. But my protein shake did. So this one's good for shoulder. So if you have shoulder pain, I'm not saying to have heavy weights. You don't even have to have weights. What you could do is just do this. So, little by little. All the moves that I'm doing, you don't actually have to have weights to do this. Weights do help, but you don't need to have weights. So what's the real reason why I'm doing all this besides body maintenance? Energy management. We forget that we're an energy being. And the thing is, it allows your kinks, right? Remember how I was mentioning earlier? You weren't here at the moment, Jeanette, but I'm going to mention it. Think of your body as like a hose, and if there's a kink in the hose, the water won't flow through. So what doing these moves do is open up the kinks and allow your body to pass energy through. So guess what happens? What is this energy doing for you? Mentally and emotionally, it's helping you to regulate better. That same energy is also your information from your soul to your mind that helps you to navigate with your awareness. So all of this stuff that I'm doing, it may look like a physical thing, but it's also targeting mental, emotional, and psychological, and spiritual, if you want to use the word spiritual. So it has a knockdown effect, or a kickback effect. So that's why me moving the body the way I'm doing, it allows energy to just pass through. So it's not like stuck. Most people's energies are stuck here and here. And then they hold a lot of energy here. That's why they have back pain. Anytime you're feeling some sort of like pain in your body, is because there's some sort of energy block that's being held due to some sort of tension. That's why, I talk about all this, but really it's the entire system I'm referring to, this entire body, this vehicle. The mind is the driver of the vehicle. But in order to have control over the driver, your body has to kind of like, let me see. Yeah, that's basically it. Essentially, it's a kink, right? Like, imagine like your shoulder is hurting, right? You have a pain in your shoulder. My left shoulder was in pain for a while. It still has a little bit of, I still give it more love over this one, but this one I give love to. I'm like, it's okay, you're all right. But due to the fact that now that the pain has reduced and it's disappeared, it's almost like 99, it's almost like 100% good to go. Still, there are times where I'm like lifting the dumbbell where this one's a little bit harder. I have to like give myself a little bit of a knee movement to lift when I'm doing a shoulder exercise. Anything else, it's easy. But like when it comes to a shoulder exercise, lifting like with the left elbow or left shoulder is a little bit more like challenging. Anyways, Now that energy is being able to pass through with ease, right? There's no more kink. So now the energy can just flow wherever it needs to go. Because the universe, and I want you all to know this, not everyone operates the same way, but most people will operate with when I say intuition, it's your energy. God, universe, whatever you want to call it, speaks to you through energy, and that energy gets converted into a logical word so that you can take action, whatever that is. You need to go call that person right now. You need to go take that left on that street. You need to, sign. You need to go and do whatever. That's your intuition speaking, but that's the energy from the universe through your body, helping you to know what to do. But if you have kinks, right, the energy can't pass through, and that's where frustration happens. That's why I've made it such a one to, like, it's all one system. I may talk about the mind and all this stuff, and it's great, but it's also this too. This is why I also target the body. It's not a one or other. It's both. It's all things. That's why, like, right now, I'm grateful I get to explain the physical aspect right now of all the mental aspects I've been talking about. It makes things super easy to understand. Yeah, I'm still alive. Still here. Yeah. You're good, Jeanette. You're not blocked, though. Not anymore. Now you know. The block is gone. Just like that. Just like that. The block is gone. Let me finish this. I didn't finish this one, though. So, that's why I do my movements. Not because of just physical, right? Definitely helps with the physical. But it helps with the mental, the emotional, the psychological, and the spiritual. So it has basically five aspects that works. And technically a sixth, financial. You're probably wondering, huh? What do you mean financial? Well, let me explain. Everything that you're doing in life is going to be tied to some sort of financial, like, stability. Like, if you're doing well, you're going to end up thinking well. When you're thinking well, you start to make better decisions. When you make better decisions, you start to make financially better decisions. And you start to do other things financially that might be better. So technically speaking, it has six extra, or it has 5 to 6 beneficial effects in your life just by doing what I'm doing. Because when you live well, you do well. When you do well, you're going to think well. When you think well, you're going to make better choices. When you make better choices, you're going to ultimately feel better, and you're going to make things easier on yourself. Hence why I keep saying everything just is. See? Do you see the interconnectedness of everything? I had to come to that conclusion. That's why I brought this to your awareness and everybody else's awareness, that you just even start moving. Oops, there goes my mic. You just even start. Oops, my bad. You just start moving your body, and you'll see how shit will start to change. Because, like, it all has a added benefit. Because as I'm moving my body, I'm feeling exactly what the hell is going on within my body. Like, ooh, okay, so right now my spine, it's got a little bit of a tightness there. I'm like, okay, cool. Does it have a tightness here? No. So it's definitely on this side. So that means, okay, so it must be some sort of way I'm holding the dumbbell and the way I'm doing the thing. So I'm being very present, basically, is what it's helping me to do. More presentness, more easier to live your life. All right, I'm going to do my baseball pitch. Don't worry, I'm not throwing the dumbbells at you all. I won't let go of it. watch my throwing speed gets increased. You probably can guess which one is my throwing arm just by looking. Shoulders are done. My microphone got scuffed. Such a shame. Such a shame. Oh well. It doesn't affect the performance. It is what it is. I remember that it does take time to get used to certain routines. So take your time and don't be too harsh on yourself. Exactly. Slow movements. Micro steps. Remember that analogy. Small hinges swing big doors. Right? Let's use the fence for a moment. That's not me speaking, that's the neighbors. So, small hinge. Right? We know what a hinge is. It's rusted though, this one, but look. Isn't that small hinge swinging this big ass door? Right? It needs two hinges, obviously. But two of these small little hinges is swinging this big ass door. So, basically that means small steps will make like mountains of moves over time. Or massive leaps, another way of saying that. Oops, you guys are on an angle. There. I need to put that to that. There. Let me just throw this water bottle into the recycling bin. It is 4:24. I finished my mobility training. I may as well do my 55s and get that out of the way. And then I'll get into my workout. Well, since I stayed on, I may as well just do my workout on my stream. Fuck it. Screw it. I was hoping my gloves came though, because these gloves, they're kind of like done. But they're not here yet. I don't think I've arrived. But I'll be right back. Hey, Mom. This. I grabbed an apple while I was upstairs. Why not? Why not? Second apple for the day. I do apologize for the ASMR that's about to happen. But I'm a little hungry before I start. So. Let's see. When he said it, it made so much sense in knowing that where I've been blocked, it's the key so that I can control my energy better, harness it more so it doesn't fly away on me. Yeah. It can't actually fly away from you, but what it's doing, your energy is just kind of like, it wants to be able to flow through your body easily. But the problem is the body has a lot of, like the mind put these like locking mechanisms. So like the energy is being restricted from going through. I've basically unlocked the restraints from the body. So it allows energy to pass through easier. That's where doing those movements. So you can think of it like the movements broke the locks. Or the blocks, if you want to call it that. Another way of saying that is like, think of it like each of your joints, like here, 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 even here, here, obviously, right? Think of it as like you put a little cage and there's a little key that needs to open it up, and your cages need to open up. So now energy can pass through. Or it's a pipe. You've tightened up your pipe where the water's not flowing, it's just stuck there. But the moment you open up the pipe, it allows it to flow through. That's what moving the body does. You're opening up your pipes. The faucet. That's another way to explain the same thing. Different words. Yeah, it looks like I'll be doing my workout on the stream. At this point, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's all good. I didn't come this far to only come this far, right? So, because I was supposed to end the stream a while ago, but I figure why not? I get to explain the movements, and I'm glad. See, even you know, sharing your epiphany was my confirmation why it's important to talk about the mind body spirit connection. So thank you for that, by the way. And it all started with Orochimaru and asking about, dude, how often do I need to do it? So thank you, Orochimaru, for that, because you if you didn't ask like how often do you do it, I wouldn't have shown it. All things happen exactly as it's supposed to. I didn't even take up my plate from earlier. I save seeds. I'm gonna go plant them. I'm gonna take a day on my one of my days. I'll just take a day off on my stream and just go plant seeds in the trail. May as well. Come on. There we go. And I was sharing earlier, yes, I'm one of those people that eats the core. Cool. So I'm done with these. I don't need these now. These are done. I'm gonna bring my walker out. I'm gonna bring my walker out. My walker. 20 bucks. Yeah, my Velcro on my gloves are pretty much done. That's why I bought another pair of these, but they're not the best made gloves in the world, but I like them because of their design. And on the like the tightening mechanism says no pain, no gain. So this is the next pair I bought will be my third pair in 6 years. So I've been through 2 pairs now. They've done what they needed to do. So, but yes, the thing is just ripping now. So I just bought a new pair. I'm just waiting for it to arrive today. It's supposed to arrive today. I was thinking it was going to arrive earlier, but it didn't arrive yet. I do need to use the bathroom. Let's see. Sounds good. I was sharing like about moving your body, how it's super important from an energetic standpoint, like to do maintenance not only on your body, shapeshifter, but also energy management. Because think of your body as like a water hose. If there's kinks in your body, the energy can't pass through your system, and that energy acts as the light, and that light is information for your mind. But if your body is like acting up and it has like kinks, so like think of it like pain in your shoulders or your knees, then the energy can't pass through your body. So that's why I do a lot of preventative maintenance on my body, so that allows the energy to pass through my system. So that's what I was talking about. You didn't miss too much. I will. Thank you. I will definitely have a great one. I'm going to do my workout shortly. Got to get my little pouch down. My kangaroo pouch. Sometimes I use the weights. Like I put the weights between my legs and then lift, but other days I don't need it. Ah, the nice breeze. It's cooling me down a bit, which is good. This is strengthening my core. Every day I strengthen my core. It's a must. Strong core. Strong body. Yeah. Exactly. For me, it's preventative maintenance, physical, but it has benefits of mental, emotional, psychological, technically blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that word right now. Fuck it. Biological, spiritual, and financial. Because when you live well and you start thinking better, you start to take better actions. And when you start taking better actions, you start to make better decisions. Or more aligned decisions. more aligned decisions, right? Life becomes a song and dance. Whew. And things just open up and it becomes easy. That's why, like, I had to figure out, like, oh, so they're all interconnected. Ah, I see. You all truly are interconnected. I know people used to say the mind, body, spirit connection. I'm like, yeah, but they're not explaining the reason why. They're just saying a bunch of words and following everybody else, but they're not explaining shit. That was my frustration with people on, like, social media, not explaining bullshit. That's what pissed me off about a lot of people on social media. They're not explaining anything properly. It really is irritating. That's why I was so frustrated for years. Because they're like, you gotta get your mind, body, and spirit connected. I'm like, how do you do that? They're not explaining. And then they hide it behind a paywall. You want to know? Then pay me $10,000. I'm not paying you like, I have the money, but I'm not paying you $10,000 for me to, if it's something so simple that I can figure out myself. Okay, well then go and figure it out yourself for 7 years. Well, I did do that, but I got to figure out why. The fundamentals. Give me a moment. I'm just gonna go use the bathroom quickly. I'll be right back. I'll take the microphone off. Hey, dude. Hello. You good? All good? Yeah, cool. Let's see. What's my tablet battery at right now? 68%. Perfect. I don't need to charge up my my tablet. But I am gonna get my play out, like, video on. What the fuck is Final Fantasy Resonance? That better be a good game. It better not be some mobile bullshit. I swear to God, this better not be some bullshit. Looks cool. Please tell me that this is not a mobile game. Yeah, it's not a mobile game. Thank fucking God. Oh my God. God damn. I swear, if this shit was fucking mobile, I'd been so mad. I'm excited for video games. Oh, it's Brave Exvius. Interesting. All good?
Yeah, everything is good so far.
Cool. The Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer. Yo! Whoa, hold on. Sorry guys. I gotta take a mental, like, pause for a moment. No way. No way. No way we have a Final Fantasy. Where are you, Kingdom Hearts?
Oh shit! Food!
There's a guy that's reacting. Hold on. I don't want to hear his. I don't want to hear his yelling. So I'm gonna go find a Kingdom Hearts 4. Oh my God! There is a Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer. God damn. Fuck. Finally.
この世界の構造はとても複雑で、私たちが
God damn.
光と闇を具現化したものは存在しない。
I'm a big gamer, so like this is like childhood stuff right here.
この世界に来たことで、この世界
This is crazy.
私たちの定義する
Random day, June 9th, for real? God damn. Oh, damn. Wow. Yo. Oh shit, the first gameplay. Yo, let's go. Oh my god. This is I'm getting to do a reaction now on this channel. Yo. Okay, I wasn't expecting Kingdom Hearts 4. We've been waiting for this shit. God damn. We waited for like 4 years for a trailer. Alright. Wow. Multiple platforms at launch, but they don't tell you when it launches. God damn it. Everybody is screaming. Oh damn! Whoa! There's a whole set of people at a store reacting. What the hell is? What is this? Kingdom Hearts 3 on like Switch 2? Oh yeah, it's for Switch 2, and then they have the Kingdom Hearts 4 reaction. People are screaming their heads off in a store. Holy mother. Wow. A whole bunch of people be reacting. I'm gonna be watching this later. What the fuck is this? What is this? Okay, this is 1 to 3.
The world is made of light and darkness. Darkness.
Okay, so today was Kingdom Hearts Day.
Forever.
Me too.
I will tell you what your friend needs right.
I'm always
I already beat 1, 2, and 3. Why today? Why of today did they have to announce it? It's so weird. October 8th for Switch 2. Alright, fair. Aw, man. Fuck. Alright. Well, that's fun. I'm gonna have to do my... I'm gonna have to like break down the trailer when I see it later on again. Crazy. I can't fully enjoy it because I'm about to go do my thing. But god damn. Alright. I got my workout ready. Alright. Well, normally I don't do my workouts on my stream now, but looks like I'm doing it because I've already been on the stream for a hot minute. But what I'm going to quickly do is switch my microphone because I know my microphone's going to die soon. I don't want to be having to stop in between while I'm doing it. So I can't believe this. I can't believe this. We've been waiting for, I think it's actually 5 years since they've released a trailer. That's wild. Come on. I'm excited, and it's just like... all the damn days they release it. They released it 5 hours ago, so that was what, at 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock. Oh man, it would have been so awesome if I saw that live. Fuck. Oh well. Yeah. Crazy. God damn. Do you know how long I've been waiting for that game? Well, there's no release date for Kingdom Hearts 4, but god damn. Do you know when I started playing Kingdom Hearts 1? I was in high school. High school. I was what? 17 years old. I was 17 years old when I started Kingdom Hearts 1. I beat it. And then Kingdom Hearts 2 came out in 2006. I beat that. And then Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, what, in 2019? No. 2018. 2019. It came out in 2019. Massive ass gap. I beat that. Now, I'm probably gonna have to wait till like 2039 for the damn game. Fuck. God damn. Kingdom Hearts is a video game. It's a video game series I've played. The world is excited right now for those who know about Kingdom Hearts. They're fucking excited. And I didn't get to see it live because I was on my stream. I'm like, god damn it. It's okay. No big deal. My brother's probably excited. He's a little bit under the weather right now. He's like sick in bed. So I'm sure he saw it and he's probably jumping for joy even though he's a little under the weather right now. Fuck. Alright. Let me not exert too much energy right now, so let me finish my main quest. So we're about to do our 30-minute lower body workout with Mr. Dan from Tiff and Dan's channel. So we're gonna be doing that. So you guys can hang out. I'll still chat. I'm gonna get my butt handed to me. Okay. It's gonna be 40 minutes or 30 minutes, 40 seconds of work, 20 seconds of rest. I'm ready. Let's get these dumbbells. I can't drop these dumbbells because, like, you know, I have to be very gentle with them because of the sheer fact that they are, you know, they're adjustable dumbbells. They're just so big, so they're very clunky, unfortunately. But we're gonna get rolling. All right, let's do this. There might be copyright, but it's whatever at this point. I don't care. So we got first set slow and control, second set partial reps. We're starting with sumo squats. He's using one dumbbell, I'm using two. Here we go. Let's go. I'll turn up the music in a moment. So it's actually 50 seconds of work, 25 seconds of rest. So basically I'm lifting 90 pounds here right now. He's lifting 40 pounds. So I'm double the weight. Quite literally. Just so you see that we're doing the workout. Boop. There. Okay. I'll read that comment in a moment. Still can't believe they released it. They released the trailer today. Of all the days, random day in June. What the fuck? We had the video game Summer Games Fest on, what was it, Tuesday or Wednesday last week? They could have released it then. What the hell? Random day. Random Tuesday. Thank you. We're doing split squats to the right. So I'm going to be grabbing the dumbbell with my left hand and going down with my right leg here. This is why I train. 45 pounds presently. Both of them are 45 pounds. So now we're gonna do without the weight. So body weight. I'm gonna do a Naruto pose. Yeah, 45 pounds, so 90 pounds total when I have to lift both. My goal by the end of the summer is to get to 50 pounds. So I have about 3 months to get there. It's not that much, it's only 5 pounds, but like I want to get used to 45 pounds. I'm not quite used to 45 pounds fully yet, because I just switched to 45 pounds 2 weeks ago from 40 pounds. So so my body's getting acclimated to 45. I know it only sounds like 5 pounds, but those 5 pounds do make a difference. All right, sumo squats again. So we're doing that sumo squat set again, and then we're gonna do the left side. Whew. I have to shake out the wrist. I might have to just like talk in between while the music is playing, but no big deal. It's all good. I just don't want to get copyright, so I might just reduce the music sound. I gotta do that again. Thank you, dude. Don't make me laugh right now. I gotta focus. I got to focus. You get to hear a baby, a bubba. They're having fun. They're gonna be going in the pool. Neighbors over there have a pool. Holy shit. If I didn't have my headband on, the sweat would just be dripping right now. I can feel the heat. I'm adding the added benefit or the added challenge is the heat. Come visit you, huh? I mean, if you really want me to come there, then maybe you can buy me a ticket to come there. So now I'm gonna just face forward. This is my left leg. Change angle. All right, body weight version. All right. No, this way. Mr. Eddie Spaghetti. I like your name, dude. Pappy. 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 All right, what's next? We're 31% done the workout so far. We are doing Romanian deadlift. How fun. Oh, no, you're good. No? No one's my boyfriend. I'm straight. I love women, by the way. It's more of a joke that me and him have. No, there's no disrespect. Pappy. You're good. No disrespect at all. I'm a single dude. In my inner world, I'm taken, but in my outer world, I'm not taken yet. Whoever the lucky woman will be, they will be showered with absolute divinity. They get the power of Orion. Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotta do that again. Are you sure about what? Alright, is that question? I'm not reading the chat too much, so I don't know if that question is like shocking. What do you mean? Like shocking as in like... Like me being single? Yeah. I have a mission to fulfill. I have a world that needs my help with their mind. But right now I'm doing something that I don't usually do in my stream anymore, which is my workout. I usually talk about unlocking this power of your subconscious mind. I have very interesting perspectives to share. But this is the interconnectedness of the mind with the body. What do we got? All right, we're doing rear lunge to the right, so I'm going to hold the dumbbell in the right hand. Oh. So right leg, right dumbbell, right hand. My right wrist is burning right now. Come on. You've been through this before, body. God damn. I have to lower down the music just because, copyright. Intuition was telling me lower down the music. Fuck. Okay, I don't have to use the dumbbell for this one, so I get to rest my right. So I got to do 1.5. I'm locked the fuck in basically right now. I know you guys are sharing your stuff in the comment, but I'm just like locked in right now. Cause I gotta deal with the next move again. It's okay, Palms. You're okay. You're alright. You're okay. That's how I talk to body. So it works with me. You're alright. Okay. Romanian deadlift again. Doing the deadlift is not the problem. It's holding the dumbbell for a longer period of time is the problem. For me, like, doing this move is nothing. It's holding the damn dumbbell for 50 seconds. That's a little bit of a challenge to me, which is great because I've upped the weight. So if I wasn't streaming, this is exactly what I'd be doing. Just I wouldn't be talking to a camera with everybody on. Damn. Let's see what's going on in chat. My right wrist is feeling it right now. Okay, let's go. Honestly, it's not even about the weight. It's about the length of how long I'm holding the damn dumbbell for. Damn, I gotta put it down for a sec. Now the left one's gonna be feeling it. Let's move that one out of the way. 56% done the workout. Still can't believe they released Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer today. Come on. Random day, really? After 5 years or 4 years, however long we've been waiting? Come on. I'm happy, but I'm like, why? Why? Just why not release it on the day of like the Summer Games Live? Fucking things, honestly. Well, at least it's going to be coming out for Steam, so I'm happy about that. So, talking about a video game for those of you who are just tuning in. I waited 5 years or 4 years for a fucking trailer. Keeping us in suspense. Like, where the hell is this goddamn trailer? Random Tuesday, we got a trailer for a game I've been waiting for. Alright. 1.5. I'll do some Naruto pose. I wonder how you guys would feel if one day you saw me with blonde hair. I turned Super Saiyan and I have blue eyes. Would you guys freak out? And you see like aura, just like, you know, you can actually see the aura. That'd be pretty cool. All right, we gotta use the chair now. Don't worry, I'm not gonna fall. I'm gonna put one of the weights to hold it down. There, that weight's gonna hold me up. Remember when I was training my knees earlier? This would be a good one for knees as well too. Feeling it. Physical body and spiritual body are two different things. They are, but they're interconnected as one thing. Paradox. They are both tied to each other. They're not separate. They work as a system. Your meat suit, this, works with your energy body. When you take off your meat suit, you don't have that you don't have the shell basically, but they work together. They are their own entities for sure, but they work hand in hand. They're like yin and yang. Let's move the chair with the 45-pound away for a moment. We're gonna be doing curtsy lunges. I gotta hold it in my left hand. I'll read everything in a moment. So, I'm bringing my left leg behind my right. This one's good for your knees as well too. Make sure your knees, when you're doing curtsy lunges, they're pointing with your toes. They're parallel. And even if they're not, that's okay. But do your best to keep them parallel. Would have been great if my new gloves came in. These ones are so beaten up. Basically, these gloves last for about 3 years. Bought my first pair in 2020. They were basically done by 2023. So they average about 3 years on heavy use because I use them every day. So not bad. Not bad. All right. We're doing slow and control, but we're doing 1.5. So 1/2 like that. This one's good for your hips as well. Oh, nope, I thought that was for me. Or maybe it is. No, it's not. There's a truck outside, or like a delivery van, but it's not for me. It's for the neighbors across the street. All right, we need the chair again. Okay, this time with the left. Let's go. Left side. Watch the gloves come after I finish my workout. It's just bet. I feel it's gonna come after my workout. God damn it. Ugh. It's funny, dude. I should go back in time and find that person who started 6'7" and slap them silly. and like stop them from making that meme. 6 what? Nope. Bang! Take them out of existence. But then I would create a ripple effect. I think my gloves is here. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Put this down. Don't need the chair. We're done with it. Okay, we're holding it in the right hand, right leg. Yep. If I go inside the room and I see a yellow light on my Alexa thing, then I know they delivered it. Unless it says one new notification from Amazon, not shopping, just Amazon. Today it's expected to rain around 8 o'clock. Blah 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 blah. We're at 91% done the workout, by the way, y'all. Welcome back. Welcome back. Almost done my workout. I'm at 92%. Whew. I'm glad I shared what I shared for you and it helped you. That makes me happy. You can say my day's complete, Jeanette. That alone was enough. Like, my aim is to help one person every day. And funny enough, if you take those words, help one person every day, it spells hope. Help one person every day. But I don't use the word hope because hope feels wishy-washy for me. I like know, like knowing. No, I know. Oh, and by the way, I have an acronym for all of you now. NOW. You're thinking like the present moment, which is true. No other way. No other way, y'all. Make a note of that. The now is no other way, because there is no other way but the now. Because there's no past and no future. It's now. NOW. No other way. N, no, other, O, way, W. I got that on my trail like a year ago. Actually, no, back in September. It's not a full year yet. Oh, we got pulsing, 20 seconds each, 3 exercises. 1 dumbbell though. Now we're gonna hold for 20 seconds. Oh my God, somebody's cooking something good right now. Fuck. Wrong time to smell something good. I think it's Mom actually. Oh my goodness. Not, you know, when your nose starts to smell food, and it's like, God damn. Block it out, Orion. Block it out. Yeah, we are done. We did it. Finito. We did it. See, that was 30 minutes. You don't need hours at the gym. 30 minutes is enough. 30 to 45 minutes is enough. An hour, yeah, you can do an hour, but anything more than that, I mean, unless you like being at the gym. All right, so I'm going to cool down with him. It's important to stretch your body as well when you're done. I used to never do my stretches after a workout. Cost me a lot of let's just say I could have prevented a lot of things from happening. I'll read all the messages in a moment. I'm sweating fucking buckets right now. Thank God the my headband, my workout headband is on, not my other one. I don't use my other headband for working out. That's my going out one. This one I don't care too much about. I need to move this out of the way. This move right here, this one right here, cat cow, really, really good. Simple moves, y'all. You don't need anything extraordinary. Like, this is enough. Also, like, do a little shakeroo with the hips. I'm gonna sit in a squat. I'll read that in a moment. That's a big boy airplane. Sometimes I say that's not a plane, that's a planet. That's close to a planet flying there. That's not a plane, that's a fucking planet. If you ever see the Dubai airline, what is it? The Emirates airplane? God damn, that is a friggin' monster in the air. That's not a plane, that's a planet. That is literally a planet flying. Because that's how big it is. In the sky it looks tiny, but when it lands, it's like the tires can just eat you alive. That's how big it is. Those giant iron birds. Ugh. Even, by the way, this move here with your ankle, this is good for your ankles as well. You just bounce on your toes. For those of you who haven't heard about fascia training, or if you have heard about fascia training, that's good for removing a lot of traumatic emotional experiences. That's like that webbing underneath your skin that covers your bones. That holds a lot of your emotional body. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate you. See you, Dan. Well, I'll be seeing you in a moment because we're going to be doing abs. Still can't believe they released the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer today. God damn. Alright, let's see. Oh, yeah. Let's see what's going on. What do we have? Oh, Underboss. I've been single and celibate since ending of training. Gotcha. Just reading through quickly. I have to scroll because I have the chat box like that small. Got it. Hello, Mr. Robin. You get to hear him. It's right there. Could you come this way? I didn't say to fly in the grass. I said if you can come this way. Alright. I'm going to quickly do fireman carries. So this one, It's just literally holding the weight and just walking with it a little bit. Just carrying it around. Carrying heavy things is very good for your posture, by the way. And of course, I also walk backwards because, you know. All right, let's put these away. No longer need it out here. Yeah, I can confirm that it is actually mom cooking food. That's the smell. Ooh. Just putting away these dumbbells into the dock. Gotta love adjustable dumbbells. By the end of the summer, 50 pounds. I trust that I'll get used to 45 pounds. Justin, I see you came back, bro. I'll read the comment in a moment. Ooh, somebody be cutting that grass, but they ran over something. Oh yeah, Justin. What do we got? It's true. Don't worry, underboss. Everything's working out for you. It always finds a way to work out itself. Took me a while for it to work out for me, but it finally worked out for me. Now everything that I sowed is now I'm reaping it. But many years later though. Alright, I got abs to do. So I do 10 minutes of abs every day, minimum. I still can't believe they released a Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer. I'm still kind of like stunned because of that. Fuck. Random Tuesday. I gotta sit down and analyze the hell out of that. Which one did I do yesterday? Screw it. Ultimate abs, let's go. It's gonna be hard to see. 50 seconds of work, 10 seconds of rest. I gotta keep that tablet closer to me since I can see it properly. Reverse crunch. I have to be a little mindful of my spine because I went one day, it was Sunday, I was laying on the ground here with the mat and I accidentally dug my skin where the spine is, and I'm like, fuck! So now there's a little bit of a pain there. There's some blood, I ripped some skin. I was like, come on, for real? I was just laying down. The fuck? God damn it. That's what I mean by like life will throw you that curveball when you least expect it. So, you know. I should be actually using my shirt for this because it'll give me some extra padding for my back. Whatever. Fuck it. Leg lowers with hip lift. I may not have my six-pack, but if you were to punch my gut, your hands will probably break because you can feel the stiffness of it. What's going on, dude?
Yeah.
Did something deliver there just now for me or no?
Yeah, a package.
Yeah. Okay.
That was yours?
Yeah. Because I saw the dude and I was like, he went to across the street first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Told you guys. Fucking told you. I knew it was my gloves. I can say goodbye to these ones. I can, retire these ones for 3 years of service. And I have some new ones. They're exactly like these, but they're brand new. Scissors crisscross. Oh, yeah. You want to make sure your back is flat when you're doing abs, by the way. If I didn't mention that already, I didn't mention that. When you're doing abs, you want to make sure there's no gap in between your back and the mat. If there's a gap, then you're really targeting your lower back than your core. Slow bicycles. There's fast bicycles like this, and then there's slow bicycles like this. How's doggy?
Doggy is good, Doggy is like a little baby. Doggy needs more attention than a regular human.
That's my dad's friend, by the way. His name is Farouk. He's the one that gave me some of my weights last year. Not the ones that I was using just now, but another set. He found it in his, he was cleaning out his garage, and he's like, hey, you want some weights? And I'm like, hey, it doesn't hurt to have more weights. I'll take them. He first brought one dumbbell with a couple plates, and it was like 40 pounds. And then he brought another one that had only like 20 pounds on it. I'm like, because his son was training with them. And I'm like, your son was training with off weight, like, were they like not the same? But then a couple days later, he came back and he found the rest of the plates. So I have a matching pair now. So it's pretty good. I don't really use those weights much, except for my 55 curls on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But I use the plates to hold down like my mat when I'm doing jump rope. So, yeah. Well, Gloves, I really want to say thank you for 3 years of service. 3 friggin' years of service. Oh my God, 3 friggin' years of service. Ugh. 2023 in the summertime I got it. And the first set I got in early 2020, just before COVID hit, like January. But it lasted until summer 2023. And I was like, okay. So I get to retire these gloves. What, 900 workouts with these gloves? Not too shabby. Because every day I use them. 365 times 3. Whatever that is. No, like 1,000 workouts. I have 1,000-ish workouts with these gloves. I haven't missed a day. I haven't missed a day since 2021. November 3rd to December 31st. It was my period of recovering from the hospital and being in the hospital with COVID and that spider bite that I had prior that weakened my immune system, and I was like on a life, I was basically breathing through a ventilator, a tube, and I couldn't move my body, so I was training my mind while I was in the hospital. I was like, I'm not fucking dying here. There's no fucking way. You had me wake up in 2020 or in 2019. There's no fucking way I'm dying here, dude. I willed myself into existence. So I was like, I'm not dying here. It's bullshit. You didn't have me, you know, come all this way for me to die. I didn't come this far to only come this far. It's bullshit. There's no fucking way. And there's no fucking way I'm still where I am. Like, I know there's so much more to explore. Not to learn, but to explore. And, you know, really refine my wording. But there's nothing else to really say, but the answer is you. Everything else is just more noise after that. Heel taps. With this one, if you're ever doing this one, you can keep your feet together but reach between your toes and your heels, so that spot right here. So you can do this, and you're targeting your obliques, which is this muscle over here. I call it the muscle near your rib cage. Or if you want to challenge yourself, you extend your legs out and you reach. One more move after this. Abs don't take long, 10 minutes. Then I have my 55 push-ups and my squats to do, and I'm done. Well, I have my evening movements to do. My like nighttime-ish movements. Okay, sprinter up is next. Keeping my eyes closed for now. Oh my, someone's like car. Oof. They got one of them American muscle cars. It's like from a far distance. My car will be like oh yeah, we're done. Oh. Fuck yeah. Finito. That was my side quest. But now I'm going to do some stretches for my abs. This move, by the way, just so you know, took me 2 years to get to this, to do this. I can hold this position. Cat cow. And then if Jeanette's still here, this pose. Or even doing it like this. This is the best resting pose Just like that. It's funny. On my other channel, there's been a couple times where there was no one around, so guess what happened? I was just in this pose and I just fell asleep. I was like, I don't care, fuck it. I fell asleep on my own damn stream. Alright. Let me go around and get my new gloves. Even though I don't really need them right now. But I got it done. What time is it? Okay. Da 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 da. My new gloves. Yep. Yep. We're getting the new gloves, y'all. It's time for me to don my newer version of my gloves. Here we are. Oh, look how fresh and pink they are. Nice. Look at that. Hey, what the hell? These are different. They have white. They have white versions. What the fuck? Interesting. They changed it up. How fascinating. Well, gloves. Why are they white there? That's kind of weird. Oh well. It is what it is. I will put these in my memorial. These are the gloves that once upon a time Orion Phoenix Stellar wore. They'll be in the museum. Alright. That's so weird. That caught me off guard. I'm like, the fuck? They're pink. They're pink there and they're white here. Ooh, they definitely need to be worked in for sure. It's okay. We got like, I don't know who made this. Like who desired to, because this is the first time I have a pink version with white. It's interesting. I know y'all are chatting in the chat. Oh yeah. Oh my god, it feels so good to have new gloves again. It's kind of weird with the white. They'll grow on me, it's fine. No big deal. I can feel the power. I can feel the power. I can feel the power. It's coursing in my veins. Yeah. You guys are chatting up. It's cool. You guys are, I'm not entirely thrilled, but hey, it is what it is. I can feel the power. Maybe it was for my dualistic nature now. So now it's like black and white for the masculine and pink and black for the feminine. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I got me my push-ups to do and my squats. I like doing this. I feel like I can feel the power. I'm gonna memorialize these gloves. Thank you so much for 3 years of like absolute pain and awesomeness. I mean, if I could like rip off this Velcro and put it here, I would definitely still be wearing it. We'll see. Thank you, gloves. You served your purpose though for a while. I guess I'm gonna get used to these black and white striped ones for now. Am I entirely thrilled? No, but hey, it's all right. It doesn't bother me too much. I got the power of the dualistic energy, the masculine and the feminine. Okay, enough playing around. It's time. It's time. Damn, these are actually pretty friggin' tight. I gotta get them loosened up. It's so weird having like really tight gloves again. Feels like the restriction of my hands. All good. I feel like someone who ever made this glove was like sleeping on the job. Ugh. Okay, that's 40. 15 more. I'm glad you guys are chatting it up in the chat. It's good. Whew. I'm doing my thing. Yeah, these feel very weird. I guess I'm just gonna have to get used to black, white, and pink. More like pink, black, and white. What were you thinking? Whoever made this, who? Why? Why not pink? It's all good. See, I manifested these gloves. I just didn't manifest it with the white, but I manifested saying it's going to come after my workout is pretty much done. Sure enough, I was right. So in the summertime, got all the dirt on my skin because I'm like a wild man. Let's see. I think I was supposed to just to help souls and wake people, beings up. Well, Jeanette, I can tell you, anybody who's found me is supposed to do something similar to me, or something similar along like what I'm doing, generally speaking, or some sort of like some sort of helping others in some sort of capacity. So if you needed that confirmation, There's your confirmation. What that is, I don't know, but like whatever you're supposed to do, you're supposed to do it. If you even have the thought, by the way, that means you were meant to do it. Because you wouldn't have that thought. And the moment you have the thought, it's already instantly created, but in the physical world, it takes time for it to manifest. Thank you so much for your order. I'll keep this just in case. We'll see how I feel about it in like a day or so. I'm pretty picky with my stuff, so it is what it is for now, but you know. Sounds good. No problem. You're good. No need to apologize. You're good. No obligation. Just remember, like, if you had that thought, then it's definitely you're meant to do something of that nature to some degree, whatever that's supposed to be. That goes for all of you too. If you found me and you feel like you're supposed to do something more in your life, let that be your confirmation. Because one of my goals, or one of my purposes, is to help people to find their purposes as well too. So I help people get clear on their purpose. That's another thing that I do. That's not what my clients pay me to do, because they're already doing what they're doing. But that's something that I can and do help people, get clear on. What is it that they want to do and help people with? You're protected. You're always protected. Look, I'm going to be walking a similar path of you-know-who, and he had to go through a lot of hurdles, and he ended up getting you-know-what. So I'm willing to take that chance just so I can help the world to sort of break free from this. So I know fully what I'm getting myself into when it comes to this. But I know this time it's going to be different. Yeah. He had to go through quite the hell. But he did it, and he knew exactly. That's why I'm walking the same path, but not the same way, just my way, 2026 version. But ultimately, similar aspect. Yeah. Squats, by the way. This is one move that I would recommend anybody to do. If you're not exercising, at least do some squats. You'll do your body good. Just do like 10 a day and progress throughout weeks, and start doing like 30, 40, and you'll see how. And you can even do like break it up throughout the day. Just do a couple throughout the day and you'll see how you'll feel. It feels so weird to have these new gloves, I'm not gonna lie. I gotta break them in a little, but not really happy with the white, but whatever. It's all good. I was expecting it to be all pink and black. Unless this is the new style they're going with. I do 55. I just like that number. Just in. Oh yeah. Maybe I can turn it into pink by just like, I command it to be pink. Or I literally rip off the Velcro on this one and slap it onto that one by stitching it on. I am a seamstress. I can seam for the life of me if I really wanted to, and then just be like, fuck it. But these have better padding right now, so yeah, it's okay. I get the power of both masculine. So I do 25 of these ones. Come on, humans, stop making so much problems. Always sirens. Always a human creating some sort of problem. Crazy. Help is on the way, though. Sounds like a fire truck. Well, that was my movements. I did all of it on my stream. Look at that. Except for my evening ones, which I'll start quickly. Not all of them, but my night ones. This one's good for your spine, by the way. Preventative maintenance, people. You do it. It takes only like a couple minutes out of your day. It'll save you so much time, effort, and money as well, because you won't be needing to fight for like health bills and all kinds of stuff, right? Because you've taken care of your body. You do things now, or they say you do the hard things now, even though it's not hard for me. Life will be easier. You do the easy things now, and life will be difficult. Cool. So this one again. That's just a regular plane. That's not a planet. Justin's he's the joke master guy. He's the funny dude. Oh wait. That's not what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be doing this one. So again, this. So I do 11 on each side. The other side. See, when you move in this position, this helps your hips as well. Now I'm going to do 99 transitions. So similar. I twist, and then switch. There's two ways to do this. This is the easy way, or the easier way, and then the harder way is popping up on your heels, doing it. But for me, it's a little bit challenging to do it with these shoes on because there's a bit of a heel on these, and the heel is very, very rounded, so I basically kind of like fall back. So it's better to do it with your bare feet or some socks. So since we talked about awareness today, tomorrow we're going to be talking about attention. Attention is alignment, people. We're going to be talking about attention. Attention is going to be awesome because where you place your attention, that's where things will be magnified and amplified and maintained, and the universe will just keep watching what you're paying attention to. Not your intention, but your attention. Your attention is more powerful than your intentions. A lot of people have great intentions, but then they place their attention on lack and fear. So it gets overwritten by their intentions from their attention. So tomorrow we'll be talking about attention. And it goes hand in hand with awareness. So for those of you who are here, tomorrow we'll be talking about that. That's the lesson for tomorrow. Attention. How important attention really is. Because where you place it, that's where it's going to grow. They say where you place, what is it? What does Tony Robbins say? Where focus goes, energy flows. But he forgot one thing: it also grows. That was a Tony Robbins thing, but it doesn't belong to Tony Robbins. He's just the one that kind of popularized it. Where focus goes, focus is just another word for attention. Where focus goes, energy flows. But I'll be making another live stream that's named Focus, because they're kind of the same thing, but you know, it's important to know because oh, I didn't do my kicks. That's right, I did my hips, but I didn't do my kicks. See? Sometimes I forget that I have to do a move. I do 30 kicks per leg. This one's good for hips. Throwing some punches and some kicks really do make the body good. You're welcome. I'll be jumping off after I'm done my moves and grab my meal. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. I'm just gonna wrap up with these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
11. Okay.
All right, y'all. I think that's a wrap. Thank you all so much for coming on today. Yeah, so tomorrow, attention is alignment. And look, there's a bird right there. You all have yourselves a good night, or good day, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are on our amazing planet. Have fun, y'all. Never forget that you are the answer. All right, y'all. I'm off. I'm going to go shower, eat, and then enjoy my Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer. God damn. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. All right, y'all. Bye.